Good morning, everyone. If Commissioner Gardner would take your seat, we will get started. All right, thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting on March 21st, 2024. I will call this meeting to order, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led today by Commissioner Danny Tarkanian.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'd like to let everyone who's standing against the wall know that there are seats out in the aisle, and there's a monitor so you can see and hear everything if you don't want to be standing for the next however many hours. So if you would like to do that, please feel free. The first order will be public comment, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Please limit your public comment to items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment must be addressed to the chairman and not to the members of the public, so that the board can take future action on the issues raised by the public. If you wish to speak on an item that is on the agenda, please wait till that item is called. And with that, we will open public comment.
Ted Gaines. I have an item here I want to put on record to be seen. I had a meeting on Tuesday of this week with a commissioner, our assistant county manager, and our community development manager. Everywhere in all the books we have, it talks about the safety of the people. The first thing in our building official codes, everything, it talks about the safety of the people, the ICC. The first paragraph is the safety of the people. So enough said on that. That is what's embedded and should be to protect all these people that are here. Now, Mr. Gardner has mentioned many times we need to comply with the NRS. The NRS is there for a reason, and I'm sure Dan agrees with that. I have filed already 2 complaints against our building department and community development for violations of the NRS. The community development manager agreed with me in this meeting that they were violations. I've got 2 more of that same kind and maybe 3 to file. I'm looking at them. Because that goes against our head building official, certification, and Tom Delaire's stuff that's there. We need to have that on record. Now, this is what I took into that meeting the other day. This is all violations from our building department, and it is almost all printed out of Douglas County's website, the Acela and whatnot. They tell me to print it off. I was told about a violation that was here, so I started looking into it. On 11/19 of 19, a Douglas County building official turned a permit down, a commercial permit that was here because the building department did not want to work with the fire departments. He said they need the fire department's okay to okay this. Now, this commercial building has guns, they shoot, they sell ammunition. I don't know if they sell guns or not. They have alcohol, they have kids, they invite the public in for shoots constantly. My papers must have stayed on Tom Delaire's desk because I had the records of what they do. Now they have all them items, guns, ammunition, kids. And And it's not final. They've been running this business since 20 till now and inviting people up there, but that's okay. Tom Delaire says, oh, that's a private entity. So is Smith's. So is the CVI. So is Napa. So is well, let's not use Great Basin but these people, they have to comply with the codes and the laws. Now, you people, took me 23 pages to copy off the inspection cards.
Is there any further public comment?
Jim Jackson. I'm not going to talk about Painted Rock Mine in particular right now. I'm going to talk about that when it comes up later on, and mainly what the response is going to be from the county. What I want to talk about is the meeting that took place last night with the BIA and the BLM, primarily the BIA, and their arrogance towards this county. After the meeting, well, before the meeting, we went up and I was talking with Mr. Lewis. Commissioner Sales came up and asked him a very pointed question. If everybody in the valley sent in a comment that said, don't do this, would it make any difference? His response was, no. So that was kind of the attitude that they threw at us. After the meeting, we went over and I talked to several of their, quote, experts. And I also went back up and I talked to Mr. Lewis. And I said, okay, if this thing all goes through, who's going to be enforcing the speed limits and the weight limits and all this stuff on the road? He said, not our problem. He said, that would be up to the local authorities to do that. I said, okay, so if we have the sheriff put a car up there and really enforce it, what about that? He said, well, eventually Knox would complain and they get somebody to tell the sheriff, go take a hike. I'm sure you're glad to hear that. So that's the arrogance of what we're dealing with those folks. They're predetermined to have this thing go through. We understand that. We're looking at you folks to do what you can in the county, and we believe there is stuff that can be done, everything. And you're not dealing with the federal government. They're going to do whatever they darn well please. We expect you to do what's good for us and protect the citizens of this valley and our property values and our way of life. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask the people who are here for any item on our agenda, please do not disrupt the meeting by hooting, hollering, clapping, booing, or making any other bodily noises. And public comment is open at this time for anything other than item number 2. Item number 2 will be dealt with when we get there. Thank you. Further public comment?
Yeah. Commissioner Rice, I wanted to comment on item 4. I realize that it's an agenda item, but I have a conflict this afternoon. Is that okay if I put comments in on that now?
I would assume you're not going to be able to be here for that?
Yeah, that's correct. I won't be able to be here for that.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, great. Dan Mervis, I'm a resident of East Valley, and I live in the Maverick Trail District and very close to the location where the Grandview Detention Basin is proposed to be sited. And to cut to the chase, my request for when you get to this item is that in the Stormwater Master Plan, that you actually strike this item from the Stormwater Master Plan. So that would be item 2001, the Buckeye Creek Grandview Detention Basin, and just strike it from the stormwater CIP projects. Now, why am I asking that? That kind of sounds unusual. Well, I think you've all heard from us a lot, and I don't want to be adversarial. I just want to say, I think we have a difference of opinion here. Commissioner Gardner, Commissioner Kanian, Commissioner Hales, you've all been out and you've seen the place and you've talked to us, and Jeremy Hutchins and Courtney Walker have been out too. Great productive meetings, and I really think it's great that everyone's listening. I was here on Monday. I talked about the strategic plan. And I said, hey, I think strategy matters. The board listened, and there was actually some language that our citizens group, our neighborhood group, said, hey, we think we could tighten up language about conservation easements and preserving rural character. And the board agreed, and Commissioner Hales, you even said, I'm paraphrasing, probably the best tool, or maybe the only way forward in preserving rural character is the acquisition of conservation easements. Paraphrasing. Well, I have a way of preserving rural character that doesn't cost a dime, and that is to preserve conservation easements that already exist. And so that's why we have an issue with the Buckeye Creek Detention Basin at Grandview, because the 62-acre parcel or piece of land that it would occupy is right smack in the middle. Well, it's not smack in the middle, it's in toto a conservation easement. Now, it's not just a conservation easement, it's a conservation easement that is protected by the planned unit development of Grandview. That means that not just Grandview has a stake in it, but by Nevada state law, the surrounding communities have a stake in it and standing as well. And that's been upheld, and it's even been upheld here in Douglas County. It's interesting that the Painted Rock Mine is also under discussion today, because a 62-acre parcel, what is that exactly? 62-acre parcel occupies all of downtown Minden. That's what we're talking about. We don't want in our
I'm
neighborhood.
sorry, sir, your 3 minutes are up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment not associated with item number 2?
I can't be here for agenda item number 2.
I'm afraid that if we allow everyone who can't be here for item number 2 is going to stand up, we may as well just chuck our entire agenda. So please, if you're here for item number 2, hold your comments till we get there. It should not take that long before we get there. Thank you.
Well, you already allowed somebody to read a statement when they are not able to be here for agenda item number 2.
I can't understand a word you're saying.
I said you already permitted someone else to address item number 2 who couldn't be here. So I would ask respectfully that you permit me to make my statement.
I'm sorry. We've asked, there are so many people here that are here for item number 2, even though we allowed one person to step out of turn because he couldn't be here. Please, we do not have that many items. Before we get to item number 2, we will be there probably by 10:30. So please have a seat. Any other thing, any other person with anything other than item number 2? Please state your name for the record and your time will begin.
My name is Pamela Litka. I'm here on behalf of Leadership Douglas County. We had a field trip this week. We call them field trips. And I just want to take a minute to thank Dan and Dan Coverly, Sheriff Dan Coverly, and Mr. Carlini. They did a fantastic job this week. For any of you that have not had the opportunity to do leadership in the past, it's an eye-opening experience, especially when you walk through the jail system and you have individuals in there that you get to witness. And so for those of you that have the opportunity in the future to take leadership, this is only our 3rd month, but this was a great opportunity for me, and I look forward to more journeys with some of my classmates that are in this room today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Forschler, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'd like to address a complaint anonymously filed with the county regarding RV living on a private residence at 1930 Morgan Court in Ruhenstrasse, which includes a number of false statements. It should be noted that according to county rules, no anonymous complaint will be recognized by the county. On that basis, I should not even be here today. I'd like to begin by introducing Ms. Carolyn Venturella, owner of the property located at 1930 Morgan Court, who will be addressing you today. Carolyn and her husband George purchased the Ruhenstrasse property over 20 years ago, and my wife and I have been very close friends with the Venturellas for over 20 years. Carolyn became widowed a little over a year ago. And prior to his death, George requested that we provide assistance to Carolyn in the care and maintenance of their property and horses. For several months after George's death, my wife and I regularly drove to Morgan Court from the ranchos in order to abide by our commitment. Fast forward to October 2023, we sold our home, and unfortunately, the property we were interested in obtaining had already been purchased. Realizing that we would need time to identify another property to purchase and that Carolyn required a lot of assistance, the three of us determined that the best solution was to arrange for my wife and I to temporarily reside with Carolyn on her property for a period of 12 to 18 months while we searched for the property to build our home. We recognized, however, that Carolyn's grief was still acute, and because both households owned 2 dogs each, we determined the best arrangement was to be close at hand while providing Carolyn the privacy she required to grieve in peace. Thus, we decided to live in our RV. The Venturellas have always maintained a beautiful property, and our RV living site is also very well maintained. We view this complaint as a very targeted effort by a particular individual. I'll explain. The day following George's death, this individual questioned Carolyn expressly about selling her home, not to console her in her grieving. But I'll let you draw your own conclusion as to the possible motives. The drive through Ruins South community reveals a multitude of residents with RV dwellers. In closing, I would like to note that I'm a third-generation Nevadan and a member of the Douglas County Search and Rescue Team, and this complainant is fully aware of this fact. So the basis for their filing anonymously, fear of retaliation, is fraudulent. Today, I'm asking that 2 things be done. That you would give us another 90 days to find a place to move our RV, and the most important is I'm asking that the board rescind the directive for Carolyn to permanently barricade her second dirt access entry or provide a concrete skirt. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carolyn Venturella, and I own the property that my friend Brian was talking about. I've been a good citizen here, paid my taxes. My husband kept the property up really, really nicely. We did a lot of landscaping and drainage control as we live at the bottom of the hill on Morgan Court, and so the water flows down. And we did put in a drainage ditch, and we have just maintained the property beautifully, no tumbleweeds, no complaints for any neighbors for 20 years. Now, this complaint was a shock to me, and it was filed anonymously, so the person or persons did not have the integrity to sign their names. I did request a public record from you all, which I received, and I think the tone of that letter will speak for itself. There are many listed items on there which are not fact. The orange duct that connects to the house is not for heating, it is sewage. We did not install a septic system for these folks. They have maintained the property well. They do have yard art, which is placed beautifully around. It is not strewn around. They have been a support to me, and in a trying time, and comfort also. None of my neighbors spoke to me about the drive access, the dirt drive access to my property, which has been there for 20 years. It only leads to the horse barn where we would take hay as occasion arose. There's a round pin in the middle of it, so it is not a traffic area. And it also has been well maintained. No one complained about anything. One neighbor spoke to me about my folks living there. They're my adopted children, actually, on the property, and I addressed the situation with them and explained that it was temporary, they were not permanent. And they seemed to accept that a little while later, they asked me again, and I said the same thing. They're looking for property. As soon as they have it, they'll be gone. This same person who lives up the hill from me has called me 3 times in the last 2 weeks, wanting to know what is going on and how the situation is progressing. And they have assured me twice that they are not the person who complained, and yet they're the only one who has said anything. And so my only request is that you allow my friends to stay for the 90 days and that you relieve the encroachment violation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Say your name and carry on.
I'm a little hard of hearing, so I didn't get everything there, Mr. Chair, but good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, county officials, and distinguished visitors. Nice to see everybody out today. My name is Darrell Brown. I've been a resident of Douglas County since 1985. So I've seen a lot happen in this county over the last almost 40 years. I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran. I'm a retired state employee and retired federal employee. On Tuesday, the 19th of this week, about 2:10 in the afternoon, I was driving southbound on 395 at or near the speed limit. From Waterloo Lane, in a 25-mile-an-hour zone, I was passed by a county school bus. This disturbs me to no end. It bugs me when I see a county vehicle, I don't care what it is, speeding. And I'm looking at you, Sheriff, some of your deputies do that. If you want to drive your personal vehicle like I was at that, you take the risk. But it disturbs me that a county employee would do that. And this bus driver was doing 5 to 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. When we got to the 35 zone, he continued. It was a male. He continued 5 to 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Now, I don't know what influence you may have on the county school board or bus drivers, but I'd appreciate it if you'd take an interest and see to it that that never happens again. Thank you.
Thank you. Fortunately or unfortunately, we have no power over the school board. However, Sheriff, please take note.
So noted, right? Good morning. My name is Dr. Catherine Dodge. I'm current president of Douglas Animal Welfare Group, commonly known as DOG. And since 2000, DOG has been working with Douglas County to better the lives of Douglas County animals and their owners. We have 125 members, and we work exclusively in Douglas County. I want to begin by thanking you for supporting the county's animals by including improvements to the animal shelter in the 2024 strategic plan. It is greatly appreciated by the many, many Douglas County animal lovers and owners, and of course, dog members. As we discussed earlier this week, the Cat Cottage was installed in 2012 as a temporary facility to house cats and kittens and has outlived its usefulness. It is falling into the ground. It has a sinking floor. They've had to cut the door so that it will open. It's too small. It is frequently completely full with cats and kittens being put on a wait list. And cats and kittens are regularly quarantined in amongst the dogs in the dog kennel area, terrified because they're surrounded by dogs, barking dogs. Replacing this temporary facility is the primary improvement that is needed at the shelter. Preliminary cost estimates for a feasibility and conceptual design for the new Cat Cottage is $50,000. I'm asking that you have the staff prepare a CIP request to allocate $50,000 towards this endeavor. We realize we're a bit outside of the usual process for putting together the CIP, and I'm not sure how to navigate the process. I'm asking for your help. I'm happy to meet with the county manager or each of you to answer questions, walk around the Cat Cottage. You might come away with a cat, or whatever will help provide the information you need to support this request. I'll follow this public comment up with an email containing my contact information and photos of the existing Cat Cottage. As you can tell, DOG is very excited about the opportunity to help Douglas County cats and kittens, and of course dogs, and animals, little chickens. Anyway, would the members of the public and dog members that support this request please stand now? Who doesn't love your dog? Come now. Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Jim Slade. If you wonder why the public sometimes has little confidence in county government, here's a few reasons. 1, inconsistently enforced rules. 2, the board and other public officials often make recommendations and decisions with which no reasonable person would agree that do not comport with the letter and intent of the master plan, county code, or the open meeting law. 3, it often seems that there's one set of rules for commissioners and another one for the public. In the last 2 meetings, there have been 3 times when county commissioners have engaged in applause, either initiating them or joining in. These, of course, are on issues with which you agree. One recent one was the fact that Chairman Rice actually made a reasonable pronunciation of the principal planner's last name, Ms. Maroles O'Neill. Given that she has served in the position for well over a year, that should not be a reason for applause. The board also applauded the passage of Route 50 designation. But if the public were to have the temerity to applaud for comments that they appreciated, whether from a commissioner or a member of the public, oh no, that's forbidden, and the public would be berated and warned not to do it again, as has already happened today. Or let's take the norms and procedures under which meetings are supposed to be conducted. The county manager recently suggested that anyone that called out staff, that the board should immediately reprimand the speaker for violating the norms. If, however, a board member violates those norms, as Commissioner Rice did earlier this year, when he berated a member of the public, pointing his finger at him, wagging it threateningly, and calling him a piece of, well, you know. Well, that was never mentioned by the board or the county manager. So clearly one set of rules for commissioners and another one for the public. On a different topic, I couldn't disagree more with Commissioner Hale's statement at last meeting that the best way to keep open space is for the county to buy conservation easements. First of all, it appears that the board doesn't understand the letter and intent of the terms open space and conservation easements, which require the county to protect and preserve in perpetuity the scenic and open views of property in its existing natural condition, as well as to protect the conservation values of the property. Using that land to dig in a flood detention basin is totally contrary to those ideals and requirements. Here are some better suggestions on how to preserve open space. Don't approve master plan amendments, specifically ones that bring receiving area from Topaz to the Carson Valley, as was done for Park Ranch Holdings by Commissioners Rice, Walsh, and Penzel. And don't approve developments outside the town and urban service area boundaries, as was done for the Buckeye Creek development. Instead, prioritize infill development, as required by the master plan and the Minden-Gardnerville Plan for Prosperity. The board, however, of course, recklessly ignored and violated those plans to the detriment of the public. Those are better ways to preserve open space and our residents' desire and deserve. Have some applause.
Good morning, Douglas County. Jason Gibson. Good morning. I digress from the get-go because I was targeted in a road rage incident after the board meeting last or 2 weeks ago. And ever since your comment there, Chairman Wesley Rice, about having me arrested again on December 21st, after the first time that you targeted, profiled, and harassed me in my private driveway, we got 3 people coming forward with the affidavit of truth, and then we'll subpoena the rest of the board also for that truth. I was hit from the back and I was hit from the front in a road rage incident. So things are getting pretty serious now. And we brought it to the sheriff's attention at the strategic meeting, the master plan meeting. And we told him about the traffic on our roadways in the ranchos. There's been no enforcement of those codes whatsoever. And so we're going to be picking up the pace. We're going to start right here, right now with the equinox, referring to the natural time, and this is going to be a very interesting subject for all you people with issues, whether it be Painted Rock Mine.
Sir, please give your comments to the board, not to the crowd.
This is going to be a topic of interest for all of you, because we figured it out. And what we figured out is that we've been programmed by a legal fiction referred to as artificial intelligence. Now, Douglas Ritchie knows all about this because they work their legalese in their color of law scheme. But you've all been sold out. Your heritage has been compromised. You have no standing. And these folks aren't going to help you with your problems and your issues until you discover for yourself what's in your state constitution, which is hardwired by the law of time, and what's in your federal constitution, which is hardwired by the discovery of the law of time. That flag you're so fond of right there, that's the natural law that nobody ever taught you about. So here today, we're calling y'alls to the table on behalf of the American States Assembly and on behalf of the Foundation for the Law of Time, making conscious what's unconscious. We're here to tell you you've got remedy and you've got ways and means, but you've got to discover who you really are, which means you have to be born again. You have to reclaim your heritage as an American state national, because the U.S. corporate subject citizens have no authority. They're debt slaves. And that's why when you bring your problems to this board, they just sit there and nod at you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, but nothing ever gets done because it requires you to get it done for yourself. So find out more about Supreme Court Justice Anna Von Reitz in the American States Assembly. You can do a search for that Nevada State Assembly online and get everything you need to quicken your political status correction. And imagine that, it's absolutely free. And it starts right here with the natural law, the 13 moons, the spring equinox, today. Not the 12-month fiction that you were programmed by, the artificial intelligence, but the authentic identity.
Is there any further public comment?
Sorry. Good morning. Jen Nalder for the record. It's like I forgot how to use this thing. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to thank you in advance for your consideration of our consent item on the calendar. We have 2 festival permits that we're seeking approval on. One of them is a longtime favorite, Coffin Races, that we will be bringing back again for a 10th year. And then the other one is our first permit that we're applying for the Dia de los Muertos celebration that we're hosting. This is the 3rd year we'll be hosting it in collaboration with the Carson Valley Arts Council and the Douglas County Community Services. It is a widely attended event for our Hispanic community, and we have gained some regional attention from our state senators. Last year, we were funded by the Nevada Art Council, so it is a very exciting to bring it back for a 3rd year. I also wanted to mention, I've messaged some of you that we are doing 2 award presentations for our facade improvement grant program tomorrow. As you know, we are the champion of your distinct downtowns and providing a pilot program for our facade improvement grants. We have finally gone through all of the checks and balances, and we are proud to award 2 of our 4 recipients tomorrow their grants. We will be awarding Historian Inn a grant for the repairs that they have done. If you guys have driven by, not during traffic, you would see that they have completely replaced their balcony and their railings and painted the stucco. We have seen them through 3 phases of their facade improvement from start to finish. This one is quite exciting. They have invested $45,000 worth of repairs, and we are awarding them, and it doesn't even seem quite fair at this point, but we have awarded them $16,372.60. So they have more than doubled their impact in our community. We will also be visiting Restyle, who has done paint. Cynthia and Jim have done a beautiful transformation and fixed the facade of their building. They have invested $7,500 in their repairs, and we are contributing $2,300 towards that. So just as an overall view, the project totals that were submitted were estimated at $78,602, and we are proud to say that the investments that your business community did downtown in this grant cycle will be well over $83,000. We initially had $31,737 in grant funding, and so what we are seeing is a tremendous investment in your business community that I think should be applauded. So if anybody would like to come celebrate these lucky businesses, we will be at Historian Inn tomorrow at 10 a.m., and then we will travel down to Restyle by foot to celebrate their transformation as well. So thank you for all of your support in this.
Thank you. Are there any further public comments? Seeing none, we will move on, and the first item, excuse me, the first item of business is the approval of the agenda.
So moved, Chairman.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Next, we will approve the previous minutes. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, I'll take a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Now, we will recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. Sheriff, you're on. All right, before you start, I need to read this into the record. For possible action, discussion to approve the non-restricted gaming license for slot route operator J&J Ventures Gaming of Nevada LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, represented by Vice President of Nevada Distributing Games, Lucas Gums, and key employee Shauna Jones, J&J Ventures Gaming of Nevada LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, is located at 6595 South Jones Boulevard in Las Vegas, Nevada, 89118. And now you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under Sheriff Ron Elgus, for the record, we've reviewed the license agreement, and we are not contesting at all.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item? And just for the record, the sheriff is part of the Douglas County Liquor Board, and he will have a vote, so we will have 6 votes on this item. If there any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, and I might have missed it in the package, but this is a Las Vegas address. Where is this actually located here in Douglas County, if you don't mind sharing
do
with
business
us
in-
and the public?
I'm sorry, under Sheriff Ron Elgus, for the record, yes. Like before what's happened, it's a Las Vegas-based business that does business in Douglas County, so they need to apply for a license to do their routes inside Douglas County.
Okay, so it's not one set address, it's multiple addresses that they routinely go by, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important that the public understand that we don't approve the kind of things for Las Vegas.
Correct, sir, yes.
They're a separate political entity, yeah, okay.
Thank you. Any further comment from the board? In that case, with no public comment, no comment from the board, I need a motion.
I move approval.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to the consent calendar. We have items A through P. Does anyone wish to pull any item?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
Gardner.
I would suggest that you adjourn as the Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of Commissioners.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. We will now reconvene as a Board of County Commissioners and take a look at our consent calendar. Any items to be pulled?
I don't have any, so I'll entertain a motion, or I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through P.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through P. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now move to item number 1. which is presentation, only presentation of proclamation 2024P-034, recognizing Welcome All Veterans Everywhere, known as WAVE, for their outstanding contribution to veterans and service to Douglas County. And do we have any representatives from WAVE here? I do see one. I'll be right down.
Good to see you, Carl. Thank you for coming. Glad we get to honor you guys. Do you want to come up? You're welcome to line up over here. Thank you for coming. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Very good to see you. Thank you for your service.
Sir? Okay, this is a proclamation, Douglas County Board of Commissioners, Proclamation 2024P-037, recognizing WAVE for their outstanding contributions to veterans and service to Douglas County. Whereas during the early part of 2014, the nonprofit organization WAVE, Welcome All Veterans Everywhere, was formed to better serve the 5,600 veterans in Douglas County. Whereas WAVE helped serve over 600 veterans with roughly 50% of the cases from Douglas County Social Services, helping to reduce county cost, which was 5 times as much. Whereas WAVE wrote a letter to the governor about building a veterans nursing home in northern Nevada, which was built, and WAVE was invited to the groundbreaking ceremony. Whereas the state awarded WAVE the first ever Service Organization of the Year in 2017, while WAVE was only 3 years old. Whereas on July 6, 2017, WAVE became a partner with the Douglas County Community Services Department through a memorandum of understanding in order to construct a Veterans Appreciation Monument in front of the Douglas County Courthouse, which I hope you saw on your way in today. Whereas WAVE initiated a Project Salute fundraising campaign, raising the necessary funds to purchase and install the Veterans Appreciation Monument. Whereas on July 7th of 2018, Douglas County accepted the money raised through the donations to WAVE in order to purchase the Veterans Appreciation Monument. Whereas Douglas County has been honored to work with WAVE in order to enhance the quality of life for veterans everywhere, and whereas WAVE helped primarily with housing, 65% of spending, jobs, transportation, alcoholism, PTSD, traumatic brain injury, budgeting, and ramps for the handicap, and much more. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners that Douglas County recognizes WAVE for their outstanding contributions to veterans over the last 10 years, as well as the completion of the Douglas County Veterans Appreciation Monument. While WAVE will no longer be continuing their mission, Douglas County would like to thank WAVE for their 10 years of service and dedication and wish them the best of luck in future endeavors. Adopted this 21st day of March 2024 by the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you. Thank you all.
I would like to thank a number of people and organizations for their help with WAVE over the last 10 years. First, I'd like to thank the veterans of Douglas County who allowed us to be a part of their life to assist them with their needs. We have an unwritten motto that says, "Do it now," which means within 24 hours, that veteran's needs have been engaged and ultimately fulfilled. I'd like to thank this Board of County Commissioners, previous boards of county commissioners, to include Barry Penzel, who was the founder of WAVE. I'd like to thank the Douglas County Social Services Department, from which we got about 50% of our cases. I'd like to thank the Grant Committee for the grants you've given us and trusted us with the taxpayers' money. And to the taxpayers, I say thank you very much. I'd like to thank our state and congressional representatives who have helped us in many veteran cases to find records, to get benefits. I'd like to thank the Veterans Administration, the Nevada Department of Veteran Services for their help and guidance. I'd like to thank a number of organizations, the Sage Hens and TRE, the Sertoma Club, who helped fund us, the Northern Nevada Giving Tree, who helped fund us, the Partnership for Community Services, thank you. There's a lot of people and a lot of organization that goes into helping vets. Probably some of our proudest moments were getting homeless veterans off the streets. These are very emotional cases. But it shows a willingness of people who are passionate about what veterans have done for our country and for us. In particular, I'd like to thank a couple of people who were instrumental in our history. One being our good friend for helping us with the monument. Thank you very much, Scott. I'd also like to pay a special tribute to our board. Not all of them are here today, but our board, our vetting director, but especially to Christy and John Milazzo, who helped fund WAVE along the way, who helped give us guidance and counsel, who sponsored booths at the air shows, to Christec Organization, and to Crestmore Village for helping us house our veterans. So thank you everyone for this honor. It is a sad day for WAVE. Our mission cannot be completed because of the same reasons many organizations will have trouble, and that is lack of volunteers and lack of funding. So I appreciate it, and on behalf of our board, I say thank you for mission accomplished. Thank you.
Come in. Thanks. I didn't wear my doing dishes, so didn't have my suit and tie on.
Thank you. Much appreciate everything.
Thank you all.
Now, the moment you've all waited for, we will go to item number 2.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
may I suggest maybe a break for this item? I expect to take a while, and I know some of us may need to use the restroom, so perhaps we could take a break until 11 o'clock and then come back and tackle this issue.
At the risk of angering the crowd, good idea. So we will take a 10-minute break, and we will be back at 11 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, if we can get all the commissioners back, we'll get started. There you are.
Sorry.
Okay, it's 11 o'clock, and we will go to item number 2 on the agenda. Okay, for possible action, discussion to provide public comment from the Board of County Commissioners to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Land Management on an environmental assessment for the proposed Painted Rock Mine. Excuse me. The Painted Rock Mine is located 2 miles east of the end of Johnson Lane on Sunrise Pass Road on BIA allotment trust land APN 1321-00-001-001 and adopt resolution 2024-R-036 formally opposing the location of the proposed Painted Rock Mine project. County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Jennifer Davidson. I'm Douglas County Manager, as you mentioned. There's nothing like having your work projected on a presentation screen to realize you have forgotten an apostrophe. So I do apologize for my grammar error on this first slide. So I thought I'd start with providing a brief project description. I am going to be reading from my written comments because I wanted to make sure to capture as part of the public record today an accurate timeline of events in regard to the county's response to this Painted Rock Mine project. So I will begin. The Painted Rock Mine is a project, as you mentioned, consisting of approximately a 35-year phased development of an aggregate mine operation located on allotment land held in trust by the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, or BIA. The BIA and BLM have the exclusive jurisdiction and authority to approve and permit the proposed project and access road through their land. Prior to approval, a public comment period of 30 days is open now to provide an opportunity to the public to comment on the environmental assessment for this proposed project. The public comment period opened on March 4th, 2024, and will close on April 3rd, 2024. Because the proposed project is on federal land, Douglas County has no jurisdiction to approve or deny the project, and this item appears on the agenda to provide the board with an opportunity to direct staff to submit comments on behalf of the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners to the BIA. The draft EA is available by going to the paintedrockmineproject.org website and clicking on the library. You can see I have a red arrow pointing to the library tab at the top of their website. This is a screenshot of the website. By clicking on that library tab, you would be able to get to the public comment pages. Due to the size and number of pages of the draft EA, it was not attached to the supporting material for the but however, it is available online through this website. Click on the revised draft environmental assessment to view the draft report. And so by clicking on the library, it will take you to this page, and then you can click where the red arrow shows the revised draft assessment is there. And in addition to the, I believe it's a 150-page document, there are multiple appendices available for review on the website as well. To be considered part of the administrative record, a comment must be submitted in writing on forms provided at the meeting that was last night or also on this website. paintedrockmineproject.org/comment/. This is the webpage created for the public comment piece. So as I mentioned, the tabs listed across the top of the project website. Just adjacent to the Home tab, there is a tab for the public to click on and submit public comment. Members of the public wishing to comment should submit their comments to Mr. Chip Lewis, Regional Environmental Protection Specialist, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Western Regional Office. The address and contact information is included on this slide, and I'll pause for any individuals in the audience wishing to take a screenshot of this. In addition, this presentation materials will be included in the supplemental materials that the county will post on our website today. Interested members of the public may also contact the county manager's office for a request for this contact information. In addition to reaching out to Mr. Lewis directly, members of the public may also submit comments on the project website. There is a form for them to fill out directly on the website or by email at info@paintedrockmineproject.org. And now to what I'm sure everyone is very interested to learn about is a summary and timeline of the county's response to the Painted Rock Mine project. Douglas County first learned of the Painted Rock Mine project in 2020. At the September 17th, 2020 meeting of the County Commissioners, the board directed the county manager to draft a letter to the BIA as part of the public comment period for the first environmental assessment completed for this project. The September 18th, 2020 letter is attached to this agenda item for reference. It is packet page 429. That letter expressed numerous concerns with both the impacts of the project and the process followed by BIA to date. In the absence of the authority to approve or condition this project, the county attempted to enter into a voluntary agreement with Knox Excavating to address and mitigate some of the impacts of this proposed project on Douglas County and the residents of the Johnson Lane area. Although the board approved a draft of this agreement with Knox Excavating in 2020, also attached for reference to this agenda item as packet page 422, Knox Excavating subsequently declined to execute the agreement. On November 2nd, 2020, County Manager Cates received notice in a letter that the BIA would be issuing a revised EA that would evaluate the project with the goal of, quote, providing agency decision makers with a specific, site-specific analysis and understanding of potential off-allotment impacts. Additionally, BIA extended an invitation to the county to participate in the EA process as a cooperating agency. The county accepted the request to participate as a cooperating agency on November 23rd, 2020, and designated me, then Assistant County Manager, as the county's representative. I worked with an internal team consisting of John Erb, who is also with me here today, Tom Dallaire, and Phil Ricker, as well as various representatives of the District Attorney's Office to protect the interests of county residents since February of 2021. The team was provided draft chapters of the second EA and asked to provide feedback. The county's comments focused on highlighting the potential impact on the road and the surrounding community. Despite numerous appeals, county's requests for a traffic study, geotechnical analysis, and noise and air quality studies were all ignored at that time. The public comment period for the second EA opened on April 3rd, 2022. The Board of County Commissioners again placed the item on the board's agenda on May 19, 2022, to provide public comment to BIA regarding the EA. That meeting again culminated in a letter being drafted by the county manager Cates at the time, vigorously opposing the project and respectfully requesting that a finding of no significant impact, or FONSI, not be issued based on the flawed EA. That letter is attached for reference to this agenda item. It can be found on packet page 438. The county insisted that BIA further evaluate the concerns raised by the county and the residents at that time. At the request of the residents of Johnson Lane, Mr. A.J. Ersick, on behalf of his neighbors, county staff, and elected officials met with the representatives from BIA and BLM to discuss the concerns of the residents on June 29, 2022. Subsequently, on October 28, 2022, the county received word from BIA that BIA and BLM leadership would proceed with the preparation of a third, quote, more robust and legally defensible EA, and that the county was again invited to participate as a cooperating agency. The process to prepare this third iteration began in March of 2023. During each EA review process, county staff continuously brought forward concerns regarding road maintenance, traffic, public safety, water resources, dust, noise, flood mitigation, and neighborhood and master plan compatibility. In January 2024, county staff received the first draft of the 2024 EA and provided comments in response. It is clear from the updated EA that the concerns raised by county staff and the members of the public have delayed the issuance of a finding of no significant impact and the permitting of this project to date. However, the latest EA is 3 times the size of the previous drafts, and it is clear the applicant has hired subject matter experts to legally defend Afonso for the project based on its environmental assessment. As you are aware, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners has made repeated efforts since 2020 to have the concerns of the county and the residents of Johnson Lane and the surrounding areas addressed without success. Because of the long history in this matter, a draft resolution has been prepared by county staff to the BIA expressing these outstanding concerns and formally opposing the location of this project. It is attached for your consideration today, and it can be found on packet page 440. With that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it back over to the commission for any questions you may have.
Mr. Chair.
Any comments from the board?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. One of your, Ms. Davidson, one of your very last comments indicated the issuance of a FONSI for the public's interest. Could you please explain what a FONSI is?
Yes, sir. A FONSI is a finding of no significant impact. It would be made in relation to the environmental assessment for this project. If a finding of no significant impact is made, then the project may proceed.
Okay. So I had additional comments, if I may.
Please do.
So while this whole process started in July of 2020, August 2020, even though I wasn't on the board, I was aware of this issue and making myself familiar with this issue. So I watched this whole process over the last almost 4 years now, which is surprising that it's actually been in existence for 4 years. I do want the public to understand also that something that is not on this timeline is that while in attendance at a Douglas County Republican Central Committee meeting in October of 2020, Congressman Amodei happened to be in attendance. And when this issue was brought to him, brought to his attention at that time, he started to engage from a federal level and take this, take this on and become very much involved in it. So I think it's important that we recognize and appreciate the processes or the engagement of Congressman Amodei in this regard. The thing that's important that in this, and it's a very, very well, it's a 5-page document in a very, very well-written resolution, and I think we probably owe that appreciation to Chief Deputy District Attorney or the county manager for this. I mean, it's an extremely well-written document, and I appreciate that. I think it's important that the business community especially understand that even though we may take the position of not being in favor of this project, I think it's important that the business community understand, and I don't want to speak for the other commissioners, but the business community understand that we're not anti-business, okay? It's a business that, we want business here in Douglas County, and we get back down to that issue of real estate, right? The 3 keys to real estate: location, location, location. And that's a problem with this, especially when we're anticipating 200 truck trips up and down Johnson Lane on a daily basis, and a disruption and through residential neighborhoods. And that's where our concerns are, at least, a chief concern, of course, is the public safety aspect of it. So it's a two-lane road, and so the traffic itself is restricted. It's and our ability of our residents to get in and out of their neighborhoods is going to be restricted. So I read the resolution, and I agree with everything that's in the resolution. But once again, I want the business community to understand that this is not anti-business. It's just, in my opinion, the right project in the wrong place. I did take the opportunity, as Commissioner Hales and Commissioner Tarkanian also last evening, to visit the community center when we had a tremendous amount, and I appreciate Mr. Erb's participation in that, and your participation as well, Ms. Davidson, because I think that was important. And I wanted to listen because I really didn't think that I would listen or hear anything different from the public than we've been listening to over the last 4 years. There was some folks in the audience that were pro Painted Rock, and once again I think it's that they're pro business and they're pro jobs. The problem is that, and if there was an alternative route out of that area, then that might be the appropriate way to go. But it was very disturbing to me, and it was a question that Commissioner Hales and I kind of kicked around before she went over and talked to Mr. Lewis with BIA as to whether or not we have approximately, I would say, 44,000, somewhere give or take 100 or two, 44,000 residents in our county, and adult residents. The question was raised, if all 44,000 of those residents expressed a letter of displeasure with this or a desire for it to be denied, would BIA and BLM still go forward with this project? And I thought I knew the answer before it was asked, and Commissioner Hales, I'm not trying to steal any of your thunder here because I know you're probably going to have a statement on this also, but it was very disturbing to hear them say, sorry, but if you're almost to the tune if you had 100,000 residents, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. So that's really disturbing. That, and I express to the public all the time. They ask me, what is your most frustrating aspects of being a commissioner in Douglas County? And I believe that probably extends beyond Douglas County. It's all commissioners in this state or in the nation, is our lack of jurisdiction over all of the alphabet organizations, BIA, BLM, NDOT, TRPA, GIDs also. So that's when your residents and your constituents come to you and ask you to resolve a problem, and your hands are tied because you don't have jurisdiction over that. That is so frustrating. It is so frustrating. I can't express to you, the public, how frustrating that is. But the truth of the matter is that that's the case. So I want us as a county to do everything within our legal, and I think that's the key word, legal capacity, to ensure that even if they approve this, that they find an alternative route out of that area to avoid the residential areas that are going to be impacted in our county. And that's my primary concern is the safety aspects. And so anyways, I don't know if we can, but that's just my feeling. So I'll let the other commissioners go now.
Mr. Chairman, I have because I'm sure mine may change some afterwards. So I'll get into those. I just want to touch on two things. First of all, we received a letter from PK Klein. What a great presentation. If you haven't read this, this is wonderful. I think this is one of the best documents I've read. The only other thing I'm going to say now is I disagree completely with Commissioner Gardner with regards to Congressman Amodei and his efforts here. He has spent, Commissioner Gardner, a lot of time talking about the limited authority that we have as a county commission, and we do have limited authority. This is a matter that can be stopped by our Washington, D.C. delegation. Congressman Amodei has the best opportunity to stop it, along with Senator Rosen, who's up for re-election. Senator Rosen is going to be in a very tight race. They can put pressure on the BLM where we can't. They have influence where we don't. Saying that you're going to get involved and writing a letter and not following up with anything more to the BIA doesn't mean you're taking action. If you really want something done, and we're going to do the best we can here, and I'll discuss that more when I'm through, but if you really want something done, get on the phones and get after your federal representatives.
Well, Commissioner No said, did you have anything to say?
Ditto, but also with respect to our use of Johnson Lane, there's got to be some way that we can cause the Knox people to build a road that won't do the damages that the traffic on Johnson Lane will do. That is, I think that's our way to go. I don't know that we have any power to limit their use of Johnson Lane, although I once offered up a toll gate idea. And you want to pass down Johnson Lane, you're going to pay for the destruction based on your weight. But I don't know if that can happen at all.
Before we get to you, Commissioner, pardon me, there's a lady that wanted to speak earlier that I asked to wait until later. She informed me that she has a hard stop at 11:30. I would like to take my prerogative and invite her to step up to the microphone now. And then we will continue with public comment later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is PK Klein, Johnson Lane resident. First, we don't oppose legitimate use of tribal allotments, progress, or commercial endeavors, but we do oppose simple, unrealistic analysis made by non-local bureaucrats, which have led to irrational and predetermined conclusions directly and harmfully affecting our long-established Johnson Lane residential community. Knox, not a good citizen of this community, assumed it could easily and automatically rely on a low-cost, taxpayer-subsidized county highway to benefit their business objectives. Despite the EA, Johnson Lane is not a major connector road, quote, designed for truck traffic, close quote. It is only a major connector road for less than 1 mile from 395 to Hayburn. Then it's a minor connector. It's also incorrect that Johnson Lane is adjacent to industrial areas, quote, along most of its length, close quote. It's actually adjacent to industrial areas along the first 1.5 miles from 395, after which it is clearly adjacent solely to residential areas until it reaches the BLM. While Douglas County may have no authority to approve an Indian trust land project, the EA is incorrect that the county has no ability to control Johnson Lane access that Knox apparently requires for this plan. The EA erroneously concludes that somehow the project's objectives override the established Minden-Douglas County community's concern for public safety, increased noise, traffic, stress on water resources, air quality, and severe impact on home values. Who pays for maintenance? Resurfacing, snow ice removal, speed monitoring? Who ensures that Knox abides by its representations of all the many compliance requirements? Johnson Lane is a county road, a public highway under the authority of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, maintained through public taxpayer funds. NRS 244.155 clearly states,
The county commissioners shall have power and jurisdiction in their respective counties to lay out, control, and manage public roads within the county and to make such orders necessary to carry its control and management into effect. It certainly seems clear the county could take into account the impact on the residential community and enact reasonable measures for control and management of the steady, heavy, increased traffic, 170-plus daily truck trips that will result if Knox uses Johnson Lane as its preferred haul route. Second, this is a balance of interest between residents with a right to peacefully enjoy their community, homes, and property without preventable, nuisance-provoking, health-harming activities and a commercial entity looking for the lowest cost means to conduct its business operations. There are other more costly alternatives for Knox. Why should the county taxpayers fund the alternative route that results in the lowest cost for them? Finally, it's appalling and ridiculous that BIA, BLM cite an unnamed realtor who claims this project will have no impact on home values. The 3 other mine sites cited to support that no reduction in home values occurred near those 3 sites is specious. Bing started long before homes were built nearby, and similar circumstances existed for the Shaw Neva and Rhyolite mines located in remote areas near Sparks, also sparsely inhabited. These false comparisons are wholly without merit. Let's do the right thing. Find a reasonable alternative, a different haul route. Douglas County, please step up and take responsibility for protecting the county's rights through whatever means necessary, and leave Johnson Lane and its residents in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now bring this back to the board, and Commissioner Hales, I believe you are up.
Just a few things. Thank you for that excellent comment and good reasoning. A question for Chief Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie. On this resolution, can we make revisions without having to go back for a first reading, et cetera, et cetera?
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. No, the board can revise the resolution today and adopt it as revised.
Okay. I want to invite the public to, I want to hear everything you have to say. I specifically want to know what you think about this letter, because that's our next step. So if you have comments about this letter or this resolution that we would send, I would like to hear those. I have one, and I want to mention it now. Let's see. Page 443 of the packet, where it says, hundreds of residents of Johnson Lane and adjacent areas who offered substantial public comment in opposition to the project. To me, substantial needs to be expanded to be more emphatic and overwhelming, because this is a huge level of public input. I think maybe in the letter we also ask, I know after the preamble where we get to the asks, the third ask is if the project is approved, we request conditions. Maybe before that we say if the project is approved, there needs to be a different route. That's how we feel, that's what we want. Will it make a difference? I don't know, but I would like it to be in the ask. And then the last invitation I want to make is, I know there are, Mr. Jackson and others say that there are things that the county can do that would stop this. I know of 2 suggestions that have been made, a lawsuit or putting restrictions on the road. And I want to say that I've thought about those and talked about those with our attorney and our county manager. And those are complex subjects that can't be fully discussed in a meeting like this, because if we talk about the strengths and weaknesses of a lawsuit or limitations on a road, we're exposing our playbook, so to speak. So I want you to know that there are deep discussions being had about those things that we would be unwise to have in public. But if you have suggestions, we're open, and I look forward to hearing from you. I agree with Commissioner Gardner. This is extremely vexing.
Commissioner Nosad.
Yes. Putting restrictions on the existing road is not going to solve the problem for the residents or prevent property devaluation. So I'm going to stick with, you got to make another road.
Okay, I saved my comments for last. Not that they're the most important, but they're mine. I would like to call your attention to the fact that the resolution that we are going to probably pass today is over 4 pages of whereases. And then it ends with, therefore be it resolved, the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners are resolved to the following. Sorry about that. Section 1, Douglas County Board of County Commissioners do hereby request denial by the Bureau of Land Management for the use of the right-of-way on the 2.8 miles of existing road known as Sunright Pass Road, administered by the Bureau of Land Management. Section 2, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners do hereby request denial by the Bureau of Indian Affairs to lease up to 148.8 acres of land from the individual Indian allotment owners for aggregate mining activities. Section 3, if the project is approved, the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners do hereby request that conditions be placed on the project consistent with the voluntary agreement cooperatively negotiated with Knox Excavating Incorporated, approved by the Board of County Commissioners in September 2020. There's not a member of this board who thinks that the Painted Rock Mine is a good idea. We understand your frustration. You have no idea how frustrating it is for us that we can do little to stop this thing. We are doing what we can. It's been suggested we do a toll road. There's one minor problem with that in the Constitution of the state of Nevada, toll roads are forbidden. So it's a good thought, it's a good idea, but it can't happen unless we want to change our state constitution. Now, we have investigated so many ways to try to either stop or mitigate this project, and we have been stymied at almost every turn. So please do not think for a second that your county board and your county employees have any thought of being happy with this project, because we are not. And so with that, I'm going to ask the county manager and John Erb if you have anything further that you would like to add.
No, sir, we do not. We're happy to hear from the public at this time.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we will open this to public comment. And you don't have to use your whole 3 minutes. If the person in front of you said what you wanted to say ditto. We understand that there's probably not a person in this room that is not a ditto. So at this time, public comment is open.
Cyan.
First, I wanted to thank all of you for supporting, to be against the Painted Rock Mine. I've been involved in it since anybody knew about it. Because Knox was out there knocking down Painted Rock, the whole Painted Rock area, before he even started asking for permission. I don't know if anybody knows that here, but yeah, he was out there excavating before he even SBIA. He was just out digging and tearing up the mountain before they're just so aggressive. They're a horrible, in my opinion, a horrible company. My suggestion, toll road, no. We don't want those trucks on Johnson Lane at all. My thought pattern is, I don't know if anybody has driven east on Sunrise Pass Road. It goes all the way to Yarrington, okay? You take Sunrise Pass Road east, it takes you to Buckeye. You take Buckeye, mind you, it's a very rough road. It would need a lot of work, which is my thought pattern. And take Buckeye Road will take you all the way back to East Valley. And then you get permission, hopefully, from the Bentley area, and that'll take you right to 395. It's a roundabout way, but you do not pass very few houses. Grandview Estates will be affected a little bit. There's about 3 houses there that are still about 2 acres from Buckeye. No, they won't be happy. 3 residents versus 5,000? That's my suggestion. I've already heard that Knox, if they have to do that, they'll probably drop the project. It's a way to squash this whole thing, if that can be done. Now, how it can be done, in my opinion, I've talked to a lot of people. I don't know. I haven't had the chance to look this up. Johnson Lane's a county road. Why can't we make that a non-truck route from Vicky up to BLM and also Fremont to East Valley? That knocks off any trucks. Obviously, there would be permission for trucks having to make deliveries, just the typical non-truck route. These are just thought patterns to work with to start. Now, we do that, and obviously maybe there'll be a lawsuit, but we be prepared for that. Those are my thought patterns. There are ways around this. There are roads back there that they can go. Thoughts?
Thank you.
Carol Strail, live at the end of Tony. We will be affected by the trucks, amongst many others. Again, I'm going to reiterate the land use policies, 6, to identify particular areas within Douglas County where the residents desire to preserve or develop distinctly rural communities. We are a rural community, and we want to keep it rural. This is going to change everything. This is going to take away from our rural communities. This is going to take away from our quality of life. It's going to take away from a lot of things. Land use 2.4. Douglas County shall protect residential neighborhoods from encroachment of incompatible activities or land uses which may have a negative impact on the residential living environment. You have the authority to take care of that. Knox has the ability to find a different way to travel his trucks, to make his money, which is fine. I mean, everybody has that right. But he sure as heck needs to go along with what these residents want. I'm an American. I respect that flag. And I don't like the idea that we are being chosen to have to put up with something that shouldn't be to begin with. And I believe that everybody here has the right to say we're just as equal as anybody else. And therefore, let Knox pay the price and find another way out and leave us alone.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Dan Schwartz. I've been a licensed and active real estate broker for 53 years, most of it up at Lake Tahoe. I got a pretty good education through the TRPA. I represented developers, I represented communities, and the TRPA made them prove their case.
This case has not been proven. We are looking at a consultants, many high-paid consultants, many excellent professionals, and they have come up with a route to get Knox and the Indian community that right, but they do not have a right when they fill their entire report with erroneous assumptions. I feel that the people that wrote that report, the consultants, should be required, and maybe it's through Mr. Knox, to put up a substantial bond of $300,000 or $400,000 for 35 years to be drawn upon by the county if their consultants' conclusions are incorrect. Think about that for a minute. Because what I'm seeing here and what I saw at the TRPA when I represented developers is their one mission, their only criteria is get this project approved by any means you can. And they've done an excellent job. I am so happy I attended this meeting, and I admit, to be speaking on this topic, I don't have the education I should. What I have heard here has opened my eyes that your eyes are not closed. However, until we get the right report, because all of those reports so far are bogus. They are bogus. They were orchestrated by the developer. They were paid by the developer. And guess what? There's no impact. I happened to ask 3 questions yesterday in writing, and I was called last. That was okay. I didn't fill out the form quite correctly. However, those questions were, how were the consultants chosen? 2, how much were they paid so far? And by whom? If this project is not approved, will it affect the consultant's future employment with the IBM? I could not get an answer. I could not even get a recognition because that report is so full of erroneous conclusions. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Susie Brown. I'm a resident of Tony Court. I came to this community for a rural environment and a quiet lifestyle. I live right on the edge of BLM. I picked the property so I could ride my horse out my gate onto the BLM. With this project, I will no longer be able to do that. I think the county does have a say in this. If those trucks cannot come down Johnson Lane, then Knox has to find an alternative route. That's all coming from my heart. What I have written is, after attending last evening's BIA presentation and listening to the total BS that was presented, it is very clear that the PRM will go forward. The only hope left to protect the residents of the Johnson Lane neighborhood is to change the proposed route by restricting the trucks from using Johnson Lane. The county has from the start says it has no say in this project, which has been pointed out several times that this is not true. You do have control over a county road. As commissioners, you are charged with protecting the people of this community. So I ask you to finally step up and do that.
All the reasons that have been presented over the last several years as to why this project is a bad idea have been ignored in favor of one business. That is so wrong. As I stated, I live next to the BLM. I hear the current traffic on that road every day. The addition of 200-plus trucks a day will not only cause my quality of life to deteriorate, but also my property value. Additionally, I certainly don't want any of my tax dollars to go to repairing Johnson Lane, which is already in need of repair. Again, I ask you, please step up and do your job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tracy Lutz. I live in Johnson Lane, specifically Skyline Ranch Development. For those of you who were not there at the meeting last night on the EIS, I wanted to let you be aware of some information that I found there. I got it from the BIA's traffic expert that was in attendance. The UPS distribution center on Hayborn is nearing completion. The BIA traffic expert stated that he had prepared the EIS analysis for UPS and concluded the traffic impact would be 4 times that of Painted Rock Mine. So all of you are mentioning 250 vehicles a day. 4 times 250 is 1,000. So it's 1,250 truck traffic daily that's supposed to be going up and down the road. Your alarm bell should be going off. So I've heard a couple of different numbers too. 210 vehicles for PRM, and the public was saying 250. So somewhere it's in between the two, but 800 to 1,000 up to 1,250 trucks per day. The expert said that the PRM EIS did not take into account UPS. The road pavement BIA expert said his analysis for road lifespan did not take into account UPS. So those numbers presented were correct for the one place, but not the others. How can UPS not be taken into account for PRM? Clearly, if approved, the impacts to the infrastructure or to the intersections of Airport, Johnson Lane, and Stephanie will have to be addressed, plus all the other things being brought up here and last night. I understand that County Code 10840, no, don't know that one? One of the presenters last night mentioned this. This is where the county has the ability to limit the weight limits on roads. And I know from past attendance at meetings, the county has said, hey, we can't do that because then you couldn't get a garbage truck up it, etc. Change the law. If that's your code, you have the ability to change the law and restrict them from running those gravel trucks at 80,000 pounds up and down the road. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Everybody's made some great points. I'm just going to speak on a few of my own personal concerns here. My name is Ryan Kennedy. I'm a father of 3, business owner with 19 employees, and a public landowner. My wife and I have been residents of Douglas County for 7 years. We live with our 3 kids at the end of Johnson Lane, a few blocks from the East Valley intersection. My property borders public land. I'm in complete opposition of this project, not the route, the entire project. For which I'm going to highlight right now. A major proponent that drew us to this neighborhood, and I'm guessing for many other people, is the access that we have to our public lands behind our house. Our community uses this land for hunting, off-road recreation, hiking, horseback riding, mountain biking. Every day you can find people back here enjoying themselves in side-by-sides, children riding motorcycles, people hiking and walking their dogs, and in season hunting birds. There are school bus stops up and down Johnson Lane and children walking to school on Johnson Lane and the streets intersecting it. A commercial operation in this neighborhood would be a detriment to this community. Without a doubt, there will be injuries and deaths from accidents with trucks and other heavy equipment. As a father of 3, I take this as a direct threat to the safety of my children and my family, and I will respond to it as such. I don't think any other father would disagree with me. I understand the business perspective here since Bing's has closed. However, I'm not willing to give up the safety of our loved ones for it. There's no shortage of jobs in Nevada. There's a shortage of people. Jobs are plentiful. I live this every day, struggling to find employees for my own business. This gravel pit is not going to affect our economy in a positive way. At the community center meeting last night, BIA sold this as a low-impact operation, and I think we all know it's not going to be that. Just last weekend, I was teaching my 5-year-old son to ride his motorcycle off Sunrise Pass Road and very close to vicinity to where this proposed gravel pit will be. What's going to happen if a kid gets run over by a gravel truck or a family gets hit and they're side by side? This safety concern alone should make this a hard stop. Not to mention all the other ecological impacts to our water, air quality, increased noise, wear and tear on our infrastructure. It will take a heavy toll on this community. It is apparent that Knox and BIA are not concerned with the quality of life aspects that it'll have on our community. They're concerned with the money, so let's play their game and make it hurt in their wallet. BLM requires an SRP. You stated that there's no state-allowed toll roads in the state of Nevada. SRP is a special recreation permit the BLM requires for any commercial venture costing up to 3% of the cost of the project. I don't know if that's been explored or not. Johnson Lane will crumble under these loads, and additional traffic lanes will need to be added to both Johnson Lane and 395. There will without a doubt be litigation over injuries and death and class action lawsuits over quality of life and diminishing home values.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Commissioners, and neighbors. I'm so relieved to hear that we are all on the same page. I am here as a concerned citizen, a homeowner in Skyline Ranch in our beautiful Carson Valley. I am here to oppose the use of Johnson Lane as a chosen route for the proposed Painted Mine project. Oh, sorry, my name is Sherry McGuffin. Sorry. I wasn't planning to speak today. I probably should just say ditto, but anyway. Johnson Lane east of Vicky is a residential area. We have children, like my neighbor said, getting on and off the buses. People are riding their bikes, they're walking their dogs. They are enjoying the rural area that they have chose to call home. And now we're being told that 200 to 250 uncovered trucks, which leads to broken windshields and all other kinds of things, are going to be traveling down our rural neighborhood road. And I have a lot of problem with that. I mean, this is a community up there. We're not a main transport. You know, we don't live on 395 or on a major highway. It's a rural residential area. And let me see here. And we were told last night by the BIA that there'd be no impact to our neighborhoods. That was absolutely an insult to our intelligence. And so I am pleading with our county commissioners to protect my residential neighborhood. You know, please make them find another alternative to taking their 250 trucks down at their expense. Please protect Johnson Lane. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The sign-in?
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Vicki Jackson. I've spoken at the last couple of meetings, and I was not planning on talking today until I went to that BIA meeting last night. That was astounding. I was not expecting anything positive from that meeting, but I have to say I was appalled at the ludicrous findings they expected us to accept, and she's right, they'd have to think we're idiots. Off subject, there are a lot of people who couldn't be here today that wanted to be because they're either out of town or at work. So I think we have a good showing, but there's a lot more involved here. They want us to believe that 250 trucks, 18-wheelers, loaded with gravel for 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, that's a truck approximately every 3 minutes, will have a minimal impact on safety. We don't even discuss rainy conditions or snowy conditions. Minimal road impact on road deterioration. That's just ridiculous. Minimal impact on traffic. They did not even mention the intersection at Johnson and 395. Currently, there's a continuous green arrow there for traffic to turn. Those trucks cannot make that turn without going into the other traffic lanes. Thus, they'll be stopped until traffic clears or the light changes. I asked the professional at the traffic table last night about that, and he said, oh no, we don't look at that. That's up to Douglas County to figure out and then deal with NDOT, us paying it as the taxpayers. Talking about minimal noises. Some of those houses are 40 feet away from that from that road, with those metal trucks loaded with rocks going 45 miles an hour if they mind the speed limit. Minimal impact on water usage on our wells using their estimated usage. No decrease in property value using only their unnamed expert. These are just some of the problems. There is no recourse in finding to prove them wrong. We are the ones left holding the bag. If this goes through, thousands of people will be affected and at risk. Please help us fight this, and I'm so pleased sounds like you're on our side and trying. Look for every means possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Hall. I live at the top end of Tony Court. My house is arguably the closest property to the mine, other than the people on the Juniper Valley side. I am the closest one. We moved there for obvious reasons why most of you guys moved to the community, for a rural environment, dirt biking, off-roading. I agree with the gentleman who said, the whole project couldn't go through or shouldn't go through for safety reasons. I got kids that go out and ride dirt bikes. Being in the position that I'm in, I see every single dirt bike, side-by-side. You'd be amazed at how many people walk in the desert for the enjoyment of it. The noise of the side-by-sides, the dirt bikes, I get enjoyment. I look up and I actually see it and I go, wow, our community is using their lands and they're enjoying it. And the majority of every garage open has dirt bike and side-by-sides and their RVs, and they're living the lifestyle why we moved here. And I too talked to the gentleman who was the analyst for the traffic, and the biggest thing that got me last night at the meeting was there was no meaningful impact. No meaningful impact, right? That's all perspective, right? No meaningful impact. It's already been 4 years and it's already been meaningful, or we wouldn't be going at this for 4 years. It's already meaningful without the ground even being disturbed. Well, it was without permission already. I know I go out there on a dirt bike yesterday. I just went by it yesterday. For them to say that it's not going to make an impact is a joke. I was at the meeting and a lot of the statistics matter to us. When they tell me we're going to lose 2 foot of water drawdown, when I bought my home, there was already a gentleman who was in a 29-day of a 30-day escrow. That was a cash offer before me of 14 people. I feel privileged I got the spot where I live. I'm at the top of Tony Court. I don't know if you guys know where it's at. Nothing but beauty. You see this whole valley, 360 degrees. And when they tell me I'm going to lose potential 2 foot of water, and I'm already kind of at a threshold for my well, and I go, okay, well, who's going to drill my well deeper at a cost of about 15 grand to get down to the level if I happen to meet that threshold? Who's going to pay? I can't pay that. I'm a modest guy who's living in a beautiful neighborhood with the blessings of how the hell did I even get here? I'm 50 years old 2 days ago, and I've worked my entire life to get to a property where I could sit and it's dead quiet at times where my ears ring because it's so quiet. And I could look out in appreciation like most of you guys do and don't want it to change. And I think you guys all have the ability to do what the public's been saying, There's certain rules, there's certain county codes and legal ways to mitigate it with not allowing them to go down our truck route or not allow it at all. But I know that might be out of your range, but the route in which the trucks can go, I'm out there all the time on my dirt bike. There's other ways that they could get out at the cost of NOx and not our enjoyment of life or our tax dollar fixing the road every 20 years. And yes, the traffic guy did tell me as well, 4 times the amount of the UPS trucks that everybody's forgetting. He told me the same thing. He actually told me, I asked him, do you live here? He told me no.
I'm sorry, sir, you've exceeded
appreciate your
3
time.
minutes. Thank you.
Jim Jackson. Well, I kind of waited until I heard what a lot of the comments were. I knew what most of them were going to be. But what I want to talk about right now is when the VHR program was going on up at Tahoe, there was a lot of consternation about it and a lot of going back and forth. You passed the new ordinances, you limited them. You knew there were going to be lawsuits and everything, and there are lawsuits. But you're stepping up to the plate and you're going to defend what you did. What we're asking you to do is to defend us. And if it's lawsuits that it's going to take, step to the plate and do it. Don't say we can't get into it because there might be a lawsuit and we might lose. Yeah, you might, but you don't know until you've tried it. And that's all we're asking. There are alternative routes. Yes, it would be best if this whole thing didn't go through at all. And the best way to stop it is to not give them access to Johnson Lane. Make them go some other direction. They can do that if Knox would pay for it. But Knox doesn't want to pay for it. So the county needs to step up to the plate. Change the ordinances on Johnson Lane. Change it to there's no truck traffic except local deliveries. And if Knox decides to sue you, fine. The BIA doesn't give a damn about us or you. They made that very clear last night. The BLM seems to have been a little bit more receptive over the years, especially when we had the big tour up there and everything. And they can say, no, you can't have that access to get down to Johnson Lane. So I suggest you really work on them to say, not have that. Let them propose a different route that they can get out of there with. And if they don't have any other route, say you can't use it, period. We're letting the public use it for what they want. ATVs, motorcycles, horseback riding, all the things that, there's a big sign up there, welcome to your public lands. Well, it should be welcome to Knox land, because that's what it will turn into. One young lady at the meeting last night, and I have to hand it to her, she had guts to get up and say that she wanted the mine. It took some real nerve to do that. But she made a comment that if we don't have the mine in there, the valley will turn into a ghost town. Well, she was wrong. The valley won't turn into a ghost town, but Johnson Lane will turn into a ghost town because nobody will want to live there. You won't be able to sell your house. There's a lot on Tony Court right now that's up for sale, and it says view lot right at the road where all these trucks are going to be going down. You think anybody is going to buy that knowing that they're going to come down? No, they're not. So we implore you to step to the plate and do something. These letters are fine, but they're not going to pay any attention to you. You already know that. You've sent how many letters to them, and what have we gotten? Every time they just come back and say, oh, well, we've mitigated that. So anyway, please, actions, what we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we go on, could I see a show of hands of how many more people wish to speak? All right, and then we will continue.
Ted Gaines. I sympathize with all you people here. I kind of said at the beginning of this meeting, I've been dealing with this county for 4 or 5 years. Commissioners are kind of put in a hard spot here. I go along with that, but they have the power. Now, what they need to do is we have an engineer that's working on this case that has designed septic tanks surrounded by engineered septic tanks, but the one in the middle happens to be owned by an ex-county employee. He didn't need to have it engineered, so that engineer needs to work on his figures a little bit, maybe, like he did for a relative. We have commissioners that have appointed people to positions that have been violating the codes and breaking
Sir, this is not the topic that we're
Yes,
talking
it is a
about.
topic.
No, it
It's
is not,
sympathy
sir.
to the people. It's getting to where we're at here.
No, it isn't. Quit attacking our county employees.
Okay, let's get back to the thing. The Douglas County, I have been told that we do not have to follow federal laws. We do not have to follow our governor and state laws. This is Douglas County, and we make our own laws. So why don't you help the people out that's doing this? I don't have a dog in this fight, but I know there's very concerned people, and everything in this county says for the safety of the people, the good of the people, every document I get into for 4 or 5 years. Now, our county manager is the one that told me that. So I say, let's do like she said, let's make our own laws.
Good afternoon, Janet Andrasky. I live in Johnson Lane. Excuse my shaky voice, I'm not very good at this sort of thing. But I would like to follow up on Commissioner Tarkanian's comment today regarding we should contact Rosen and Amadei. Amadei has been involved with this and been concerned about this since the beginning. I don't mean to name drop, but I just sent Mr. Amadei a text and he responded. Regarding the comment that we should contact and they are working on this is probably not a true statement. And his comment is, Douglas County is a cooperating agency in the BLM easement process. You should ask them what input they have provided to BLM as a cooperating agency. I think you covered that for us today. I will reach out to Douglas County and ask the same thing. So you will be receiving a phone call, I suggest, from Mark Amadei today, but he didn't sound positive that that was the way to go. And I just wanted to share that with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David Childs. I live in Saratoga Springs. I do not live on Johnson Lane, but Saratoga Springs is off of Stephanie, and once the trucks start going up and down that road, the cars don't want to. So they're going to divert and go down Stephanie, which is going to affect more than just Johnson Lane. I have a question for you as, our commissioners. You've taken on the responsibility of taking care of us as a community. That's one of the things that you're going to do is try and make it a great place to live, which my wife and I looked for 10 years and traveled all over the West trying to find a place to live that had this kind of a lifestyle. We traveled all over looking for that. Well, we found it. We've been here for 10 years. We don't want to have to move. One of the things that's going to happen, and you have to look at the 35-year projection of this Painted Rock job, and what's going to happen is our values in property are going to go down substantially. Trying to get people to move into this neighborhood area, maybe not the rest of the county, but this particular area is going to be affected dramatically. And when that happens, we all lose. The county loses because they have to readjust their taxation of our properties. That means that the county coffers are going to drop. So your responsibility is to make sure that we take care of the roads everywhere, that we pay for those roads, and our roads already are in bad condition. What are you going to do when you have less money to do that? So you need to find legally what we can do. From the things that I've heard today, there are ways to do that. We need to maybe have our Texas governor come up and throw it back in their face. You guys need to take that kind of stand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jason Gibson, Foundation for the Law of Time, New Republic of Nevada. I'm under the wings of Dr. Jose Arguelles, he passed in 2011, leaving an incredible legacy, art historian extraordinaire, and currently, by the grace of ex-Supreme Court Justice Anna von Reitz. You'll want to remember those names if you want remedy. Here are some solutions and ideas. The toll gate is an excellent idea. You don't have to charge a toll. You can have weights and measures there, and you can weigh those trucks. Those trucks will be required to have a sticker. They'll have to slow down. It'll be a major inconvenience, and they have to weigh within the code in order to pass go. Very simple. Let's take a look at the press release that the county issued. And by the way, folks, while we were here, we started a group for you, Johnson Lane Painted Rock Mine Project. This is the same issue that we're dealing with in the ranchos as Grandview's dealing with, as you guys are dealing with.
Sir,
and none of these
address-
statistics,
address
none of this
the
traffic
board.
made it into the strategic master plan, and none of this was thought about beforehand. And now what you've got is a serious situation to where if you don't wake up and get involved in your status correction, you have no standing. You have no remedy. According to the press release that was issued on the county website, these are the key terms that determine our future, which has everything to do with your birthright and your heritage. Okay, it says here, the Painted Rock Mine is under the authority of the Federal Bureau of Indian Affairs. Indian Affairs. The location is trust land. Trust land is held in trust by the United States for tribes or individual Native Americans. The definition of Native Americans, think about that. We don't have time to get into this full disclosure, but here are the key terms that determine our future. Whether or not the United States is actually an authority. It's a bankrupt ghost corporation. It's staffed by fictitious persons. It doesn't really exist. It only exists by the power that we give it, the allegiance that we give to it. It is bankrupt, it is broke as a joke. And all these folks know it. And to reveal to you the remedy to these circumstances would reduce the need for so much governance. And Doug Ritchie knows what I'm talking about. He knows where I'm going with this. But this self-realization science, this opportunity to correct the over-commercialization and to preserve our lifestyle is going to result in a total reorganization of our state, municipal, and federal government. That's
Thank
what's
you,
on the
sir.
line.
Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back. I'm sorry?
Jennifer would like to
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have anything else, Commissioner.
Okay, our county manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. During the public comment period, some public comments caused me to realize that I probably should be making a disclosure, and I probably should have made it earlier in this conversation, so I'm going to make it now. When I was a junior in high school, my parents purchased some land on Johnson Lane. They currently live off of Kane Avenue. My aunt and uncle also live off of Kane Avenue currently. That is the disclosure I wish to make. While they live there, I do not believe it represents a conflict of interest for me in this matter, and I have been fully participating in this process. Additionally, it's important to note that when the county manager, Patrick Cates, previously assigned me to be the staff liaison for this project, I did disclose to him at that time in making his decision about whether or not it was appropriate for me to work on this project that I do have family members who live on Johnson Lane. And he advised me he did not think it was a conflict at that time either. So I'm making that full disclosure and turning it back over to you, sir.
Thank you. And I will bring it back to the board.
Okay, I have a few comments with respect to the public comments, and I'm going to get into what I wanted to talk about dealing with the specific mine and the presentation that was made yesterday. I was there and I listened to it, and I agree with the speakers. It was really an insult to our intelligence for them to say that there was no meaningful impact. I'm going to get into some of the reasons why in my discussion, but it's hard to sit there. And I thought we were very professional. I mean, they got there, they were calm, they talked, they took some time. But no one there really believed the results of their study. Number two, you talked about Mr. Jackson, the letter's not going to do anything. I don't think the letter by itself will, but we need to do a letter, let the BIA know where we stand. And this is the first process. We just need to keep following up with it. With respect to whether Douglas County or the federal government has more influence in getting this done, just a basic understanding of our Constitution would tell you that the federal government has a better opportunity to prevent this than Douglas County. We're talking about two federal agencies, the BIA and the BLM. And the federal government, our federal legislators, Mark Amadei, and I think Jackie Rose will get involved. I doubt you're going to get the other Democrat senator who's not up for re-election. They have the best chance to make an impact. The speaker said, that Mark Amadei said, Douglas County is a cooperating agency. What have they provided to them to cooperate? How many of you were at the meeting yesterday? Did you see what they said about us being a cooperating agency? Did you see that? It really blew me away when I first read it because they put it on the board. Douglas County is a cooperating agency but has no impact, no discretion or decision-making power. That's what you should tell Mr. Amadei, is what they said to us. The federal government can. Okay, let's get into what I think is really important here. Just some basic facts that are true and things that everybody, I think, would understand and agree, but when you bring them to light publicly, it makes more sense. The Painted Rock Mine, it's a huge benefit to Knott's and the Native Americans. But it's also the residents who live near there will be significantly impacted by the project, irrespective of what their experts said. There are some other alternative routes. They're alternatives, but they're very costly. And that's probably the main reason why they haven't looked at those. And I thought this letter by P.K. Klein and her statement that Knox excavation is relying on a low-cost taxpayer-subsidized county highway to benefit their business objectives. I thought that was a great statement because basically that is what they are doing because they could go other routes. It would be very expensive. Their profits would be much less. I'm sure they would still make a profit, but they don't want to do that. There's also another route through the property of a private land baron. But did they ever say that they talked with this private land baron, the Bentley organization, to see if maybe they can get an easement through their property, maybe satisfy all of your needs and not have these trucks come through their property by going through, I had this Sunrise Pass to Stockyard and getting Bentley's permission. They didn't even try yet. What's the urgency? And I guess the other question is this: what is the additional cost of a project worth the negative impact to the residents of the area? How much more does it have to cost before the negative impact of the residents don't matter anymore? That's really the key issue here. It's they don't want to lose their profit margin. Why not try an alternative route? Maybe it's a timing. This has been delayed a lot. It's costing them some money. Maybe it's a cost of those alternative routes. They're going to have to do a lot of repairs on that project. One thing we know for sure is the BIA wants to move forward with this project. The BIA hired consultants because of the actions of our county staff here. They hired consultants to do another ES to evaluate a number of the health and safety issues. Any attorney, good or bad, will tell you they can get an expert to come to whatever conclusion they want. I asked our county manager to see if the BIA would come before this board so we could ask them, how did you pick these experts? Did you pick more than one expert? What pool did you go from? They respectively declined under recommendation by their council. I guess my question is, why would the council be scared of them coming and talking to us if they had nothing to hide? One of the speakers last night made an interesting statement. He said each of the consultants picked had done similar studies and that they always concluded that the projects were safe. He stated if the experts had come to a different conclusion in those previous studies, they wouldn't have been hired again. Now that makes a lot of sense to me. But you know what? We don't know for sure, right? Because you were at the meeting. the BIA refused to take questions, public questions. They let you come up to the table by yourself. Why? Why would they do that if they don't have anything to hide? Okay, they did, okay. Every consultant hired by the BIA concluded that the Painted Rock Mine would not have a material significant impact to the community. And we know common sense will tell you otherwise. But let's talk about a couple of examples of where they're very obvious. First of all, one expert dealing with the road stated that there would be a very small amount of increase in traffic. In fact, he stated that there's only going to be 4% an increase in heavy truck traffic in the morning compared to 13 once the mine is built. He said that's 9%, right? That doesn't sound like much, right? But if you look at it, you're looking at 4% that goes up to 13%. That's a 325% increase in heavy trucks that are coming down that road. It's not a 9% increase, because that includes all the other cars. But we'll talk about the heavy trucks that we have a problem with. 325% increase in traffic. More importantly than just that, they were looking at the whole Johnston Lane, which has a lot of the industrial space, which one of the public speakers mentioned about the UPS trucks. But what is the percentage of increase in heavy trucks in the residential areas right next to the Painted Rock Mine? What is it now compared to the 13%, or probably even higher, because some of those all those UPS trucks aren't going to be coming down there? We're talking about an incredibly higher percentage. Why didn't they include this in their study? It's because he didn't want to look into those matters. He didn't want to look into what really mattered, and that's the impact of these heavy trucks in the residential neighborhood. The expert determined that the water usage of the mine, 12,000 to 14,000 gallons a day, would not affect the water supply to the residents. And we've heard some people already say how that it really would at this point. But you know what was interesting for you that were at the meeting? The transportation expert gave you what the transportation would be now to what it would be in 2045. Did this water expert compare what the water issue is now compared to the increase in population to 2045? Of course not. It's because they didn't want to come to that conclusion. Experts want to reach their conclusions, so they only analyze the data that they wanted to analyze. This is something that deals with the county. Knox is going to be assessed the cost of the improvements to Johnston Lane and the adjacent intersections based upon the percentage of increase the Painted Rock Mine adds to the road. It's a nominal fee. And I guess this is our Douglas County statute. But look, just think about this. You don't have to build another lane for the turning lane onto Highway 395. You don't have to build another lane so you have the right-handed lane off of Johnston Lane. You don't have to do a lot. You don't have to improve 2 more inches of the concrete if you don't have the Painted Rock Mine. All of these additional costs are incurred because of the Painted Rock Mine. And if all of it's incurred because of the Painted Rock Mine, why shouldn't they pay for all of it? The residents are already paying the taxpayer money to pay for what was built already. Why doesn't the Painted Rock Mine pay for the increase in cost of what it would be? You know why? They'd probably go down to Bentley and find a cheaper route. I am very pro-business, but my votes on the vacation home rentals show that I'm going to side with the homeowners in residentially zoned areas where there was no expectation of this type of impact when they bought their homes. And that's the important part to me. Like the one person talked about the study with Bing Mine, but Bing was there when many of those homeowners, most of those homeowners bought. There wasn't an expectation that you were going to have these mines next to you when you bought that. I'm going to side with you. I don't know everything we can and can't do, but I will go along with what Commissioner Hale stated is we as a board have been discussing every possible alternative we hear from the community or what we think of with our legal staff and our county manager to see if there's any way possible we can stop this. I can promise you this, as a commissioner of Douglas County, I'm going to do everything I can to require Knox and the Painted Rock Mine to use an alternative route. Residential neighborhoods need to be protected at all costs.
Thank you. Any Commissioner notes?
Yes,
You.
I underscore everything that Commissioner Tarkanian said.
That's why I thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm for always and ever get them to go to another route and let them build it. And if they do that and they do finally give up and say, yeah, we're going to build a road, it's going to have to be built to our standards so that it's not built as a chip rock road, which is going to deteriorate over 3 months. Concrete, whatever it takes to make that truck convenient. One other thing I wanted to clarify, when I said a toll road, I didn't mean that really. What I was asking for was a wait station. If you don't want to pay the appropriate amount of money to repair that road, then you'll get weighed every time you come through there, every axle and every weight that's recorded. And we'll say, well, okay, we're going to do you like $100 an ounce. Make it really tough, you know? All right, that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Hales.
Just a couple of quick things. Mr. Jackson, I noted that you said, I suggest you work with them, meaning the BLM, I think. And I just wanted to follow up and say, we all have to be in on this. And I hope that you all will write the BLM. Yeah, so good. And that occurred to me in the way of setting expectations that I agree we need to do what we can. We'll continue working on what can we do. I don't know. I really don't know if we can fix this. So we'll try, but I'm not offering a magic bullet. I'd like to be able to. We'll keep trying, but I want to set expectations that there's no, I don't know what's going to happen here. And that's all I have, except that eventually I want to do, when we make the motion, I would like to revise the resolution in those 2 ways.
Any other further comments from the board? Commissioner Gardner.
I just wanted to make one observation. It was identified in public comment that we can make our own laws and our own rules. That's not true, and I think that needs to be understood by the public, is that we are a Dillon's Law state. We are not a home rule state. A Dillon's Law state means that we are only capable of operating within Nevada revised statutes as the state legislature authorizes us to do, if I'm not mistaken on that, Mr. DA, Chief Deputy District Attorney. So anyways, if there is a ability to go on to Google and Google Dillon's Law, and you can find out exactly what our constraints are in that regard. But that is a very important distinction. We do not write our own laws. We cannot. We're restricted from doing so by Nevada revised statutes. That's the only thing I wanted to call to the attention.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hales, you said that you would like to make a motion and change some wordage.
I move that we approve the, oh, look, thank you for that. I move that we adopt Resolution 2024 R-036 with 2 revisions, one being to emphasize the type of public and amount of public comment that we've received, and the other to call on, if the mine is approved, an alternate route that doesn't abut so many single-family residences. And the resolution would be formally opposing the location of the Painted Rock Mine project and direct staff to prepare a letter to the BIA and BLM to express the board's comments on and opposition to the pending environmental assessment for the proposed Painted Rock Mine.
Do we have a second? Any further comments from the board?
Second.
Oh, we can have a third and a fourth if you want. Okay, any further comments from the board? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It passes unanimously. And we are now at the 12:30 hour. We will take a 1-hour lunch break and be back at 1:30.
Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, UNR plays at 1:30.
Sir? Okay, good afternoon. It's 1:30 in the afternoon, or for you military people, it's 13:30. And we will move, we're all the way up to number 3. So let me read number 3 into the record. For possible action, discussion to fill the Douglas County representative vacancy on the Carson Valley Conservation District. Discussion may include the possible appointment of a Board of County Commissioners or a staff member to the Carson Valley Conservation District for a term ending in December 31st, 2025, or may include direction to staff to seek applications from the public to fill the vacancy. Madam Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. As this item suggests, we do have a vacancy for a Douglas County representative to serve on the Carson Valley Conservation District Board. The reason why we did not solicit applications for this vacancy is because it has been past practice that a member of county staff serve in this capacity. With that in mind, we do have a name for the board to consider. If the board does not wish to appoint a member of staff, we can certainly, at your direction, put this out for solicitation of applications. The individual that we are recommending to serve is Courtney Walker. She is the Stormwater Program Manager. She is in attendance at this meeting today and has indicated that she is aware her competency and character may be discussed at this meeting if in fact you do wish to go in that direction. With that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it back over to the commission for your pleasure.
Thank you. Let's bring it to the board. Does anyone have any comments on what was just said? Commissioner Gardner.
I appreciate the fact that we have an individual from staff, especially that one that's so qualified to serve in this capacity, that I'm encouraged by that and thankful that that's occurred. So after public comment, then we can come back.
Thank you. Any further comment from the board? And then I'll throw my 3 cents in. I've known Courtney Walker for a good number of years, before I was even thought about it, the commission. And she is a stormwater expert. She's tackled some of our toughest jobs up at the lake, which I'm most familiar with. And the Calekin Street Complete Street project is something that she championed. And I'm so delighted that we got federal funding for that. And I contribute that to your hard work. So, having said that, this is a possible action item, so I will open it for public comment and at this time.
Thank you, Jim Jackson. The only time I dealt with Courtney was we had a meeting up at our house about flood control. And of all the people that showed up, she was the only one that made any sense and everything. So, and we agreed with her. So I highly recommend her. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I bring it back to the board for a motion.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to contradict a member of the public. I thought I made sense as well, and I know that Commissioner Tarkanian was there, and I think he made sense as well, and I think Patrick Cates and others on our staff made perfect sense as well. I'm sorry that you feel otherwise. Anyways, at this time then I will move that we appoint Ms. Courtney Walker as our representative to the Carson Valley Conservation District for a term ending in December 31st, 2025.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Courtney Walker to the position on the Carson Valley Conservation District. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0, and thank you very much. And now the ball's in your court. We'll go to number 4 already. The floor is yours. I keep forgetting that part. We're on the third piece. For possible action, discussion to adopt the 2024 Douglas County Stormwater Master Plan. Discussion may include a review of the prioritization of capital improvement projects, plan objectives, and direction to staff regarding possible revisions to the draft plan prior to adoption. Courtney Walker.
Good afternoon, Courtney Walker. For the record, I'm the Stormwater Program Manager for Douglas County. I have with me Karen Peternell. She's with Atkins Realis. She was the consultant that was selected to help us put this plan together. It's been really excellent working with her, and she has a pretty intimate knowledge of Douglas County stormwater, given she was the first stormwater program manager for Douglas County from 2014 to 2015. So she's pretty familiar with a lot of the issues that we face, and so it's been great working together with her on this project. I'm going to let her kind of introduce what a stormwater master plan is, why it's important for our community to have one. And so she's going to go through the first probably 10 minutes of the presentation, and then I'll kind of go into some of the details in terms of what's in the plan, the certain projects that are in the plan, and kind of the overall content of what's in it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, again, my name is Karen Peternell, and thank you for having me today. And as she said, I'm with Atkins Realis, and we were the consultant that was hired to do the Stormwater Master Plan. And we were hired not only for my firm's expertise, but for my expertise, because as Courtney said, I've actually been involved in Douglas County Stormwater Program since 2007, long before it was a stormwater program. Back, if any of you recall, when Mahmoud Azad was the county engineer, I was working with him on many projects, including the Lake Tahoe TMDL. I've been involved in the Douglas County Tahoe TMDL since 2007, basically. So that's part of why I'm here, and happy to be here. So I'm a lot more vested in this than a normal consultant. So bear with me if I get emphatic or excited about any of this. So a little bit of introductions and why are we here. We know there's been flooding forever since we've all lived here. However, in 1968 was the National Flood Insurance Act, and in 1972 was the Clean Water Act. And so these promulgated regulations on flooding and floodplain management and different stormwater and water quality aspects. And for years, there's so many activities. If you read the Stormwater Master Plan, you can see all of the activities that the Courtney and her staff have to do to maintain all of these programs. Well, for years, they were all farmed out to different county staff and different consultants. And again, when I was with Nevada Tahoe Conservation District, I did the Lake Tahoe TMDL. And then in 2014, Eric Nielsen created a stormwater program manager position and recruited me for it, basically for everything I've already known. So I did that. And then as Courtney said, I was only here for a year, and partially because I didn't have a vision. In 2014 was when we had the first spate of flash floods in the Johnson Lane and all the other areas. And I would have to go talk to all the residents and listen to them say, well, what is the county going to do about, to prevent flooding in my neighborhood? And I would have to say nothing. The county doesn't have any money to do anything. And it was really discouraging and frustrating to listen to for a year. And so, as I said, I left. I didn't have a vision. Courtney was hired. Courtney did have a vision. Courtney was able to secure staff, secure funding, secure numerous flood risk studies, and flood mitigation projects. So she had a vision. She wants to make things better. And then thankfully, you all funded the Stormwater Master Plan in October, and we've been working on that. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that today. What is stormwater?
Before we go, you're throwing out some acronyms here,
Oh.
and I don't know that I'm aware of what those are, and I'm sure the public then is not either. So if you could take a little bit, pause in your breath and
Thank you.
give us that information.
So
The first thing is, would you explain to everyone what TMDL means?
Yes, I'll go through each one quickly then. So the CRS is called the Community Rating System, and that has to do with floodplain management, and that's under the National Flood Insurance Act. And so the community has to abide by numerous specific floodplain development and floodplain management standards in order for the residents to get a 20% discount on their flood insurance premiums. So that's the first one, that's the CRS. The Lake Tahoe TMDL is the Lake Tahoe Total Maximum Daily Load. And what that is that says that only so much pollutants can go into the lake by each jurisdiction because it affects the clarity, the how far you can see into the water. And so there are significant regulations on how much stormwater runoff can enter the lake. And we'll have some pictures here that will help explain that as well. And then the MS4 is another water quality mandate, and that actually is municipal separate storm sewer system. And what that is that's just saying that your storm sewers are different from your sewer system. So when you see catch basins around town, like in your neighborhood, you'll see a catch basin and it says, don't drain, or drains to the river. That's part of the MS4 project, or MS4 system. Anything that goes into a culvert, or a catch basin and just discharges to any water body is regulated. So again, these are all federally regulated programs. And those are the three programs that Courtney oversees with the stormwater program. Let's see, is that good enough? I think they know what BOCC. Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, and I think I'll move on to the next one. And what is stormwater? So stormwater is runoff from precipitation. And when it lands on lawns or parks or irrigation fields, it infiltrates, and that's perfectly fine. However, when it lands on roads or parking lots, pavement, or too much of it, then it becomes a problem. Problem number one, we are all aware that runoff causes flooding. I think these are actually pictures from back when I was the stormwater program manager. High-intensity flooding causes, high-intensity precipitation causes flooding. We have flooding along the river that we have had for years, and we have also had a lot of alluvial fan flash flooding all over the community. And not only does it cause life and safety issues for the community, but it also causes damage to public property and infrastructure. So what do? We build flood protection. This is one of the Johnson Lane basins that was installed above the Johnson Lane community last year, one of 4. And so what's going to happen is all the water will flow into the basin and infiltrate or slowly exfiltrate through that riser instead of flooding the community. So this is, something good, and hopefully we'll not see a result, but we'll see. Number 2, runoff carries pollutants. When you look at the road, look what's on the road surfaces, sediment, dirt, oil, all that stuff goes into catch basins and flows right into whatever the nearest water body is. And as I said, there are the regulatory programs, the MS4, the TMDL, and they're designed to protect the water from the degradation from water quality. And so what do we do about that? We install water quality improvement projects, for example. On the left is in Logan Creek GID up at the lake. Those are swales where the runoff, the stormwater runoff is designed to get into the swale and infiltrate rather than continuing down the road and going into Lake Tahoe. And on the right is the Kale Basin. That captures runoff from parking lots and roads and prevents all of that yucky stuff from going into the lake, basically. And number 3, runoff carries debris. Whether it's sediment or garbage or branches, it can get into the culverts and channels and cause additional flooding. It can cause road overtopping. It can undermine and destroy the roads. And so what do we do about it? We need to inspect and maintain infrastructure, and we need to have infrastructure that's properly sized. One of the things is as long as you can inspect and maintain after storm events, make sure that they're free of debris and clogging in preparation for the next event. And a lot of the responsibilities Courtney and her staff have to do are inspecting and maintaining infrastructure. They have to do it at regular intervals. And one thing we talk about in the Stormwater Master Plan is how the footprint of all of these regulatory programs are expanding. And for example, every time a new basin is installed or a culvert is put in, that they have to go out and inspect that at least annually and provide documentation of that. So there's just a lot of work to make sure that all of the infrastructure, whether it's water quality or flood, is inspected and maintained and is in working condition to handle the next onslaught of storms. And then there's wildcards. So, this community was based on irrigated agriculture and farming, basically. And so there's the irrigation ditches that spiderweb through the valley. Well, they inadvertently intersect stormwater infrastructure or roads, and then they carry the runoff and full of sediment, and they get blocked up, and then there's flooding as a result. On the GIDs up at the lake, a lot of the water quality improvement projects were installed on GID property. So there's the issue of, well, who's responsible for maintaining and cleaning them? And then, as you saw this year, the levee and the historic Dangberg Reservoir, years of not being maintained because nobody wants to claim responsibility or ownership led to them potentially failing. So not only does Courtney have all of these regular program mandates that she must meet, but then there's all these additional things on top of it. And so what's a stormwater master plan? Well, it's just like with a roads capital improvement project. You know what roads need to be widened. You need what roads need to be resurfaced or what potholes need to be filled. And a roads department will have their list of all the projects they need to have fixed. Similarly, thanks to having these years of studies looking at, okay, we know we have all of these problems in the county, what can we do to fix them? So we have this list, and with a stormwater master plan, we can have a prioritized list and say, hey, here's how we can start taking bites out of the problem. It can help in decision making for the stormwater management to be a successful program. Why do we need a stormwater master plan? Everything we've talked about, not only regulatory mandates, but life, health, and safety responsibilities. But we need effective financial support as well to manage the daily operations, as well as implement the much-needed flood mitigation measures. And just a history of flooding in Douglas County. If you read the Stormwater Master Plan, you'll see all those articles about the flooding, the massive river flooding all those years. And then in the 1990s, alluvial fan flash flooding. Well, not because it wasn't happening, but because nobody had built there yet. So not until people had built on the alluvial fans did the flooding damage start to occur. So that started to be recognized. And then a history of trying to address flooding. In 1990s, we have John Coburn here today, who was instrumental in the first Community Flood Task Force. They looked at all the problems as a result of flooding and talked about what can we do to prevent it. Happened again in 2009 with Mahmoud Azad. another potential stormwater master plan where they proposed, if residents would pay $5 a month towards a stormwater improvement fee or something, then, we could start solving problems. Again, in 2017, we had another community flood task force with a proposed stormwater master plan, and every time it gets kind of shot down by residents. There's an example, a letter to the editor right there. People don't want taxes and fees, and that was another thing when I would be out talking to the residents. They would say, well, I moved here from California to get away from all the taxes and fees. And I said, yeah, but you and the thousands of other people did too. And now we need more roads, we need more water, we need more sewer. Nothing's free. Everything is a community service, and things need to be funded and taken care of. And again, Courtney having a vision, and that's why we're here today. We all know that we need to address the problems that we have, as well as maintain our existing programs. And I think that now we'll have Courtney take over.
Thank you, Karin. Courtney Walker, for the record. I think you gave me probably more credit than I deserve, but thank you for that wonderful introduction. I know this board is pretty familiar with stormwater issues. We saw several of them from last winter. Several residents very unhappy in terms of things that are occurring that they haven't seen occur in 20 years. And we had a pretty big snowpack. And so honestly, I thought I knew a lot. I had been with the county already for 7 years. I thought I knew most of the issues that we dealt with around here, and it was a very educational year for me. Definitely learned a lot and worked a lot with our agricultural community to identify some of these areas. And so I'm going to go into some of the specifics of the plan. This table here that has the prioritized list of capital projects is on page 540 of the packet. Basically, for the last 10 years, what we've been doing is working a lot with the Carson Water Subconservancy District to obtain FEMA funding to conduct these drainage studies. A lot of area drainage master plans have been done. And I think that was a lot of the frustration from back in the past was everybody knew that we had to do something, but nobody exactly could figure out what that ask would be and what the projects would be. And so studying certain areas community by community and doing a comprehensive drainage analysis to figure out the best way to alleviate flooding issues without passing them on to another property. We spent a lot of time doing studies in Johnson Lane, Bruinstrath, Fish Springs, Alpine View Estates, things like that. We have some future projects to be studied as well. But really, you need to figure out first what you need to do in order to start doing anything. A lot of residents will tell you, if you just put in this culvert right here, it'll solve all my problems. However, if you don't know that that might adversely impact someone downstream from there, it's not always a wise decision to do something like that. So we've identified a lot of different projects, and they were all just kind of in their own separate plans. And so the Stormwater Master Plan attempts to reference each of those studies, and then I'll kind of go through how we have worked to try to prioritize them. We used a really cool table that Atkins has, and we used several different criteria to evaluate how to prioritize the different projects based on, what is the level of impact, how much damage is actually caused, and what type of things are damaged based on the flooding. How often does it happen? How often does the maintenance staff have to go out and perform maintenance in a certain area? There are certain ones that every time it rains, you got to go back and clean that culvert or clean out that ditch. And so that means something. That's diverting county resources to a certain location often. Is it in the floodplain? What's the feasibility of it? How much permitting is going into it? What's the cost of it? Does the county own the land to do it, or is it on private land or something like that? All of those things went into the prioritization of the projects. And so this list is really a living list. I expect it to move around and projects to move around on it. They're all, as conditions change, a project might move higher on the list or it might drop off the list if you find another alternative that's more viable and more cost effective. And so as we do additional studies and we add our comprehensive list of projects in, then things will tend to move around based on the conditions that are met. And I just wanted to note that there was a supplemental included in the packet last night. And it just basically kind of gives a caveat that just because a project is on our list, it doesn't mean that you don't have to go through a very rigorous public process in order to actually fund and construct it. There's geotechnical analysis, soil analysis, environmental analysis, there's neighborhood analysis, cost-benefit analysis. There's a really robust public process with neighborhood noticing, workshops, public hearings. All of these things would happen before any of these projects would get constructed. And so I just want to kind of make you aware of that. We have to come to you to get a project approved, and then you have to make sure you can use the money, and then you have to make sure that you can get the contract approved. And so there's several attempts for that. I see Charlotte with her mic on.
Having spent the morning talking about Painted Rock Mine and being at the meeting last night, when I hear public process, I sort of get the PTSD a little bit. I think this is more than public process. This is a deep analysis that will be done before any of these projects are implemented. And if we had to do that kind of analysis before they went on the list, it would be too much work to ever even be able to do a plan. So as I understand it, this plan used those criteria, but there's a bunch of other criteria that will still be applied to any specific project. And it just is not the right time to do all of that other analysis when we're in the plan phase. Is that right?
Courtney Walker for the record. That is correct. And thank you for pointing that out. The projects that are on the list are mainly from an engineering standpoint, and there's a hydraulic and hydrologic analysis that goes into determining where is a viable location for a potential project to go. And so in essence, it's a starting point, if you will. And like I said, we're kind of late to the game, and we've been trying to do a stormwater master plan for decades. And so we've got a start on it, and it's, like I said, it's a living list, and things will move around on it as conditions change. So thank you for pointing that out.
Ms. Walker, as I look at this, there's, and especially in the Ruhensroth area, we've identified 4 different projects, I believe it is. Smelter Creek 5001, number 8, and then on down 11, 5003, and then 5004 and 5002. What's my observation there would be is that Smelter Creek involves so much more than just Ruhensroth, even though it'll have a tremendous impact. If we don't do this, that water impacts a lot more. It goes across 395, and then the what are the ditches? I can't. My mind is not on it right now. But what are the ditches?
Upper Alderman and
the
Lower
Alderman ditches,
yeah.
yes, and then eventually the Dangberg Reservoir, right? So while it may seem localized here, it has far-reaching impact beyond just that initial area. So, but I know that when this. Even when a year or so ago, when you brought even the idea of Smelter Creek to us, there was a heavy price tag on that. If I'm thinking, you have cost way down on the list here as a mitigating factor or a determining factor, but the cost has got to be. It just seems like it should be perhaps further up, because that's going to dictate, in my mind, a lot of what we may tackle first versus what we may tackle later, because there's some projects here that are just cost prohibitive for that matter, okay? So you need to look at the cost and the return on investment there too. So just some observations.
Thank you. Courtney Walker for the record. Cost is definitely weighed in there. This list isn't in order of importance. But it's basically like a matrix spreadsheet, and you can weight certain elements more than others. So if you wanted to weight, which I believe we did, weight cost more heavily than if it's in the floodplain or not, you can do that. And you can kind of tweak things in that tool in order to put more emphasis on a certain
Right.
criteria.
Because some may be accomplishable fairly quickly, even though they're further down on the prioritization list, because we may have the funding available for that. Whereas others, it may be number one, but without the funding, it ain't going to happen, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. Courtney Walker, for the record. Let's see. We'll keep going here. So like I said, we do have our current projects, potential projects. We also have future studies. And this is on page 533 of your packet, this list. And this was also kind of prioritized similarly to the project list. I do want to point out, because it might not be glaringly obvious, but number 4 on this list is called out as the Sawmill Road, Pine Nut Road Wash Study Upstream Storage. And I just wanted to let you know that the sheep camp drainage issue, that wash's proper name is the Sawmill Road Wash. That's how it's identified in the flood insurance study that FEMA conducted. So the Sawmill Road Wash has a confluence with the Pine Nut Road Wash, and they also impact the Upper Alderman Canal, as it seems like most washes coming out of the Pine Nuts. And so the Pine Nut Road Wash is, for the county, a pretty large issue. The picture I had at the very beginning of the slide actually shows that wash as it runs over East Valley Road, just north of Pine Nut Road. And so I think it's worth looking at. Sawmill Road Wash is, they confluence, they meet basically, and so it makes sense to look at them as a system. And so we do intend to work with CWSD for that to be our next study, to kind of see what some of the solutions might be to come out of that area. So I just wanted to point that out in our future study area. Another future study is to map the floodplain in the Leviathan mine area. I think the risks there have not been adequately identified on a flood insurance rate map. And I think that's how we usually dictate how people construct any sort of structures in that area. And so if we could get the floodplain identified in that area, it would prevent anyone in the future from building too low. So I just wanted to point out a couple of those projects that
Now,
are
where
on
you're
there.
at that area, and a number of these projects I notice are also involving agencies that are not within our jurisdiction also, right? So there's a lot of interface that has to take place between us and BLM, U.S. Forest Service, and those entities as well, right? So that plays into this whole process as well.
Correct. Courtney Walker, for the record. Moving forward, so basically, there are a few projects in here that I'll go through some examples. But basically, what's next is we're working to try to implement some flood control projects. We're continuing our inspection and maintenance. Some of my maintenance staff is here today. You probably recognize them. They're pretty busy all the time. There are eyes out there, and so it's great that we have people that are dedicated solely to that, and they do a wonderful job. We're trying to work on how to address these unknowns as far as like the levee that we discovered, the Dangberg Reservoir, and things like that. And so those are outlined in the plan, and we'll want to have further discussions on inspection and maintenance on those structures so that we don't end up, well, it's going to happen again, but I'd like to be a little more prepared and maybe know about it, or the next person who's in my place could know about it prior to it becoming an emergency. Up at the lake, we're continuing to implement our water quality improvement projects. That's what WQIP stands for. And just kind of working on enforcing our floodplain regulations. We do have a few grant applications in for a few different projects that are on the list through FEMA. They do take a couple of years to kind of hang out and wait for them to fund them. So we do have a project in Johnson Lane. I just submitted 2 others last week to upsize a culvert under Waterloo at the Cottonwood Slough. It's in front of the community center. It overtops the road quite frequently. So we're doing what we can to try to get grant funding. It does come with a match, but these are all the things that we're kind of continuing to address. Here's another screenshot of the pictures or the projects.
Can I go back to just what you indicated in regards to FEMA funding? And I hope I'm okay here, Mr. Chairman. I hope you don't mind me but when it involves a FEMA grant and the FEMA process is matching funds or something of that nature, what happens if FEMA agrees to do something, but we don't have the funds to be a matching agency? What happens to the project then? And because do we make sure we have the match before we apply, or do we do it after? Okay, so.
Courtney Walker, for the record, we have to commit the match before applying to the grant, and so that has been done on the applications that have occurred so far. And just for the record, it's been 2 or 3 years, I think, since we originally applied for these couple that we're still kind of waiting. There was a pot of money. Usually it's a 25% match for the hazard mitigation grant program. They had a special pot of money that was somehow related to COVID, even though it's still for flood control. But that pot of money only required a 10% match. And so I applied for one of the more expensive flood control systems in Johnson Lane that's really critical. That was probably the one that Karin had to deal with all the residents. I mean, a lot of silt came off that hillside. And so that one only required a 10% match. And so you get more bang for your buck on that particular one. But typically you have to write a letter saying that you're committing your match prior to applying. Okay, so we've got some various projects on here we've been trying to start working through. We're going to be, the number one project on here is the rain flow gauges. That's something that we're actively working with a company right now to try out what they have so that we can kind of get a good measurement on how much flow is coming through in certain size storm events. So we're going to place one on Buckeye Creek, one on Pine Nut Creek, and one on Smelter Creek. We just don't really seem to have an indication of how much flow is actually coming out, and so we want to start doing some of that monitoring effort. Number 2 on the list is the Waterloo box culvert. That's one of the grant applications that has been submitted. Jeremy has a contract. Jeremy Hutchings, our county engineer, has a contract for design on the Mel Myers basins and the Red Hawk Basin.
I don't. Page number.
Yes, it's page 540 of your packet. Project number 5 is in Johnson Lane, the Pine Nut North system, and that is a system that's already been completed. Those basins were constructed last year, so that one's completed and can be taken off of the list. However, I didn't want to take it off yet because I wanted to show that we're making some progress.
Can I interject? Is this the same list as on page 504, but the list on 504 also has estimated cost?
And I have this on 472. This particular slide. That's why Danny and I are trying to convince here on where we are. We're trying to get on the same page here. Good for that.
Yes, it is on 472
Okay.
as well.
Okay.
Because it's in the presentation and it's also in the plan.
Yeah, it's good. It's
Yeah,
good.
okay.
We like charts.
I was trying to take screenshots of the plan and put them in the presentation, so sorry for the confusion.
So back to the one that's done. Yeah, could you say that again?
Yes, the Pine Nut North, the Johnson Lane project number 5, that project has been completed. Those 4 basins were constructed last year, and it should be taken off the list now, but I wanted to keep it on to show that we've made some progress.
And that was the one that was required by the lawsuit, is that right? Okay.
That is
Okay.
correct. So we did allocate some funds to that because we were required to.
I'm a fan of writing things on your to-do list that you've already done and then crossing them off.
Okay, so I know that I know I've shown you all some of these photos before of some of the impacts that we saw from the March 2023 flood event. This one is in Pine Nut Creek. We had some issues with the roadway potentially being compromised with the flows pushing up against Fish Springs Road, which is the main road in and out of that community. So that was an issue. And then the picture on the right is where the Pine Nut Creek intercepts the Upper Alderman. It broke right through trying to continue on west. And so that is also an issue. I did mention that we've done several drainage studies for various watersheds. Pine Nut Creek is one of them. And so I have the projects for Pine Nut Creek here, and I just kind of noted what priority they kind of fell out on our list currently. And so number 3, you can see is the Mell and Myers basins. And those are higher in Fish Springs because they're county-owned properties. We're currently going through a design process on those basins right now. Number 4, you can see is the Red Hawk Basin, and that one fell out higher to the list because the county now owns that parcel as well. And so some of the others, Denmar, Cyphus, Janelle, Bentley, those are later on the list because the county doesn't own the property, so they're kind of unknowns. We know that they're good locations for basins, but they're not as high of a priority. So we're just trying to start chipping away at this issue where we can, because for Pine Nut Creek, it wants to flow west. It hasn't flowed to the west in over 100 years based on the irrigation system. So it can't flow west because we've built the town of Gardnerville right there in between it and the river. It can't go north. That's a problem we know for our friends over on East Valley who live along the reservoir. It can't go south because it has nowhere to go that way either. And so it's really inconvenient wherever it goes. So we're trying to get a handle on trying to control how much water comes down at once. And so that's kind of what this study helped us identify, at least a plan, a path forward.
So if you, back to that slide, if you, would all of these be needed? Or if you did number 10, would some of these be not needed?
Great question. Courtney Walker, for the record. All of them would be needed if we wanted to reduce the flows to zero. Zero by the time it would hit the Upper Alderman Canal. And maybe that's not what we need to do. So maybe we just need to do a few of them. We need to decide, these are the conversations that we'll have as a community. How far do we need to go to solve the problem? And if we solved part of it, is that good enough? You know, does that solve most of our major issues? If you wanted to get it to zero, you'd do them all, but that might not be the case.
This a lot lately. I'm sorry. Okay. We've been talking about this a lot lately. And 10 seems to me, you know, I'd almost like 10 to be higher on the priority list because it takes so many of the homes, so many of the residences out of the potential flood areas. Am I missing something here? So
No, you're not missing anything. However, cost is a factor, and that's cost and permitting, and some of those parcels that are on there are also private.
But do we own 10?
We don't.
We don't.
No, but we may have to shift it to BLM land to make sure that it's completely viable. However, I've never gone through the NEPA process for a dam. I've only gone through it for detention basins, and I can imagine it probably takes longer to go through that process. I don't know that for sure, though. So the permitting is a bit daunting. The price tag is very high, and the land where it shows it in this location is ours.
I'd really like this to pursue that. Try to take a look at that in a much more rapid manner because it just takes so many of our residences out of that floodplain. That would be, to me, the ultimate long-term solution to resolving a lot of our problems downstream to the west. So That's just my views.
Thank
Well,
you.
it kind of doesn't make sense to do the littler ones and then the big one that will make these unnecessary, potentially.
Right?
I think we go to Bank of Gardner and we just get it done.
I thought you had campaign funds left over.
Thank you for that feedback. I know Jeremy Hutchings, our county engineer, also really wants to see number 10. He already named it, the Hutchings High Dam. So we'll see. Okay. We all know about the Dangberg Reservoir. My staff sitting behind me is intimately familiar with that. They've been in the water. I don't know how many people can say that. And it was very cold that day. So we need to figure out how to be able to drain this reservoir more efficiently in an emergency situation that we faced about a year ago. And so one of the projects, and this is a project that was actually identified by Gary Iazzi, who is the ditch writer for the Allerman Upper Virginia Irrigation Company. I hope I got that right. He said if we upsized the culvert under Buckeye Road, that we would be able to more efficiently empty that reservoir should the issue arise again. So we do have that project on the list, and we just were recently approached by Amadee's office if we had any flood control projects that they could lobby for funding for us. And the price tag, they wanted to know if we had any $50,000 to $100,000 projects, and I told them I don't have any construction projects that are that inexpensive. But I did submit it for doing design and permitting for this. It would be a box culvert, most likely. And so at least we could have more of an idea of what we would do here, what we would upsize it to, if that funding comes about.
You know, while you're here, Ms. Walker, I don't know that you got your department and what happened out there a year ago got the due recognition that you deserve for this project and what happened, and also to tremendous efforts of Gary Iazzi in moving that water as rapidly as you did, so that we averted the damage to that and the overflow of that reservoir. So we had an opportunity to take a look at that as Carson Water Subconservancy District, walking that a couple months after that. But absolutely an incredible job, and I just, while I have the opportunity, I wanted to really congratulate you and thank you again for that effort.
Thank you.
So I had a question on this as well. My understanding is that the Dangberg Reservoir has filled up with dirt, right? And that's one reason why this project's needed, because if it could hold more water, we wouldn't need more water to be released. Is that accurate?
That's a good way to think about it. I don't know. That would be a pretty large maintenance project to clean out that reservoir. So that hasn't really been much of a conversation. The reservoir does not exist for flood control. It exists for delivering irrigation waters. And so as long as they're able to move the water for irrigation in the manner in which they need to, then no maintenance would be done. However, if we wanted to entertain the idea of trying to use it for flood control, that might be something that we might think of. It does hold a decent amount of water as it is right now. And what we saw from last winter is that a lot more water can enter it than can flow out under the right circumstances.
So is the reservoir owned by the irrigation?
It is not. It is owned by individual property owners. The property boundaries of each house that's along the reservoir extends out into the reservoir, further complicating the matter. I'm sure there is a drainage easement covering it.
But what I wanted to acknowledge also is that apparently in talking with Mr. Iazzi on this, that reservoir is meant to hold irrigation water and be drained twice a year, was it? I think it's twice a year, and yet during this atmospheric storm we had last year, in that process, it was drained 4 times before we even got into the irrigation season, right? So just once again, an absolutely incredible job of being able to recognize the threat and know where to put the water, right? So.
Thank you. Courtney Walker for the record. I'm going to go down to Smelter Creek and the unnamed tributary. Maybe someone wants to take a stab at naming that one.
Jeremy Hughes, tributary, I guess.
So we did see a lot of water in Smelter Creek, and Commissioner Gardner, thank you for pointing out that it does have a regional impact, even though the people in this community localized feel a lot of issues with it. But it does impact that reservoir, as does Pine Nut Creek as well, which is an issue. And so we did do the Ruin-Schroth Area Drainage Master Plan. I want to say that was completed in 2020. And that identified several projects. There's a sediment basin that's identified up on the BLM land. So we'll have to go through the NEPA process for that, which is the National Environmental Permitting something, It's a federal environmental permitting process that you have to go through when you construct anything on federal lands, public lands. And we did request funding from Amadee's office last year, which should be awarded soon, I believe, to the tune of $55,000 to conduct that study so that the county may be issued the right-of-way on this project. So it's a little higher on the list. I'd like to see it be higher too. All the projects in my mind could be number 1, but that's neither here nor there. And then there's a couple alternatives for the unnamed tributary. There's a detention basin that could go on a private parcel. That's project number 13 on the list. I have engaged conversations with those landowners. They are open to it. They know that the parcel, it's vacant right now. They know that it experiences some pretty good flooding. So this is just to point out that we have our issues and we have our different priorities for different projects, and they will probably be adjusted as things change. This is priority project number 2, the culvert under Waterloo at the Cottonwood Slough. This would solve several issues. The road overtops with water in this location frequently during flood events, and it's right adjacent to the community center, which is also our evacuation center in a flood. And so it would be good to have this road open. I live in the neighborhood next to Lampe Park, and there's a lot of traffic on this road, and so it impacts several residents. And it would be great to fix this for not only the flood issue, but the deliverance of irrigation waters. It would also help them get the water that they're entitled to through the Cottonwood Slough as well. Here, we're going to move into Johnson Lane and the flood events that Karin had mentioned previously in 2014 and 2015, back-to-back years, was really tough for that community. You can see the picture on the bottom, just brought down so much silt and mud down to these properties that are adjacent to Hot Springs Mountain. This is the project that I have submitted to FEMA, the one with the COVID funds with the 10% match. I've been told that this project, we should be awarded the funding soon. It's been a couple years. We're ready to go whenever we get it. And that would be this whole system, and it's priority project number 9. I think mainly because of the cost. It'll probably go up higher on the list if we actually get awarded the grant. But it was included in the federal environmental permitting process that we did with BLM for the 4 basins that we were required to construct. We decided to do the whole analysis for all of the basins that we would construct. So we already have been awarded the right-of-way on this project, so we would be ready to go once the funding's awarded. I also want to highlight something for our South County friends. There's a lot of flooding that goes on in the Topaz Lake area. And before I came to Douglas County, there was a study commissioned in the Topaz Lake area for a drainage study out there. Their problem's a little easier to solve in a way because it involves several culvert installations and some additional roadside ditches and things like that, just to more easily convey the water from the top of the neighborhood down to the lake. And so this would be a great project if we could obtain funding to do it, to help solve some of their problems down there as well. I am going to just highlight here on, so this makes total sense now. It's on page 482 of your packet, but it's also on page 534 where it's in the plan. We do have a section on the East Fork Carson River levee. And I thought it was really important to put something in here. It doesn't necessarily say what we're gonna do and who's in charge of doing it. However, when I was first approached by some residents down there by the golf course, I didn't even know that it existed. I didn't know that it ever failed. I didn't know that anyone ever fixed it. I didn't even know that it was there. And so I feel like it's very important to memorialize landmines like this in this stormwater master plan so that the next time it's going to fail, because there's only levees that will fail or levees that have failed, that someone will at least have a starting place on where to go. So it won't just be an unknown. So there is a section in here. I would love at some point in the future for this community to solidify a process for going forward, because as we know, if you inspect and maintain something on an annual basis, you might not have to come back with a couple $100,000 project to repair it. Okay, we do have a section here for the irrigation network and facilities. And as we know, there's several irrigation ditches that run throughout the valley. A lot of them intercept stormwater just because it was designed to move water around, and the water doesn't care what time of year it is. It wants to go there. And so it's really, really important for us to be working hand in hand with our agricultural community on key hotspots that need maintenance before a flood event is going to occur. Yeah.
That's so nice you brought that up, because I've had a guy ask me about, and I would assume this would be an irrigation network, or at least it looks like they're taking the water from the Carson Valley and moving it to the west at the golf course area, near where that levee was that you repaired, which you did a great job taking care of that, by the way. But anyways, it's a wooden type of structure, and he was concerned that it was deteriorating. And he sent me some pictures, which I'm going to forward to you. But are you familiar with that area? And okay, can you talk a little bit about that?
I can. He was concerned with the Rocky Slough irrigation diversion. And so those again are not a county asset. They exist for water rights holders. And so typically in those situations, we would work with the water master on the East Fork. His name is Mike Rippey. We have a great relationship. And he would determine on if a repair needs to be made. And if it does, because it's for irrigation water, typically all the irrigation water rights holders downstream would all contribute to repairing a structure like that to ensure that they continue to get their water. So we did hold a couple different workshops with some of our friends from the agricultural community. A few of them are here in the audience today. We really had to work hand in hand with them last winter in order to make sure that these systems could function a little better for flood. They were not designed for flood. The ranchers are not responsible necessarily for maintaining them to handle floodwaters. Their only obligation is to make sure that water rights holders get their water during irrigation season. So there's opportunities for us to work better with them. And they all know what's going on. They have so much information. And I wanted to get that memorialized in this plan as well. And so we worked with them to identify key areas where culverts need to be maintained more often, where we can clean out in the right of way. We focused a lot on the Allerman system. That's a big thing that we need to partner with them on a little bit better to ensure that these things are ready to go in the event of a flood, because what we saw last year is that it never floods on a Tuesday at noon when everybody's at work. It floods on a Sunday morning or a Saturday evening or some other really inconvenient time. So we're trying to figure out how we can be a little more proactive and work better with them. This picture on the right was taken just maybe like a couple weeks ago. And this is the box culvert that's under Johnson Lane at the Hayborn ditch. And Gary Ayazi with the ditch company is working on cleaning that ditch right now. And so our maintenance staff went out there with the Vector truck and just cleaned the culvert the other day. And so we're working in tandem. We know when they're cleaning the ditch, we're cleaning the culvert, because if you clean one and you don't clean the other, then there's no point in cleaning either one of them because the soil just moves.
Ms. Walker, the thing I wanted to, I think it's important for us to recognize, once again, this is an organization that we don't have any control of. Another one of those frustrating, things that we have. And obviously, we went out when we first started that tour. The same thing exists at the box culvert on the Upper Alleman at Pine Nut Road also, and all the way through that system. But their only responsibility is, because these are irrigation ditches, their only responsibility is to make sure that it can accommodate the flow of water to get the ag community their allocations by the Alpine Decree. Am I summarizing that correctly? Okay, so we don't have, although it helps us in flood mitigation when we have those situations occur, that's not the purpose of these irrigation ditches. And I know that we've had some struggles with some business owners up in the airport road area and that business community up there where these ditches are not clean, and so they're overflowing and onto commercial property up there. But I think, once again, it's not something that we have control of, and it's not something our storm division is responsible for, right? So I think those are some important things for our community to understand.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. And we don't have a lot of control over that. So we work with them where we can, and that is why we're pursuing in certain areas, trying to do that upstream detention, so that if the floodwater is going to go there, at least you could have a little bit of control over how much goes at a time, and controlling kind of that pulse of water.
That would, if I may, that would seem to be a win-win with the irrigation purposes, because it would be a more controlled and longer release and better able to use it, I would imagine.
Good point.
So those conversations would be really important, because there are a lot of mutually beneficial actions.
Yes, great point. And when we held our working group meeting with them, we held one prior to working on the plan, and then we held another one just a couple weeks ago to kind of show them what we came up with in the plan, so that they could know where we're at with our various capital improvement projects that may impact their systems and may benefit some of the issues that they're dealing with. And so we wanted to get their input on if they're supportive of a project like that, if it impedes them in any way, or if it does assist with some of the issues that they're experiencing. We did have a few other additional stakeholders that we've identified. NDOT obviously is a big partner, and we work with them often. A lot of these irrigation ditches also run under NDOT maintained roads. Airport Road up until Hayborn, from 395 to Hayborn, that's NDOT. 395 obviously is NDOT. We have some sections of Centerville between Gilman and Dresslerville that are NDOT. It's very piecemealed. And so the county isn't always in control of the culvert that the irrigation ditch might run through, but it might still be a hot spot. So we're having some conversations with NDOT on figuring out how we can partner with them. If they can't get out there in a timely fashion to do the maintenance, would we be able to do it and bill them for it? Those are just some of the preliminary talks, but just figuring out ways to work better with the folks that we might not have control over things. We're working really well with our irrigation ditch companies and our ag community, and trying to maintain that relationship and seeing how we can better work together for the health of the community. And then there's also the levy stakeholders as well. And we're trying to, kind of firm up that issue a little bit more as well. So these are all things that are memorialized into the plan now as well. I did want to touch on Lake Tahoe because this is a countywide stormwater master plan, and while I am focusing a lot on flooding in the valley, water quality up at Lake Tahoe is a mandate. that we've been doing for well over 20 years, as Commissioner Rice knows. We've done several water quality improvement projects to reduce the amount of fine sediment particles entering the lake. That's what is clouding the clarity. Private properties are required to do parcel BMPs. And then the other thing that helps to limit the amount of fine sediment particles is road operations. So when you're putting down sand on the roadway and plowing, are you able to get out there and sweep it up as soon as possible? Because the longer it stays on the road, more cars drive over it, and then it washes into the lake. And so these are all things that we're required to look at and prove that we're maintaining our water quality improvement projects, that private property owners are maintaining their parcel BMPs, and that road operations are being conducted with trying to get that material off the roads as soon as possible. The road operations is a bit challenging because Douglas County doesn't actually maintain very many roads in the Tahoe Basin. Mostly it's GIDs that we have doing road maintenance. And so we have to maintain those partnerships as well with the GIDs to ensure that they're doing some proper practices for us. We do have an interlocal agreement with the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. We're required to maintain a certain number of credits annually. You have to prove through a rapid assessment method that your infrastructure is maintained and functioning well. And those have to be done every single year. And as you can see, as the years go up, your credits increase. And so the number of projects that you might have to do increases, which means your capital projects increase, your maintenance increases, and the bar just keeps getting set higher and higher and higher. And so a lot of these projects are on the same level as some of our flood control projects down here, but they're not really for flooding, they're for water quality, but they're kind of on the same scale. This is just a list of the projects that we have registered to date. We have some parcel BMP registrations, road operations through the Kingsbury General Improvement District. We have a couple of projects within GIDs, the Cave Rock GID, Logan Creek, Lake Ridge, Oliver Park, Lake Village, et cetera. So there's several different entities that we have to work with in order to make sure that we can keep these facilities maintained and functioning. Here's just a few pictures of what some of them look like. And they issue you various credits. You have to model what your load reduction is. And so some projects are worth more credits than others. And so we try to be strategic about how you can get the most credits for the least amount of money in any particular project. And some of these have been here for quite some time. But luckily, we do have our lovely maintenance staff behind me here to help us keep those maintained and functioning. They do a great job. We do have a couple of future projects planned up at the lake. There's a Kingsbury, Lower Kingsbury area-wide, which would take runoff from a couple different parcels. This project's kind of being facilitated by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency in conjunction with the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. So they're looking and pursuing some grant funds for this, although that does take time as well. And we're also working with Marla Bay and Zephyr Heights to try to, this is a little bit of a flooding and water quality issue combined, and hopefully the solution will solve both issues there. So we do have some future projects coming, and then we also will probably try to retrofit some of those older projects up there at the lake. They did a lot of construction of detention basins in the 90s with little or no thought to maintenance. And so there's opportunity for kind of reconstructing some of those and getting additional credit. All right, so back to our stormwater master plan and just kind of wrapping things up for you all. I know it's been a really long conversation, but it's been a long time coming. We have had a lot of historical flooding here in the county. It's still happening now. This community's tried several times to get a stormwater master plan going as far back as the 90s. And once this plan is adopted, we can hopefully finally say that we did it. Happy to be here when we did. We have all of our program activities, our regulatory programs, day-to-day operations, and our capital projects. And then we're going to continue to do additional studies to study other areas that we are having issues in. So our next steps for this plan, the first step is being presented to you right now. And I didn't realize at the time of making this presentation that we were going to have it be for adoption potentially. So we're here today for that. Next week, we're doing budget presentations. So I'll give you another presentation just based on the current stormwater budget and the proposed one for the next fiscal year. And then we will likely come back to you in April as well. We do have an appendice in the plan that does discuss funding, and it's a conversation that we'll have to have. I didn't want to have it today because I want to talk about what's in the plan, what is the work that we should do, and let's try to agree on that before even talking about anything else. So we will be coming back with a future presentation and discussion on that. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions that you might still have.
Okay, so I just got a couple of questions about one of the specific things that you have listed on the items, and it's number 24, dealing, I believe it's with the Buckeye Granville Estates. So we've had a lot of public comments in our last meeting. I've spoken with some of the constituents privately, and there's a concern that they're listed on, the pit would be listed in that location. Their contention is, and it sounds like a pretty good contention, is that this is a conservation easement which prohibits, in the easement, it prohibits moving dirt and excavating and so forth, yet you have it on your list. Can you explain why?
Courtney Walker for the record. I can explain why. From the engineering perspective, it's the best location for the basin. It's on HOA property. It's owned by the Grandview Estates HOA. And so if 51% of them voted to amend their CC&Rs and change the plan development, hopefully I'm saying this all in the right way. I'm not a planner, but if they amended the plan development, you could modify the conservation easement and it would be possible to construct it. It's a big lift. And also that project comes with a really high price tag. And so we're investigating some other alternatives to deal with Buckeye Creek. We're in the middle of a feasibility phase 2 study to route the water to the north. There was also an older project on Douglas County Sewer Improvement District land that proposed doing some flood control for Buckeye Creek. And so there are some other options. For Ruinstrath, there's a couple different alternative projects, and I have them all on there as well. And so what I want to do is not limit us. I want to have all the available options. And as I said, you know, the list is a living list, and as conditions change or things happen, things will come off the list, new things will come on, the priorities may change.
That's what I keep telling the residents, that, because I spoke with Tom Delaire before and then with our county staff, that this isn't high on the list. It's very far down the list. It costs a lot of money. You'd have to get the homeowners association approval. But the question keeps coming back is, but why would you put it on the list if the county has designated this as a conservation easement and people bought homes with that understanding? So you're saying you want to keep everything on the list, but don't we as a county sometimes, not sometimes, shouldn't we always have an obligation to follow up with what we've promised our constituents or the residents when they buy their property in those locations?
I think that's more of a political question. I'm just trying to be technical in giving us options. And so in the future, when we get another project proposed for Buckeye, then it could turn out that one comes off. I'm just not there yet.
No, I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is there's 5 people that are elected by the people, so it is sort of political, and you want us to approve a plan with this on the plan. And I understand the chances are very slim that this would ever go through. My bigger concern, and again, I'm not going to take the place of you guys as an expert on what's the best location and what is going to benefit the county the most. That's why you're in the position you're in, and we're going to allocate a lot of money for you to do what needs to be done. But it just seems like if we've promised a certain area that they're going to have this type of an environment around them, that we shouldn't be designating changes to that. That's all I'm saying.
I want to add some thoughts to that, but I want to take a side trip just briefly, which is I've been able, along with Commissioner Gardner and Cassie Kerner and Fred Stoddard and Dave Nelson to serve on the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District. And I just wanted to note that they are great partners in doing this kind of work. And we have Brenda Hunt here today, who is the Watershed Program Manager. And so I wanted to acknowledge her and acknowledge that organization as being really helpful in this work. Okay, now back to our favorite Grandview situation. I've given this a lot of thought, and that I talked to Courtney and Corinne about this, and that resulted in the language on page 35. Because to me, and I realize some people might vehemently disagree, and I respect that. To me, this plan is an engineer plan. And it's not, it doesn't take in all of the factors that we have to do the deep dive on before we make any decision. And so this language on page 35 says, all projects in the list have been identified sort of conceptually, but prior to any construction, all projects will go through a rigorous evaluation, environmental analysis, and costing. This will include geotechnical analysis, soils analysis, environmental analysis, neighborhood impact, and cost-benefit analysis. These are important to me. Neighborhood impact is important to me, and none of these, that has not been a criteria for this list, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay doing the neighborhood impact later. I also think cost-benefit is a huge question. There may be some projects on this list that have a big price tag and wouldn't have as big of a result. It might be cheaper to let people flood than it would be to do the project. I mean, that's not ideal. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of analysis that would still need to be done for all of these projects, and Grandview for sure. So I'm sympathetic to the neighborhood there. I also want to point out, though, that our contract, our agreement that created the conservation easement was with Grandview Estates. And the folks that we're hearing from don't live in Grandview Estates. So that partially answers Commissioner Tarkanian's question, is why would we allow this on the list when we've promised something? And to me, the people we promised this to are not here, as far as I know. Maybe they are. Maybe we'll hear from them. But to me, that's sort of a secondary thought to the fact that these kinds of considerations will come before us, and we'll have every opportunity to say, no, this is too much of an impact. We need to find other ways to get the same result. So I'm not saying the concerns are not important to me. I'm just saying it's premature to be weighing them in the balance.
So I agree with almost everything Commissioner Hale said there, except when you say that you make an agreement with Grandview and the Homeowners Association, but once you designate it as a conservation easement, every single person who bought a home around there bought it under that understanding. Now, you may not have a written agreement, a verbal agreement, but you certainly gave the understanding to every homeowner that that's what was going to be there.
Are the two of you done?
Thank you for the discussion.
Okay, is there any further comments before we go to public comment?
I guess, and I'll weigh in just a little bit on that. And that, as I recall, it was 3 or 4 months ago when you brought forward the initial thing. And I think that particular basin had a $40 million price tag on it. And so that's one of the reasons that instigated my comments and questions regarding FEMA assistance, is that somehow this board, would have to dedicate $10 million to accommodate a FEMA grant of $30 million. And quite frankly, myself as a commissioner, I can see a lot of benefits of $10 million and other projects throughout the county. And we had one up on that board, and that was that eastern Jeremy Hutchins Dam, the Hutchins Dam or whatever you want to call it. That would have so much more significant impact on our community than the Grandview ever. So while I appreciate the concerns of those residents, I know it's down on 24. Maybe it should be 28. I don't know. I just don't see us ever really getting there, honestly, because if I'm ever presented as a commissioner, things that are needed for spending $10 million, I can promise you I'm going elsewhere. Okay, and not necessarily in flood mitigation, by the way, other projects that I think are needed in this county, including, if we had a $10 million windfall, I would much rather, pay off part of our bond of that new Justice Center we just approved. So that's where my priorities are.
Let alone 43 million, which is what this is listed at.
Okay, any further comments from the board? Seeing none. This is for possible action, so we will open it for public comment.
Jason Gibson, Maladministrative Audit Council in and for Douglas County. Well, you just heard it from the commissioner's mouth. He'd rather fund an oversized 55-acre jail-like facility than flood mitigation for residents who are in a state of emergency. What I'd like to know from Courtney and crew, did we see any American Rescue Plan Act dollars your way or go any kind of source funding from the American Rescue Plan for what you're doing? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I believe
That's
that
interesting.
questions to the staff are inappropriate, and any questions that are posed by the public should be posed to this board. And if this board then determines that staff
You just asked if I had any
we will do
questions.
that. Thank you.
That's correct, sir.
Well, I'm responding to what the protocol is. Okay. So I want to reflect on a couple of the key points in the presentation. I thought it was interesting, the news articles that were associated with the pictures there. Letters to the editor, same old business protocol. Those two articles said no new taxes or fees, and the other article next to that one said suppressing freedom of speech. So we're still dealing with the same issues today as they were dealing with back then. Nothing has changed.
Mr. Gibson, I didn't suggest that you couldn't address questions to us. I suggested you can't address questions to our staff. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I thought it was also interesting within the dialogue of things to note that the basic common sense when discussing basic principles of equity are coined as political issues. Basic elements of equity and common sense can't be discussed because it sounds like a political issue. It sounds like we can't think for ourselves on basic issues of morality. So I'm just going to put that out there. That was my 2 bits. And then the neighborhood impact of these things. You folks just went to Washington, D.C. Why didn't you take these issues to D.C. with you? They're pretty important issues, aren't they? You didn't bring them up over there, did you? Didn't even cross your mind to think about these things? None of these stats are included in the master plan. None of these things were discussed. And you get more of your information from us, the general public, than you get from your own staff. The direction you're getting is coming from a minority of people like me, citizens who are providing input, who go out of their way, who don't get paid to come up here, who risk their careers and their reputations. You're getting your stuff from us most of the time.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Hunt. I'm the Watershed Program Manager with the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District. I just want to let you know that CWSD is in support of the Douglas County Stormwater Master Plan and the planning efforts to minimize stormwater impacts in Douglas County. Douglas County, the Board of Commissioners adopted the Carson River Regional Floodplain Management Plan originally in 2007, and then the subsequent updates in 2013 and 2018. The new Stormwater Master Plan assists in meeting the suggested actions in that Regional Floodplain Management Plan, and most specifically under the minimizing stormwater impacts. And it also provides the county a county-wide approach to stormwater management. So CWSD helped, as Courtney suggested, to direct FEMA funding that was through our cooperative technical partner grants that we receive. And Douglas County conducted many of those area drainage master plans that were discussed in the presentation. Those were outlined in the document because they're really important basic studies. And now the Stormwater Master Plan is a culmination of all of this planning exercises that have happened over time. Multiple years of work have gone in to provide Douglas County and the Douglas County Stormwater Program an overview approach to stormwater that has not been planned comprehensively to date. And as you can see, you guys have been trying to do this for years, and this is your opportunity. And it's a good one. So it's a positive direction, and will assist the county in receiving grants and future planning and implementation efforts to minimize flood risks and protect water quality, as was also discussed in the presentation. So I would say please consider approval of the Douglas County Master Plan, Stormwater Master Plan. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Mel Hogan. I've been up here before on this subject, so I'll be short today. My property adjoins the Grandview Conservation Easement. It's about a 630-foot property line. In the year 2000, my wife and I attended the development proposals by Steve Mothersell. He was the developer of Grandview. We felt that the development was acceptable with reduced lot size, as a conservation easement would be set aside for the enhancement of our East Valley community. Now the conservation easement is threatened by turning it into a flood control holding basin. This basin is still in the Douglas County Flood Control Plan. We request that this basin be removed from the plan. There are other admitted acceptable remedies for flood control for Buckeye Creek that will not impact our East Valley community. Thank you.
Howdy, I'm Vaughn Hepner. I'm from East Valley. First of all, Commissioner Tarkanian, I totally appreciate what you said, and I think that's exactly right. Please remove the protected open space at Grandview from the Stormwater Master Plan. You know, the good book says, let your yes be yes and your no be no. My neighbor, who has just spoken, they did not agree to Grandview having 2-acre plots from 5-acre plots until they had an agreement from the county that says this will be open protected space. That was the agreement. And it said in perpetuity it would be protected open space. So a law was made. That law has been recorded. I believe Hope has sent all of you the documentation on that. And that protected space means there's to be no building, no grading, no excavation whatsoever. That's the law. And we did our due diligence, just as you had suggested, and I think all our neighbors did due diligence. That was protected space. We didn't have to worry. We built our homes there. And the law said I can't touch it other than walking through it. But now the county is at least theoretically considering to put a gravel pit there. For 5 years, trucks will be thundering through our area and our streets, destroying the property value, destroying the quality of life. When it's over, there'll be a massive, ugly pit with a chain link fence, the very opposite of open space. And so I know that you all are concerned that the public trusts you and trusts the law. But it is very difficult when I even talked to a county engineer and he said, we can change that. And I saw the yes is not yes, it can become a no. And so how are we to trust and work together when the very thing that was promised is now on the table and said, yeah, we can change it if we feel like it. And that does not see, I would rather that you would champion the law that you put in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Phyllis Hogan, and I'm asking you to please remove the basin at Grandview Conservation Area from this plan. There are other areas you are considering that do not directly affect the quality of life for the neighbors. I am briefly quoting from a letter of approval sent to Steve Mothersill, the developer of Grandview, from the Community Development of Douglas County, dated January 10, 2000. This is item number 10, Part C, and I quote, "The special flood hazard areas identified on the final map are designated as a drainage and open space conservation easement, have no associated residential developmental rights. All development activity, including construction of solid buildings, fences, construction of roads, grading, excavation, or filling within the easement is prohibited." End of quote. We have lived here for almost 26 years, and the area is one of natural beauty. All of the native vegetation would be lost if this gravel pit is allowed. People walk, ride bikes, horses through this area. We had a herd of wild horses here, often in our yard and on our driveway. The corner of our garage is 30 feet from this conservation area. Imagine a hurricane fence along the entire north side of our 5 acres. The job of county commissioners is to maintain the quality of life for residents, not to ruin property values. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
James McCallum for the record. First thing I want to do is I want to thank Courtney Walker. A friend of mine had some flooding on his property, had a lot of questions, decided to go to me instead of her. So I met with her, we had coffee. I learned a lot about ditches versus who owns the water versus what's irrigation. She gave me a pretty good schooling in a short amount of time, and I really want to thank her for that. And I appreciate the hard work and understanding the problem with the residents in Grandview Estates, and I think that's a serious issue. The overall, the master plan for stormwater. This is the kind of issue that when you have 3 years of drought, which we typically have after a lot of rain, people forget about it. It gets lost. Pretty soon, people are more concerned about other things. Then the rain comes and all the damage comes, and then we go, oh, what are we going to do? So following through on this plan is really important. I hope that we do that and we don't let a couple of years of not much rain deter us from doing the work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hope Sullivan, East Valley. Please remove all references to the basin at Grandview from this plan. Open space used to be the jewel of this community. I wasn't sure that was still the case until on Monday, when you prioritized open space protection in the strategic plan. You have been left a legacy of open space protection from past boards. One of those sites is the 80 acres of open space in a conservation easement at Grandview. Thank you to my neighbors who fought for this open space in 2000. And to Commissioner Hales, we have standing. It's in the state law, and I've provided you with that state law. No building, grading, or excavating is allowed per the terms of the plan development and per the terms of the conservation easement. Based on these restrictions, this site should never have been under consideration. We have met with the head of Grandview's HOA. He was clear that they have only authorized a study and nothing else. He was also clear that when the gravel pit is dug, the HOA will be the financial beneficiary. By the way, you just talked a lot about Painted Rock Mine. The size of this gravel pit at Grandview Estates will yield 3.8 million cubic yards of material. That's the same as phase 1 of Painted Rock Mine. All the comments you just heard on Painted Rock Mine will apply here, except one. Knox will not be the project proponent, you will be. This is a policy decision. I agree with staff, they said that to you. This isn't a legal decision. You can't go to Doug Ritchie and ask for the answer. It's not a technical decision. The technical people already told you what they thought. It's policy. Will this board honor open space protected by a conservation easement? Will this board honor the terms of development projects that have been constructed in this community? Will this board honor the terms of a conservation easement that protects open space? Will this board protect the legacy of open space protection that's been left to you? Removing Grandview Basin from this report is answering yes to each of these questions. We are not anti-stormwater control. We are not anti-development. We are for not in the conservation easement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Gretchen Guerin from East Valley. Please remove the Buckeye Basin at Grandview from the stormwater management plan. My husband and I are thankful to all who fought for the open space conservation easement at Grandview that provides a serene quality of life to the neighbors of that planned unit development in East Valley. We bought our property that adjoins the Grandview conservation easement last year, knowing that that land was protected in perpetuity. We were shocked a few days after moving to find out that a study was being done that would allow a 40-foot deep basin to be built encompassing the entire 62 acres of the easement. Our retirement next to natural land would be turned into a nightmare of excavation for several years, resulting in a large pit, mosquitoes, and a chain link fence surrounding it. Not something we would want for us or for future generations either. The Douglas County Strategic Plan, page 13, Balanced Growth and Infrastructure, states the intention to be good stewards of county assets and maintain quality of life and rural character. We, as stewards of part of this beautiful valley, will continue the fight to prevent the destruction of this conservation easement and the natural open space that is so important to that quality of life and rural character. We believe that the laws set in place to protect it in perpetuity must be honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Matt McKinney, General Manager of Bentley Ranch, President of the Upper Alderman, Virginia Ditch Company. We're here in support of this plan. Courtney has been a great partner with us. We've worked a lot in the flood events and planning for flood events, and we really appreciate the effort she's put in. Too bad we didn't do this 60 years ago. Wouldn't be a problem today, but we're doing it now, so we appreciate that. It's a good start. There's a lot of finite details to finish up. She's throwing things against the wall, seeing if they're going to stick, and we all understand that. And one of the previous commenters said in 3 years, everybody's going to forget about it because there won't be any water. And then it'll hit again, and we'll worry about it. Luckily, you have Courtney, and she's working really hard on it and trying to plan for these events in the future. We've learned a lot in the last year. Those events happen every 50, 55 years. So most of us won't have to worry about that one. But the next generation or a couple of generations down the way will. And I'm glad Courtney's working on it. The one thing I do have to say, and it's more of a point of information, is the Carson Valley itself is drained by 90% private ditches. And please, please continue to work with the ag community. Don't point fingers. I've seen a few fingers pointed earlier today that I kind of cringed at. Don't point fingers. Hey, we're all in this together. Let's work as cooperating partners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jim Jackson again. I want to correct a statement I made earlier about when we had the meeting up at our house. We had 20-plus members of the county staff and the BLM staff that showed up. And when I said Courtney was the only one that made sense, I still stand by that. But there were 3 other individuals that were there, Commissioner Tarkanian, Commissioner Gardner, and Sheriff Coverly, that developed our trust in what you had said and everything. So I wanted to correct that. At that time, the reason we had that meeting was there was a plan for a bunch of catch basins along the Johnson Lane area, starting out over by Stephanie and ending up at Johnson Lane. That was going to be the smallest one. It was about 125 feet off of our property. I forget how large it was going to be, but there was a lot of problems with it, cutting a road into it, crossing private property. And I remember at the time, the previous county manager said that I would be pushing up daisies before that would ever be in existence. I see it in the plan. I looked at it. I saw it come down the list, and I saw it on there. Quickest way to get rid of me after Painted Rock Mine is there is to not have this come up, because I'll be back for this one then. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Hayes. I'm a citizen. I worked on the original master plan for the county. When you do a plan like this, you cast a broad net so you can look at as much as possible. I think this is a good plan. I think when the implementation happens, that's when you guys have to do some really clever prioritizing and funding of the projects. I wish you all good luck, and I would hope we could all get along and accomplish this. Thank you.
Hey,
Mike Hayes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Coburn. I'm a hydrologist, and I worked with Steve Lewis in our local cooperative extension office for many years. And I want to comment in support of this plan. It's a comprehensive plan that's been needed for a long time. Steve Lewis and I started studying the floods in Douglas County in 1992. In 1992, there had already been 3 flash floods in the Johnson Lane area in the past 3 years. We started a group called the Citizens Task Force for Flood Control, and there were a lot of members, both from the Johnson Lane community, the agricultural community, and what we did was put out publications, information like this one, Flood Hazards and Planning in Douglas County. A lot of people weren't really aware how many flood problems we had in Douglas County and what kind of stormwater problems we had. And we joked that it's easy to forget about flooding because the half-life of the flood memory is kind of short. And so after about 3 or 4 years, you forget that there was a flood. We had more flooding in 2014 and 15. also coming off the south side of Hot Springs Mountain that did quite a bit of damage. Courtney showed some of those photographs of that flood. I want to mention in context that we have really two kind of main categories of flooding here. We've got the stormwater, kind of localized flooding from a thunderstorm in the valley or up in the Pine Nuts or in the Sierra that sends down flash floods on alluvial fans. And the other kind of main category is we have the big flood that comes down from the upper watershed of the Carson River, which can create a big river flood, which turns most of the valley into a lake. Most of the agricultural land is turned into a lake. What I like about this plan is it is comprehensive. It deals with it creates a list of priority projects that can be implemented. And the way grant funding works, sometimes grant money will appear, and if you're in competition, if you have something that's on a list and say, well, the county's already approved this as an important project, it's much more likely to get funded that way. Is my time up? Okay.
15 seconds.
Okay. So in sum, I think the county, our task force also recommended that the county master plan have a flood control element. And this goes way beyond that. The county master plan has that element, but now we have a way to go forward and make it reality.
I'm sorry, sir, now your time is up.
Good afternoon. My name's Steve Huntsinger. I've lived in this county quite a long time, built quite a few houses, done a couple of developments. When you do a development, you have to go before you folks, and you get an approval under certain conditions. That's what Grandview Estates did. They did a PUD. That zoning is 5 acres. They have 2-acre lots out there. The reason they have 2-acre lots is because they've agreed to do certain things. One of them is the big open space area there. I own property right next to that. I've subdivided some of it and sold some lots to people. And one of my big selling points to them was that there's 80 acres there that's open space. You can ride your horses on it. You can hike on it. Wild horses come in there. And that's the agreement that was made. To go back on that now, it isn't up to a 51 vote from Grandview. We live around that property, and you just can't change it like that. And you should take this off the slate of projects that you're doing. It should be taken off today, if you can. It's just not, it's the right thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Heard? My name is Christine Huntsinger, and I haven't done this much, but I want to let you guys know that you made an agreement, and you should follow through on it. You shouldn't go against the law and just say, we're going to change it because you want to. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mimi Mossman, and resident. I am in support of a countywide stormwater master plan. However, I am not supportive of staff proposing to continue to utilize open space conservation easements within PDs for flood control basins. Starting on page 4 of the plan, 4 PDs are ranked and shown on the CIP projects list: Red Hawk, Janelle, Mill Myers, and Buckeye Creek, Grandview. Commissioners, we have seen this scenario play out last year with the Spring Creek PD, the Red Hawk Basin. You have already set a precedent, and now staff arbitrarily lists these PD zoning sites as potential flood basins with no regard for the PD limitations set forth by ordinance which these projects were approved under. These sites should be ranked separately from others or removed completely from the list of potential projects. Whether you recognize it or not, this plan includes a major policy shift for Title 20 zoning regulation in 3 areas. 1, arbitrarily disregarding the PD zoning where open space is set aside and is restricted from future development under recorded conservation easement. 2, Title 20 does not define a flood control basin and therefore is not allowed in any zoning district. And 3, under Title 20.660.070, any extraction of earth material is defined as a mining use gravel pit, which is only allowed in the general industrial zone and requires a special use permit. To identify flood basin sites without first defining a flood control use in Title 20 and then gaining proper zoning approvals if allowed is premature and in direct conflict with the adopted code. My prior comments on the flood basin in the Spring Creek PD focused on development within an open space conservation easement, which should have been prohibited. But what I failed to identify at that time is that the mining use that staff promoted and the board approved isn't even allowed in any residential zoning district, let alone forest and range or agriculture districts. What does that mean? Mining is prohibited in Grandview Estate site, Janelle site, the Denmar site, Melmeyer site, the DCSID site, and the Red Hawk site, and others listed. Regardless of ownership by the county, the zoning district provisions must first be followed. I would suggest that before any of the basin sites are listed and ranked in the draft plan, you direct staff to amend Title 20 to define flood control basins and set up development standards as to where they can be permitted, such as the PF zoning. Staff has added a new language on page 50 to identify internal evaluations needed before facilitating outreach with the public and before construction that Commissioner Hales has spoken to. Nowhere in this new text is there mention of staff identifying the proper zoning districts or regulations as they would apply to a flood basin use, especially when mass grading, excavation, processing, and hauling of material is necessary to construct any of the proposed basins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Slade, thank you for the presentation. Some very good ideas in there. I feel sorry for anyone who's had flooding on their property or is in harm's way. And it certainly seems that the 100-year floods seem to be coming more often than once a century. However, to think that Douglas County can prevent all flooding forevermore, or importantly, that the county can afford to try, is foolish. As always, it comes down to priorities and what the county can afford. Homes built in a floodplain are required to have flood insurance that they pay for themselves, as they should. Riverine or flash flooding is primarily what is being discussed today and what the capital improvement projects would address. When we look at page 4 of the plan in the supplemental, we see a wish list of capital improvement projects and their estimated costs in today's dollars. The vast majority of those projects, including every single basin being addressed, is east of Highway 395 and accounts for about 99% of the cost. That includes Pine Nut Creek in the Fish Springs area, Smelter Creek, Buckeye Creek, and Donchon Lane area. Fish Springs alone accounts for nearly 50% of the total potential cost. Which brings us to the key question. How much can we afford, and how and who should pay for it? The packet addresses 4 main options other than grants, which are, of course, always welcome. 1, development impact fees, developer impact fees. I've always felt that developers should pay impact fees for this type of infrastructure. With the Buckeye Creek development, for instance, Park Ranch Holdings got a $100 million windfall when commissioners inappropriately transferred receiving area from Topaz to that area. Certainly they, Park, should contribute substantially to flood control. Secondly, special assessment districts. This too seems appropriate because those who will benefit pay towards the infrastructure. And if 50% of the residents don't choose to support that, then that area is put at risk by their choice. 3, utility fees for all county residents. This only makes sense if everyone is equally at risk, which is not the case. The odd thing is the examples they give on page A9 are water and wastewater service. But in Douglas County, of course, those are enterprise funds, as they should be. Tax increment funding used for the event center at the lake does not create money, but takes money from other needed services, whatever that may be, roads, recreation, county staff, or sheriff's deputies, so hence is inappropriate. Two of the projects listed in Fish Springs total $32 million and are suggested they should be paid for by countywide utility fees, which is inappropriate. The appropriate way to fund these things is developer impact fees and special assessment districts.
Is there any further public comment?
My name is Cindy Hepner. I am from East Valley. And my neighbors have done a wonderful job expressing my opinions also. So I just want to say ditto. Nothing more to add except for please remove Grandview from the stormwater plan.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
I'm just moving. I'll share my thoughts. I spent a lot of time considering one word in this plan, and that's on page 502 of the packet. The word is must. In the middle of the page, years of repeated flooding events and damage to existing infrastructure within specific communities has raised the county's awareness that mitigation efforts must be implemented. To me, that word seemed too strong at first. And I mean, must is, an imperative. And, we've lived this long without major efforts. So what's must about it? So I considered that at length, and I've gotten to the point where I think that probably is the right word, because, your point is well taken, Mr. Slade. Development agreements would be ideal, but we are where we are. And the history of flooding is what it is, and no one can undo what's been done and redo it better at this point. We can only look forward. And so when I consider the word must, I look at what's happened in recent past with flooding and the cost and the issues and the emergencies that have arisen. And I do think must is an appropriate word to use in adopting a stormwater master plan. I don't think it's the appropriate word for every project. And to me, a cost benefit on every project is going to be important, because I think there could be some projects in here where the cost is more than the flooding, as I already mentioned. So I do support this plan, and I want to speak. I am sympathetic to the Grandview neighbors. And I think I don't think it will ever come to a vote on that project, but theoretically, if I did have to vote on that project, I would weigh your concerns very heavily, and I can't imagine a scenario where I would be persuaded that it's okay. But I believe in process, and this process is so far an engineering process. And this plan is along those lines, and the kind of evaluation you're asking us to do could be done on every single project on the list, and there would be those considerations on every single project. But we have to start somewhere, and having a plan is better than having no plan. And so I would be in favor of adopting the plan, with the one change that I do think maybe we add some some additional considerations to that paragraph on page 35. And those could be zoning and conservation easement designations and restrictions against removing earth, so that those would be specific articulated concerns that we would look at with each project as they come up. And I hope that would give at least some amount of assurance that these are things that are important to us and we would weigh.
Thank you, Mr. Tarkanian.
So I am trying very hard to become a better county commissioner. And I think, at least in my mind, I try to weigh what do I do well or what do I do poorly. And one of the areas that I certainly have been criticized for, I don't necessarily know if it's as bad as it's been alleged, but one of them is I get too much into the weeds and micromanage things where I see a problem within the county. And what Commissioner Hales has stated there, and a lot of it is very, very true. This is a decision that the experts are making to do what's best for the community as a whole based upon a cost-benefit analysis. Another area where I've been criticized for is not supporting county staff when they're the experts in a certain area, and I'm not an expert in a certain area. And as much as I don't agree with keeping Grandview in this area, I would have to go again against at least giving the county staff this option. But then I look at what I think I do well in, and is I try to listen to the constituents, and if they have valid concerns, at least concerns that I agree with, I think we should, as the elected representatives of these people and the voice for these people, to support these valid concerns. And I think the people and the neighbors near the Grandview Estates have some very, very valid concerns. They bought these homes under the understanding that there would be a conservation easement there. For me to say now, I'm going to give the county the option, which is not going to happen when I'm on the board, at least I'm going to do everything I could to vote against it. But what happens when I leave the board 5-10 years from now, and you have a new county commissioner who maybe is sympathetic to the promises the county has made, then they're going to take a look at this and say, well, maybe we'll go for it. And I just don't see how I'm doing my positive stuff as a county commissioner by not listening to these type of concerns for our constituents or the people we represent. And as much as I want to give Courtney the options to do everything that's best, I just can't vote for this, including Grandview. I just think they have, the speakers came up here, they've all made very, very, very good points. And I'm going to support what they've said.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, a member of the public asked a question, and I think I know the answer to this, but we might as well go down that road if we could real quick. And that is, a member of the public asked if we had dedicated any ARPA funds to your department or to storm mitigation. I believe we did, but I'm not positive about that. Could we get confirmation of that?
Courtney Walker, for the record, we did get some ARPA funding to do a couple of flood control studies. I can't recall off the top of my head which ones specifically were funded from ARPA. Jeremy may remember, but we've done so many recently, I can't remember what's been funded by what.
I don't think it's important that we know the specific names, but the fact is that we did dedicate ARPA funds. That's the overriding question. It was disputed that we did, and I wanted to make sure we address that question. Thank you. It's unbelievable, I guess, to me, as long as this county has been in existence, that we're just now looking at a storm water master plan. It seems to me like we've had flooding in this area for a very long period of time, and that's why it's always been one of the more desirable areas for agriculture in the state of Nevada. And we're lucky to be able to accommodate that and participate in that activity. I am pleased that you've done this and we've allocated the funds to go forward with a stormwater master plan. And you've done it just a remarkable job. I don't know where you get the time to do all the things you do. and that's, I don't wish to cherry pick, and I don't wish to question your professional expertise in looking at the methods of storm mitigation throughout the county, and you've identified every one of those areas. And I know that more than likely, you know, we haven't identified an alternative to the Buckeye Creek and storm issue, and the only thing we've been able to do is identify Grandview Estates in that area, and I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not, and I said that I think several months ago, is that I'm just not comfortable with that. You know, and we made a statement also when we approved Red Hawk that was not going to be a precedent-setting activity. And so it's almost like if we do approve this, then we did set a precedent. So I don't wish to micromanage your department whatsoever. And so, and while we might want to mitigate, and it would be very nice to be able to mitigate every possible storm issue that we might encounter, I don't know that that's, while we'll try to do what we can, I don't know that we can address every constituent's area. And I know that probably when we start to do some of these projects, we're going to have additional public comment. I don't want that basin there. I don't want it. I want it over there. I don't want it there. I want it over there. But we'll have to address those as they come forward. And, you know, the fact is that, like I said earlier, at a rate of, what was it, 43 million, and with 25% coming out of our pockets, I see, you know, we just bought 57 acres of property out on Buckeye. We're looking at a justice center that's going to cost $50 million. I see a bulging at the seams of the Mendon Inn. I see, you know, bulging at the seams in this building. I see where we've got staff piecemealed here, there, and everywhere around the county, and it's hard for our residents to know where, you know, they can't. A one-stop shop building would really be, in my mind, a really good thing. And so, if we're going to have $10 million somehow come to us in a windfall, I'm looking at utilization of that 57 plus acres, or the leftover 57 acres from the Justice Center, where we might be able to consolidate our buildings. So it would be nice to have, you know, $400 million where we could do every one of your projects, and I would love to be able to do that, but I don't see that. And so for leaving Grandview Estates on this thing, I'm not comfortable with that. So I would support taking that particular item off. I don't like cherry picking, but I would like to perhaps pass a motion to pass this storm master plan, but cherry pick that particular one off. That's all I'm saying.
We've heard from everybody except Commissioner Noasad. Would you like to jump into the fray?
Oh, sure, why not? I'm looking at this, and I started to do a root cause analysis. How did we get here? Why are we worried about Granville or any of the ones that are mentioned in this master plan? It's because we allowed that land to be occupied at the developer's behest over the years, maybe go back 30 years. So once we built all those places and we become aware of the water coming downhill, we panic. So we come up with a master plan now, and what I see is like 19 or 20 different areas that are going to be offended because they can't have that open space that they thought they had when they bought the property. Then again, I would wonder why anybody would buy property in an alluvial plain. So I'm at a toss-up point here. I'm willing to listen to people who live here say, no, we bought it, we wanted to have open space, and now we're going to have a gravel pit next door. I'm on the verge of saying no to this plan. I don't know what we can do instead. But it's going to end up, if we don't do it, we're going to have a lot of people with wet feet.
You ready for a motion?
Can I say something first?
Commissioner, go ahead.
If we're going to take it out, I would prefer a motion to take it out first and then a motion to approve the plan. That way I can approve the plan.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to take the Grandview Estates out of the stormwater plan.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we remove the Grandview from the stormwater plan. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, one nay. It passes 3-1. 4-1, sorry about that. All right, now do we have another motion?
I move that we adopt the stormwater master plan with the revision that just passed.
And I'll second that motion.
Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Thank you. And thank you for everyone that showed up.
Danny has a point.
All right, Commissioner? We will be in recess for 10 minutes. Okay, we'll bring the Board of Commissioners back to order. And we will start with item number 5 on the agenda. This is for possible action. Discussion on restructuring the China Springs Youth Camp in Aurora Pines as necessary due to both short and long-term funding deficiencies to enhance operations and sustaining effective operations in the future. Discussion includes, but is not limited to, the following options: elimination of positions, classifications, curtailment of operations and services, and the possible closure of Aurora Pines. Wendy Lang, it's in your call.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman, members of the Commission. Wendy Lang for the record, here with Jessica Stocking, and we are representing China Spring Youth Camp today. The current organizational structure of China Spring is up on the screen. There are currently 43 full-time positions funded. Of those, 6 are vacant at the moment, including the director and assistant director positions. This is the organizational structure that was in place when the actions of this board in the past few months revised the authority of China Spring Youth Camp from the judicial branch in Douglas County to the executive branch, specifically under the Douglas County manager. The county manager has asked me to dedicate effort to this important organization on her behalf, and so I have been doing so since that time. What I have found is that China Spring Youth Camp is currently operating on a budget deficit, which is projected to be $1.2 million next fiscal year. This shortfall will substantially increase in subsequent fiscal years as one-time funding sources are sunsetting. This requires immediate action to balance the budget and to operate in an efficient and effective manner. I want to show you a little bit of history about how those shortfalls have been covered in recent years, which is utilizing reserves, and also show you the history of the volatility and change of the operating surplus or deficit in the past decade. The reserves that have been utilized to cover shortfalls are in danger of being depleted and will be significantly depleted by the end of the current fiscal year. And so it's important that we bring this forward and take action promptly. This is a history of the revenues of China Spring, and I think that this visual helps to better understand the volatile revenue history. Medicaid funding varies significantly and is highly dependent on the youth population and their needs, as well as having the structure in place to bill for those needs. This requires a delicate balance of maintaining ongoing costs of positions while focusing on appropriate and quality programming. The maximum potential revenue that we have identified is potentially $2 million, but banking on this is not appropriate. There is a need to balance the treatment of the individual needs of the youth, and that would require maximum staffing and resident capacity at all points in time in any given year to achieve that number. Continued efforts to long-term budget sustainability, including an evaluation of revenue sources, are also necessary. After a thorough analysis and consideration of various options, it has become clear that we must undertake a comprehensive restructuring of our organization to ensure its sustainability in the long term. This effort will right-size the organization with expenses based on what is truly needed. The restructuring scenarios before you today will regrettably involve a possible reduction in our workforce through layoffs. The current budget structure is 77% salaries and benefits. Therefore, it is necessary to evaluate the structure of positions. 2 scenarios have been prepared for your consideration. Scenario A, which eliminates 7 positions while maintaining the program at full capacity, and Scenario B, which eliminates 14 positions by closing the girls program and operating the boys program at full capacity. And I will go into each of those scenarios in more detail. In Scenario A, 36 positions, full-time positions, would be funded. The organizational chart is before you, substantially more streamlined than what was in the current state that was presented at the beginning of the presentation. Of those positions that would be eliminated, which is a total of 7 to achieve the 36 remaining, There are some that are currently vacant, as I mentioned before. The assistant director is vacant, and there's a culinary specialist, which is currently vacant, that is recommended for elimination. There are other positions recommended for elimination, which include a dedicated IT resource, various support roles, one of the 3 supervisors, and a dedicated training role. What's not listed or identified in this recommendation are any of the staff who are responsible for day-to-day supervision of youth or their programming. Remaining positions are listed here, and these are the positions that support and work directly with the youth, and these are recommended to remain in place.
Are you taking questions as we go?
Please, thank you.
Okay. If you could back up to the positions recommended for elimination on scenario A.
Yes.
I'd like to know specifically if there is or what the plan is to cover training responsibilities and IT responsibilities specifically. And if it's too soon, I know you're just getting going. If it's too soon to have anything to share on those, that's okay.
No problem. Thank you very much, Commissioner Hales. Wendy Lang for the record. I can touch on those. I think that right now it's important to understand with the changes in leadership and the changes in the oversight of China Spring transitioning from the executive or the judicial branch to the executive branch. The executive branch has, under the county manager's authority, a full IT department, which is prepared and working as we speak on the transition of supporting the technology services function of China Spring Youth Camp. With regard to training, there is a robust training program in place currently at China Spring, and it is an excellent product that has been developed over a significant amount of time. I think an evaluation of the program needs going forward is warranted. I also think with the various levels of staff that are currently in place and that are recommended to continue to remain in place, and by that I'm referring to management positions, supervisory positions, and different levels of line staff, youth program officers 1 and 2, that structure lends itself to continuing to utilize training in those roles and utilizing that structure to train staff, as well as the full support of the county manager's team, human resources, assistant county managers, and other resources that as part of Douglas County are available to utilize in making sure the organization is successful. The funding for scenario A, or the projected expenditures, as proposed, would address the budget shortfall in the next fiscal year, the most immediate fiscal year 24-25. We still need to consider what to do in the long term. There will still be a shortfall, albeit less significant than what is currently projected if we do nothing. And so I will continue to focus. This conversation is the beginning of the conversation. There are many more things to consider and steps to take, particularly on the revenues side of this conversation. And so that is an effort that's already underway and will continue to be explored. In scenario B, the proposal is scenario A plus. There is additional proposal to eliminate the Aurora Pine Girls facility, and that's an additional 7 positions recommended for layoff or removal from the organizational structure in order to manage the funding. This is the organizational chart with that. And in this scenario, because we are impacting the number of youth served and the number of beds and the number of youth that require supervision, there are less staff positions required, including line staff positions and supervisors that directly oversee that line staff. You can see on the list of positions, many of them are the same. It's difficult to identify the red, but the difference here is highlighted in red from scenario A to scenario B, and that is a second supervisor recommended for elimination and youth program officers, the line staff who work directly with the youth. Would be 6 of those eliminated, 3 of which are currently vacant positions. Remaining positions are largely the same as the prior scenario. Again, direct staff, less the staff numbers needed for Aurora Pines. Scenario B balances the budget in the most immediate fiscal year and also allows us to set aside some money for the future for major repairs and maintenance. That is not something that's contemplated in any of the scenarios up to this point. It does not address the long-term scenarios either. And so there still needs to be an effort to increase funding and consider revenue sources for the future. I want to talk a little bit about the layoff process because that is a huge impact and a difficult thing to navigate. Under Douglas County Code, there's a procedure that is laid out, a regulation that is that must be followed. It's fairly straightforward. The appointing authority would identify the positions to be laid off and which positions and how many. If some, but not all of a certain position is being eliminated, then there's additional language that kicks in to determine the order. But the first step is the classification or the position title, and we have really one of each of those in most of the scenarios here. There's also regulations that may apply under the labor agreement with the employee union, Douglas County Employees Association, which are similar but slightly different, and we will work through those with Human Resources to ensure that employees are treated fairly and appropriately. So I've recapped here the key points of both Scenario A and B. Scenario A is eliminating 7 positions and maintaining camp at its full structure. Scenario B is eliminating those same 7 positions plus an additional 7 positions. This is in the best interest of China Spring Youth Camp right now, but it will need to be reevaluated as the landscape changes and we understand our position with Medicaid, various funding models, and best practices in treatment. This is not only more efficient, but also more effective than the current operational structure. This action would address the current needs, programs, and funding, and these should continue to be addressed in order to most effectively serve the community as the landscape changes, including funding scenarios driven by best practice treatment models. I did, in the packet of this meeting agenda, identify that there was a China Spring Youth Camp Advisory Board meeting earlier this week, and I want to convey the sentiments provided by that advisory board. So if you will allow me, I wanted to share some highlights. There was a clear opposition to Scenario B in eliminating the girls program. The China Spring Youth Camp Advisory Board is made up of members of the various jurisdictions that we serve and that send youth to China Spring. And there is a clear concern with eliminating this key service that provides a valuable service to a vulnerable population. And there was a sentiment that once it was closed, it may be difficult to reinitiate such a program. There was also concern expressed regarding the potential to simply ask the other counties to cover the gap in the long term. And so they did seem appreciative of taking some efforts up front to streamline the costs and manage the costs in order to ensure we're providing an effective and quality service in an efficient way. I think this was a very compelling point that was made by the board. Since Scenario B builds upon Scenario A, it's something that could be implemented or utilized at a later time. And so these two scenarios are not mutually exclusive. We could start with the least impactful one and have this additional alternative in our pockets should that be the case, should we need to come to that at some point. And so the China Spring Youth Camp Advisory Board voted earlier this week unanimously in favor of Scenario A as presented. And I am happy to answer any other questions. I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Pardon me. As you are aware, I was in law enforcement for 57 years. In several of those years, I spent working with troubled youth. I have 2 questions. Number one, if we went with Scenario B and shut down the women's side, what's left for them in the state of Nevada?
Wendy Lang, thank you. Very good question. That was the concern of the advisory board. There really are no alternatives. It's really just incarceration at that point, and there are no programs to work with the rehabilitation as this one does.
I was afraid of that. Number 2, and this is probably better answered by the county manager, Those positions that are lost, how many of them could be absorbed into the county structure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you kicking that question to me. I'm actually going to kick it to our Human Resources Director. Some of these positions have very, very specific job titles and essential functions associated with those positions. And so we do not have a similar place for them to quote unquote land within the county's organization. But I can tell you it is our intent, and we've already had conversations with these individuals who would be directly impacted by either scenario, that we would make them very aware of both openings within the current org structure of China Spring Youth Camp. Wendy had mentioned previously there are 3 vacant line staff positions that individuals could move into, as well as a number of open positions within Douglas County. Anything that an individual was qualified to apply for, we would encourage them to consider an open position in Douglas County and facilitate that. And what, Ms. Willing, I'm not sure if you want to add anything additionally to what I just said.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davidson. Wendy Lang for the record. I just want to echo Ms. Davidson's sentiments. I have sat and spoken to each of the individuals who would potentially be impacted by either one of these scenarios and talked to them about what the process would look like, what the regulations provide for in terms of that process, and most importantly, what vacant positions exist not only at China Spring Youth Camp, but around Douglas County, and encouraged them to consider options that may suit their interests and their skills, and to work directly with me in order to express that interest and engage in those processes as a priority consideration right now. And that's with regard to placing the individuals who would potentially be impacted by this.
Is there any possibility that the finances can be bolstered by either the participating counties or from the state of Nevada?
Thank you for the question again, Wendy Lang for the record. In the long term, I think that is one of the scenarios that we need to look at. I don't think that in the immediate need, we're facing a relatively urgent situation. As you're aware, we are, as most counties are, engaging in the budget process right now and coming upon the fiscal year where we will not be able to operate in a responsible fiscal way. We won't be able to submit a balanced budget if we don't take action right now. And so I think in the long term, it's relevant and appropriate. And as you're likely aware, the state operates on a biennium period, and we're approaching the midpoint of that biennium. And so seeking additional funding is absolutely something that we're already working on and engaging and addressing. But I think it's also important to note the appreciation that I've received from the other counties as well as the state, that we're willing to take a look at what makes sense operationally and not just asking someone to cover our expenses, but ensuring that they're legitimate, valid expenses that make sense in order to operate the camp appropriately and efficiently while still achieving the goals.
Thank you. My last question before I return it to the board. Are we left with no choices with the exception of scenario A and or B?
Wendy Lang for the record. I think that these are the best choices that are available to you right now. I don't recommend them lightly. I don't do so without considering any other alternative. I think there was some discussion on the last item of a $10 million windfall that might come at some point, and I'm sure we could all appreciate that in some avenue. But short of that, I think that there's been a great deal of analysis and input by a variety of experts in evaluating this, and this is what makes the most sense.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board. We'll start it with you, and then we'll work our way down.
I just wanted to weigh in briefly as the board's designated representative on to China Spring Youth Camp that I do support scenario A. It's painful. It's not ideal. I've heard from some of the people who are being laid off, and my heart aches. But as with all financial issues, the sooner you course correct, the better you off. When there's a financial shortfall, the sooner you course correct, the better off you are in the long term. And this scenario A is not entirely fair, but there are other compelling interests besides just fairness here, and I think scenario A is as good as we can do. I don't think we need to do scenario B yet, and I really appreciate both of you for working on this and for our county manager's expertise and guiding hand in all of this. And she's been excellent in the way she's managed this.
Thank you. Commissioner Noah, would you care to weigh in?
Yes, I'm in favor of scenario A, simply for the reason that if we went for scenario B, you said that the people who were let out of that would more than likely be incarcerated. And do we know what our recidivism rate is at China Springs?
Wendy Lang for the record. I don't have a statistic at this point, no.
Okay. So you can't give me a number, but can you get a feeling?
Wendy Lang for the record. I quite honestly am so new to the operation, I have not yet dug into that level of detail.
Would the lady sitting next to you have any idea?
Hi, this is Jessica Stocking for the record. I think the hard way to answer that is defining recidivism. I know historically it hasn't been defined, and so I think that's where we run into an issue, saying how successful a kid is when they leave a certain placement. So I am new as well, so I don't have a rate in regards to China Spring and Aurora Pines, but I do know that even the definition of recidivism hasn't been mutually agreed upon, so I think that's a hard one to answer.
My definition is person A came in and survived the course, went back out into the world, and then came back as a result of his behavior.
So, Pines, I haven't seen a kid re-enter the facility. I do know that it does happen. With that being said, I could look at that two different ways. A kid can go back in the community, they have a lot of support around them, so we notice they're not doing as well, and they come back for a little tune-up is what I like to call it. So I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because they can have the support wrapped around them to hopefully go back and make better decisions. I will tell you that the roots of China Spring are great, and I think the kids learn a lot of fundamentals there. So I'm confident in that. Unfortunately, that's the best I can do with that question.
It sounds positive. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I have always been very supportive of China Spring Youth Camp and Aurora Pines. This provides a unique opportunity for kids to get their lives back on track, and without going into the heavy incarceration of state jails, penitentiaries, whatever you call it. And I certainly appreciate also, I am very, very thankful that Commissioner Hales took this on as a responsibility in January of '23 on her election to the board, and very happy with the transition of the governance body of China Spring to the county. I thought that was something that was absolutely critical, because while us and 16 other counties participate in the financing of the program, we had very little oversight, really, of the program, and that troubled me. And as was expressed, since I serve on the Nevada Association of Counties and work with the other commissioners throughout the state, I know that Clark County is not involved in this program, but they have their own program, but the other 16 counties do. And there was some decisions made over the last couple of years for them to bolster their financial commitment to the program. I don't know whether or not they may have reached their limits on that, because I know that we do have some counties that just are very stretched financially, and whether or not and some counties don't even use the program, to my understanding, but they may, so they have to participate because they may have to use it. So it's a program that has to be in place. One thing that has troubled me over the number of years that we've been involved in this program is the number of staff versus the number of inmates, okay? Or I don't know whether or not you term them as inmates or not, but assignments to that. So I guess the question that I have is, how many beds do we have? How many males can we accommodate? How many females can we accommodate at this time? You have those numbers?
Wendy Lang, for the record. At this point in time, we are operating at a lower capacity of about 20 male beds, and I think our female capacity is 10? Okay, 10. And that is due to the historical challenges in staffing and the need to hold positions in recent years. As I had shown you the volatile funding history of camp, there have been some drastic measures taken. And so currently, while there are only 3 vacant positions, a lot of the staff are still in training. And so we're working to get through that and to be able to fully staff. And we anticipate in the next few months being able to spread our staff out independently and be able to fully operate with the bed capacity at 40 male. And
I guess that's what I'm asking,
Yes.
is you have a capacity right now of 40, of which the current census is around 20 of male,
Mhm.
and the capacity of female is how many?
I believe it's 16.
16?
Mhm.
And we have a current population of 10, you
Yes.
said? Okay. So that's where the concerns I have, always had, is the ratio of staff to
Right.
what do you call them?
Youth.
Youth. Yes, the ratio. And the problem with that, of course, is that we have 43 minus 6 is 37, right?
Right.
37 full-time positions, while we have a census right now of 30. So we have more staff than we have residents, and that's always been my concern, is that, you know, the ratio seems to be unbalanced, and those are fixed costs, and so that's, you know, that becomes a concern when it's a better than 1-to-1 ratio, and I don't know that that's. I don't know that that's optimum. I don't know how the camp runs. I don't know whether or not that's necessary, and I can't. But you know, and we have 3 primary funding sources, as I recall. We have the counties, and that is set, right? And then we have the state funding, and we have the possibility. And I want to use that term, possibility of Medicaid funding. And that's only based on the actual youth that are in the camp, right? And whether or not they're even eligible for Medicaid funding. And so my concerns are that when you budget for this, you know, you have your fixed costs, but then again, you don't know, and you know what you're going to get from the counties. But the state has been very volatile over the last couple of years, and the Medicaid funding has been very volatile. And so, you know, whenever you're building a budget, as we're going to be building here in the next week, you know, you look at your fixed costs and your income from that, and that's where you budget, is at your bare bones level. And then if you get some windfalls, then that's so much the better. But when the governor, for instance, last year went before the legislature and funded this program, he funded some of it, as I'm understanding, out of ARPA funds. And the ARPA funds are one-time funds. And we know better than to budget on one-time funds, you know, because if you start a program, you may not have the ability to fund that program in future years. So we have to be very, very careful about that. And we have no assurances beyond this next, I mean, his budget was for 2 years, right? 23, 24, and 24, 25. We have no idea whether or not that funding is going to actually be in existence by the state in 25. So, but my concerns are, and I think the state government, especially the state legislature, is very, very short-sighted, small-minded when it comes to this. And I'll state that on the record. I don't mind that, okay? Because I don't know what the cost of incarceration of an individual to a state penitentiary is versus the cost of putting a youth into this camp. But I can imagine it's probably a lot more expensive. And so the benefit of this camp being able to bring these kids in and rehabilitate them and put them on the straight path and hopefully not have any recidivism is important, okay? We don't want to have them go directly into the state system because the recidivism is much worse there, I believe, okay? So I think the state legislature is very, very short-minded and small-sighted when it comes to funding of the program. It's absolutely critical, but we can't force their hands on that. So, and I don't know that we can go back to the counties for more money either. I know that we're stretched to the limits on ourselves. And I can imagine there's other counties, just to the south of us, Mineral County is very, very stretched. And White Pine County and other counties to the east are very, very stretched. So I know it's taken a long time. I know it's taken a long time, and I appreciate your indulgence. But I don't like the idea of closing the girls' camp, Aurora Pines. I don't like that scenario. But I think we need to, if we do this and we go to Plan A, we need to have a huge lobbying effort on behalf of this county and the other 16 counties in NACO in demanding that the state legislature make sure that they put funding in that's going to keep this program open. Because if they can't, then we're not going to only lose the girls' side, we're going to lose the boys' side too. And that will be an unfortunate circumstance for 16 counties in this state, including Douglas County. So anyways, we need to listen to public comment, but yes, I agree with my fellow commissioners. A.
Mr. Nozad. Okay.
We've already met with the Walkers and with Mary Walker and made some plans.
But I will stress it at NACO tomorrow morning.
Excellent.
Okay, if we're done.
And I'm having dinner with the president of NACO this afternoon.
We will open for public comment.
Jason Gibson, I'll take the opportunity to share my personal experience with your criminal enterprise schemes. When I was 15, we were going to a football game, smoked a joint, got arrested, served an 11-month sentence for marijuana, for a joint on the way to a football game. I got out in 5 months because I was at the head of my fire crew. 11-month sentence out of Douglas County. What they've built is a criminal enterprise on their drug war scheme. And what they've been doing to us for the last 85 years is incarcerating us over organic alternatives to pleasure and pain. One of the reasons why this topic is before you today is because there's not enough residents to fund their scheme, because the cannabis drug war is over, and so is their criminal enterprise. So they're going to look at any way they can to keep it going. They refer to the inmates as inmates, which are, comes with a criminal overtone. These are resident kids who are being, who are in the meat grinder of commercialism, who have been taught nothing but fiction. They're trying to find their authentic identity, where they fit within the social fabric of things. And you guys, this government, this political body is not helping them to find themselves, because nobody here is actually authentic either. These are all fictitious persons here. Not a single one of them live by that code, that natural law, 13 stripes. Not a single one of these individuals have taken the time to renegotiate their political status as American state nationals. Not one of them can tell you what's real when it comes to the organic order of things. They don't even know themselves, let alone the nature of their opposite gender. They got twice as many beds for boys because their domestic violence program is designed to make you to fight. They don't want you knowing about women. They don't teach you about money in high school. They don't teach you about your government in high school. They certainly don't teach you your state and federal constitutions in high school. You never went to the state capitol on a field trip in high school. You never went to the courts in high school. They have dumbed you down to the point to where it's profitable for them. And what they're going to do is, and like they did today, allocating the last of the American Rescue Plan Act funds towards China Springs. Monies that are earmarked for American rescue, not their criminal enterprise scheme. That means getting you ready for the inevitable event.
Is there any other public comment?
Good afternoon. My name's Steve Hagan. I sent you guys a letter. I just passed one out to you that you have it regarding China Springs. And I kind of wanted to read it to put it on the record. China Springs is a necessary part of a juvenile service program to habilitate, not just rehabilitate, and rehabilitate errant youth in a journey to adulthood and becoming a reasonable, mature member of the community. The underlying question is always one of needed services and available money. Children must be the priority of any functional society trying to provide for its own future citizens. Given the priority for the future of the community lies with youth, the necessity to fund programs is evident. The funding cannot be delegated to sources not under the control of those, in this case Douglas County, running the program. Stable basic funding is needed to establish the continued survival of the programs. Only after basic funding is secure and the existence of the program is ensured can secondary funding, Medicare, Medicaid, local grants, charges to other counties for services, and courts be considered. It's critical to recognize that China Springs, where a suitable alternative is necessary to fulfill the obligation of this community to its children, and cannot be deferred or delegated to some other entity. It is the problem, our problem, and must be resolved in favor of the continued existence of China Springs. It is also a statewide concern. China Springs fills a need for city, county, and state services for the court. They face challenges, and a long-term solution to staffing and funding must be found. Programs for children must be the priority. Funding, although necessary, is a secondary concern. A mutually beneficial cooperative approach is required to find a solution to the provision of critical services to the county, the state, and the court. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sam Lehman. I've worked at China Springs for 5 years. I worked for 1 year for Rite of Passage. I can tell you that China Springs' success rate way exceeds Rite of Passage, which is a private organization. I really wish I could have brought the girls here today. I work day shift, today's my day off, because I think you would really be impressed with these girls. Excuse me. I've seen them when they came in, and I see them when they leave, and the difference is amazing. We have case managers who work with the families, work with the juvenile probation officers, work with the kids, their guardians. All of these kids have been traumatized. They've been raped, they've been abused, they've gone through things that just would scare you if you knew. I've seen some of their roadmaps that they do for therapy, and it just grieves my heart. But that's why I really enjoy working with them, trying to challenge them. Every girl, every boy is unique. They require almost a unique approach. Some need a tough staff member to call them out when they do wrong, and some need a gentle approach. It takes a lot of training, not just the gyro and physical restraints, but how to do it without the physical restraints, how to recognize when they're escalated, how to bring them down, to calm them down, reassure them, get them back to where they can listen and take counsel, learn to make good choices, to develop good character. There is a lot that goes on at China Springs, and every person out there contributes in their own way, whether it's the cook who runs over to AP to assist in a situation, or the camp maintenance guy who helps out almost every day. Sometimes he's the cook, sometimes he's up in the dorm, and other times he's fixing plumbing issues. We're all multitasked. There's a lot of times when I jump over from the girls to the boys. I've even helped in the kitchen. There's a lot of staff, remember, that are on vacations. Sometimes we get sick. So we seldom really ever have a full set of staff. We try to look after the kids and their medical issues. We're giving them an education. They have a school out there. We have a gymnasium with weight rooms. We try to take care of them spiritually, physically, emotionally. We have a church facilitators that come out every Sunday. Out of the 6 girls that we have present, 5 of them are in church every Sunday. We just had 2 that were released permanently, and I'm really proud of those 2 girls. I know they're going to do well on the outside. We do sometimes get phone calls and information about how they've done, and they are doing well.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Danny Thornton. I'm a YPO and an FTO in China Springs. A couple of things. By the end of this week, we're going to have 18 boys and 5 girls at this time. So that'll be the number of beds. In F1 there, when we were reading that, it says that by seniority and based on performance is how jobs are kept and lost and whatnot. We have a lot of people that are going to be in probation, and they'll stay in probation, and they'll never complete that probation. And we're going to get rid of people who have been there for 20 years and 17 years respectively. If you wanted to know the exact number of recidivism, you would talk to Anthony Sullivan, because he's the one that does that. He's one of the guys that's going to be left. He's going to lose his job. After dedicating his entire working career to China Springs, he's going to lose his job. Leslie Keith is the other one. We talk about training, the FTO program and all those things. That was all done and established by Leslie Keith. She's done it for 9 years. For 9 years, she's trained. She has 43 people that she oversees. I'm one of the FTOs, one of 14 that she watches over me in my training. She has more degrees and more awards and accolades if you walk into her office than you could find anywhere else. And at a criminal justice level, she does those things. And she trains us and she prepares us. And when you remove her, there isn't a robust place for training to continue, because she was gone for 3 months, and I watched what happened in China Springs when she wasn't there. And that training went downhill. And it went downhill in a big way. And I watched it with my own eyes. I'm not the only one. Trust me. I talk with these people. These are friends of mine, my coworkers. We're a very tight group. And we all noticed what it looked like when she was gone. And she's going to leave, the longest tenured of all of us. And she's done the most. My job's safe. You can replace me in China Springs. You can't replace that. If we think that we're going to replace it that way, we're only kidding ourselves. You know, I'm a Christian pastor. I've been a pastor at Damascus Road Christian Assembly for 20 years. You know, in the scriptures in Proverbs 15:22, it says, without consultation, plans are frustrated, but with many counselors, they succeed. If you want to succeed, you don't take away the people that make China Springs special and say, hey, we'll make it work, because it won't. I promise you, it will not work. Not only that, 2 of the people being laid off, they're the whistleblowers on a case manager who was sexually engaging with some of the youth out there. And it looks really bad on Douglas County to say, hey, we're going to take the whistleblowers and we're going to send them out the door. You know, that doesn't do Douglas County any justice. And any Douglas County employee would probably be nervous to actually report sexual abuse after this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Kevin Jenkins. How you guys doing today? Good. I got off this morning at 8 a.m. I worked from midnight to 8. Usually there's 2 of us on shift. That's 1 to 9 residents for a ratio, if you guys are looking for that. What I do every night is make sure the rest of the day is ready to go. I make sure the boys have clean clothes and everything because that's part of my job. I have to make sure if their laundry's in the washer or out, it gets done. Not just my job as that, but my job's to watch them, guide them, train them, show them how they should be as adults, what they're striving to move towards, what we want them to be. We want them to be more than just a number on a sheet. We want them to be more than just another criminal in the books. That requires training. Leslie Keith, again, is the training officer who trained me when I first got here. After about 6 months, she went on leave because she had to go get a surgery, but that's a different story. When she came back, she saw that our training was a little off, and she got it all back on track. I was behind in my training for a little while. It took her hopping in, starting to coordinate more with all the FTOs and the supervisors in order to get the training back up to par where it should be. Not only did she help with that, but Mr. Sullivan helps me all the time. If I have questions, I go to him. He's one of those ones that helps me guide me. He's like, try telling them a story in a way that'll help them understand what they should do or how to deal with those feelings that they have when they're down in the dumps, when they're missing their families, when they're angry. Trust me, they get angry pretty often because a lot of our rules are one of those things. In order to get them structured, we tell them they have to be quiet. They can't be talking all the time. And it's because if we have them talking, issues arise. But if you can explain that to them like they're human beings, one-on-one, talking like I am to you guys, or when you guys talk to me, you treat them like young adults, which they are, they respect you more. They respect the program, and they actually learn from it. Our job in that program is to show them, like I said, what they need to do to fix their issues on the outside. But part of that isn't just on us, it's also where they're at. Them going back to the areas that they're in dictates kind of our recidivism. And if they go back, they tend to get in more trouble. But some of them change what they believe, change their thinking, and move into a different direction, which is what we're training them for, or teaching them.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment?
Good afternoon, Jim Faria. I actually came here today to comment on the next agenda item, but I can't hold back from commenting on this particular agenda item. I have a graduate degree in criminal justice. I spent 33 years in law enforcement. 40 years ago, I actually worked in some of the same neighborhoods as Chairman Rice back in Southern California. In my 30 years, I watched 30 of my coworkers lose their lives. It's a tough world that we live in right now, and I really just wanted to come up here and support Commissioner Gardner's comment that you spend the money now or you see them later. And this program is obviously very important at early intervention, and there's nothing more valuable than that. If you don't spend the time and the resources now, you're going to see them later no matter what. So I urge you to support keeping this program.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment? You already had your shot. Okay, seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Nosad.
I would recommend, would ask that the board agree to scenario 1 as presented.
I would assume that means scenario A. Okay.
I will second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we go with scenario A. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute break and then we will hear from Mr. Delaire. Okay, if we come back to order, we'll try to get the day finished. It's good to see our fire crew here. We're here. Yeah, I know you are. Okay, we will go to item number 6. For possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2023-1630, revising Title 20 of the Douglas County Code, including 1, repealing the existing text of chapters 20.800, 20.810, and 20.820, and replacing it with new text, and 2, repealing the existing text of Appendix B, Uniform Code revisions, and replacing it with new text separated into appendices B, B1, and B2. That sounds like vitamins. The revisions include changes to the building, residential, mechanical, electrical, and fire codes as adopted by Douglas County. This will be the second reading. Tom Delaire and Tom Davis.
Thank you, Chairman Rice and fellow commissioners. Tom Delaire, Douglas County Community Development Director, and with me up here at the table is our building official, Tim Davis. And I just want to say thank you to a number of people. First, AJ, for making this much shorter in a title than what I had written. So that was good. And but there's a lot of people that have participated in this process, and I really want to say thank you and a shout out to East Fork Fire District with Chief Carlini, Amy Ray, and Patrick Moonahan. And if I get your names wrong, I apologize. I'm really bad with names. And then also Tahoe Douglas Fire, which with both of these have representatives in the audience. Tahoe Douglas Fire, we have Chief Lindgren and Chris Rowlett. And we couldn't have done this without them. We started this process just less than a year ago on getting these organized and modifications done. And also a number of the folks from the public, a lot of engineers in the area and several contractors that we reached out to through this process to see if they felt like these kinds of improvements would be helpful. We did get yesterday a letter from the Nevada Builders Alliance in support of this. If you want a copy of it, I have them out on the table. But we did get a letter from Glenn Martell up there at Nevada Builders Alliance, and I appreciate their efforts in working with us on that and on this particular project. So this awesome code is really a cleanup. We started this process looking at what we had in Title 20 and realizing that we had made a number of amendments to the existing ICC codes, which really get updated every 6 years, is how Nevada has historically adopted these. And the language could change occasionally, but sometimes it doesn't get updated in our documents here. And so we wanted to make sure the Title 20 was consistent and clear to the public, and this would be the list that we have revised to include all of these building codes that you guys will be adopting today for. And then I just want to highlight this one up here, the Northern Nevada Amendments. Historically, Appendix B has been the Northern Nevada Amendments with some modifications in it and or to that document, and it's usually a separate document. All the other jurisdictions just have that as just like you adopt the codes. And so this is what we're bringing this to. It does reduce the document in Appendix B from 112 pages to 58. So it does reduce it down quite a bit, but we do have another document to reference, and 112 to well, it's 49 pages for Appendix B, but some of this includes Title 2800. I didn't, yeah. So anyway, it ends up being a 58 pages total. So, 58 pages. So it's quite a reduction, but we did adopt, this motion today would adopt the Northern Nevada amendments as part of code. And then we have, of course, the building code, and the verbiage is all consistent throughout this. In addition to that, we have the fire codes at the bottom down here, and then they do reference the amendments in Appendix B1. And B1 appendix is actually for the East Fork Fire Protection District regulations, and the Appendix B2 is for the regulations for the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District. And then the International Wildland Urban Interface, and we'll get to that at the end of the presentation, but East Fork Fire will be adopting or have adopted the Wildland Urban Interface Code. The final step is for you guys to adopt it within the East Fork Fire District. We already have the International Wildland Urban Interface Code within the Tahoe Douglas Fire District's area. So we do have those provisions already in place, and this will, today will include Douglas County and the Valley. It does exclude the towns, so it wouldn't be within the towns, but the rest of Douglas County would be within a WUI interface code.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Dallaire, and that's really something that's in, now you say that towns are excluded, the town of Gardnerville, the town of Minden, Gardnerville Ranchos?
No.
Okay, and the town of Genoa?
I don't believe so. I think it's just
Yeah, I
Minden
wouldn't
and
think
Gardner.
so, but okay, so
We can
basically
ask.
just the town boundaries of the town of Minden. And, you know, this is something that I'm anxious to look at that, or I'm glad to see that that's coming forward. There seems to be a debate over a long period of time as, you know, this board, previous boards, not this one, but previous boards have said, oh no, that's the fire department's deal. And then when you seem to go to the fire department to ask them about it, they say, oh no, that's the Board of Commissioners. So what you're saying is they have adopted it, and then they're bringing it forward for our adoption, which is good. So I look forward to seeing that later on in the presentation, but
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and then next month, after first meeting next month, we are pushing through an MOU with the fire district, so it'll explain each agency's responsibility for managing this urban wildland, or the WUI areas. So it has a lot to do with the inspections and the type of siding and what's on the roof, and our guys, our building inspectors are there already on site doing those kinds of inspections, so we'll share in that kind of responsibility. So
Okay, and that would apply to, regardless of whether or not those homes are already approved for building, they would be subject to that new code. Is that right?
Yeah, starting,
okay.
I think we have to move the date in the, was in the ordinance, that at the very end, I had typed in the actual date, April 1st, and with some issues and not being able to be on the the noticing. So April 4th will be the actual adopted date for this code. So any permits after April 4th will need to comply with these requirements. So in Title 2800, we basically combined 810 and 820, which really were some revisions to the actual codes that we adopted, which should have been in Appendix B, in my opinion. We did strip those out if they were an amendment to an actual ICC code, an IBC or an IRC code. We did strip those out and put them into the Appendix B as a modification to the code. And we basically consolidated all of that, all those three sections down into just the 2800. That's what you see in the ordinance today. And then the next one is Appendix B.
Thank you. Chairman Rice, fellow commissioners, Tim Davis for the record. Most of the workload for this Appendix B remodel is what I would like to call it, because there was a lot of workload in this, was reorganizing, auditing, editing, putting things in place that made more sense, easier to read, easier for the public to find. But there was some things that we really wanted to touch base on, is we wanted it to be structured by code, whether it would be the administrative code or the Nevada revised statutes, and then partnering with fire prevention team as far as their regulations and our ordinances, that they could intermingle with each other and make sense for the public to understand. So most of the work, like I said, was done in restructuring, but there were some minor changes to some code that we thought needed to be addressed to help the public understand some things that were a little gray in code that needed to be cleaned up. And if you can change that. And so the first one that we're going to talk about is easy building permit expirations. What we've done, thankful to one of the things you could say about COVID, is it forced us to go to electronic review. It forced us to do some things electronically with our permitting system that allows the public to submit online applications and actually download permits that don't require plan review by our staff. These easy permits are minor in nature, usually simple things like water heater change out, replacement of light equipment, minor plumbing, re-siding, windows, things of that nature. And these things are, under current adopted code, all permits that are not single-family dwellings and or additions have a 2-year expiration, and we feel that's excessive for an easy building application. Most of this stuff is done within the week of the permit that's pulled, because it's a needed item that needs to be replaced, and they're not waiting for a bunch of plan review and things of that nature. So we feel 180-day is a good expiration for this easy application, and we'll be asking you to approve that 180-day process. The next slide. Oh, we're missing one. Oh. Okay, we'll go right into building valuations. So we're forced to kind of look at this right now because the old system that we were using was called Marshall Swift, and it is no longer available. It has been revamped into a Super Marshall Swift, but is basically for the assessor, and it's too cumbersome for building valuation. And so in doing our research, we basically came up with the best place to go would be the ICC Code Council Building Evaluation Data Chart. That system in itself is built right into our permitting system, and it would save staff a tremendous amount of time being able to evaluate how we compute our evaluations, and I'll let Tom address this one.
Yeah, so in Acela, it would be a pretty simple calculation where we can identify what kind of building type it is, the type of construction that we have, and it comes up with a national standard for the square footage cost for that particular type of construction. And then we would define it by what the square footage of the structure is, and then apply what Trent has done at the assessor's office, has used some area adjustment factors that we would also utilize in determining the actual value of that particular improvement, in which we apply then a permit fee to, and then subsequently define what that plan review fee is. And what this will be is this ICC organization goes through and updates this table as a national standard for square footage costs twice a year. It's once in February and again in August. And so we'll have updated numbers that we'll be able to utilize going forward, so that the permit fees and the valuation is pretty consistent with the national standards. And so that's what we're trying to do. And then we would do a simple equation in Acela where it will actually calculate the valuation for us. We'll also be able to generate on the website a permit estimator, which we're planning on doing, so that the public will be able to type in their square footage of their home and figure out what their permit fee and plan review fees will be for the building portion of it. The snow loads in this particular one, the yellow highlighted areas are the 40 pounds is what we have currently in the valley. And then outside of 6,000 feet, it jumps from 40 pounds to 190, and then it stays at 190 to 7,500 feet. This is west of Highway 395. We end up 395 in Douglas County actually veers off and kind of goes through the middle of the county for quite a ways, and it creates this little wedge of no man's land, really, that doesn't really get or receive the snow loads that the eastern slope of the Sierras get. And so this portion of it, we've been working with a lot of the engineers around, and we wanted to formalize this, but this is kind of a table that was identified last time where we would reduce the loads down, still increase it from what is on the east of 395 in the Pine Nuts because of its location. And this we added this column in the middle for that particular area. This little wedge that I highlighted here on the map would have these specific snow loads. And then the east of Douglas, of 395, and now Highway 88 as well, will end up adding these next time in the next amendment in 2024. We have cleaned up these columns and tables, and the snow load calculation for 2024 codes are going to be it's going to actually change the way the engineers calculate the snow loads, and so the snow loads will be a lot different than what we show here. But for in the time being, what we're planning on having is these additional snow loads, or this additional column here for Lake Tahoe, which is actually what the Northern Nevada amendments has always had. We just modified that in our current Appendix B, eliminated this altogether, and just used these loads that you see here. So at the lake level, it was 40 pounds of snow, 6,500 feet at 190, and it stayed at 190 to 7,500 feet. And so we wanted to make sure, east of Highway 395 was part of the Tahoe Basin. And so it was 190 pounds of snow load at 6,500 feet, and it went all the way to 10,000 feet. And we do have an increase in snow at the top of the mountain. And you can see here what if you had a house at 8,000 feet in Washoe County at Incline Village on the Tahoe Basin side, it would be at 280 pounds. But in Douglas County, it would have been at 190 would be the minimum load that you would use. Now, a lot of the engineers don't design to that because they know it's a little bit more snow. They'll receive more snow, so they do design to a higher load. But this is the county's minimum. And what we're saying is we want to use what Northern Nevada amendments has generated. And that's its own committee out of Reno. We had 3 people participate in that this year in that process of reviewing the 2024 codes, and we are coming up with new tables and new verbiage up here. So this will only be around until we adopt the new code for 2024. But in the meantime, we feel like this clarifies a lot of things. It also allows the reduction in snow as allowed per our ASCE 7 codes, which is how the engineers design or calculate the roof loads for your snow when they design the building. So this will be an improvement. We do have a number of contractors that are really in support of this to make it consistent throughout Northern Nevada.
Okay, Tim Davis for the record. On this chart right here, the dwelling garage separation, a lot of collaboration went into this table right here with our fire prevention team. There was back and forth on the challenges that we face in building now, and Tom had mentioned the 2024 code adoption. The energy code has not been approved yet, but there's a lot of talk about making mandatory EV charging stations, battery storage stations, pre-prep in construction. The concern is that the garage separation from living space is currently a 30-minute wall, a 30-minute assembly, with all the battery storages, all the lithium batteries. Bicycles are lithium, cars are being charged in garages. We felt to protect the public from a building safety perspective and a fire prevention perspective, that a 1-hour listed assembly from the living space and the unconditioned space would meet that need. We're all really comfortable with that 1-hour listing. The couple of things that it gives us, obviously it gives us separation from unconditioned space, but it also gives us emergency escape time. It also gives us fire response time. It increases those things, and we feel that that's needed with what people are putting in garages today. It goes hand in hand with fire sprinklers, which you can find on page 63 of your pamphlet. Those changes are minor, but they're worth listing because I think it needed to really be cleaned up so that the public could go to fire and have a good understanding of what the residential sprinkler requirements are. On the bottom of this chart right here, you'll see an exception. That exception simply states that if you have to have sprinklers in your home, you would have to put them in the garage as well. And if you did that, if you'd had to have those sprinklers, then you can substitute the 1 hour assembly and go back to the half-hour listed assembly, because obviously you have sprinklers and the separation requirement wouldn't be as needed. As far as townhomes go, minor changes there. We basically went with the state fire marshal's definition of townhomes, which, because he governs us, we have to. And it basically takes townhomes out of the residential code and puts it in international building code. And therefore, they're going to have to meet the fire sprinklers for the residential in the building code and fire code. So that's a change into the current code that we have adopted right now. The only other change that we made in residential sprinklers is we changed the definition from firewall to living space. And this is a big thing because it clarifies a lot of what we're trying to do. Living space is anything that's conditioned. Fire area is anything that's under roof. And so in doing so, it better defined what the public was looking for is, how do I determine if I need sprinklers or not? Well, if you have less than 5,000 square feet of living space in the valley, then you are not required to have sprinklers. Any new home at the lake would require that. Any addition that would take it over 5,000 square feet would require sprinklers here in the valley and 3,600 feet at the lake. So it's much cleaner, it's much easier to read. And I know we have support from fire. They helped develop it. I'm really proud of doing that with them. I feel really good that we've made sensible code changes here. This chart here, I'm sorry that Chief Carlini's not here because we put it in just for him. Just for him. He wanted something that was showing some sprinklers. But again, I'm super proud of what we've done and the collaboration. I'm even more proud of the MOU that's coming down the line. And I look forward to working with them more. Thank you.
And then several months ago, we had brought forward a code provisions for septic systems, sewage disposal systems to you guys. It really evolved around increasing the area that allowed septic systems to 2 acres minimum. And we had some code updates in that proposal at that time that was denied because we didn't support that concept. But I wanted to get these provisions in there, which was operational duties, which we had a lot of conversation about at that time. And so this was we took the opportunity to add that language in here. This also adopts the Nevada Administrative Code sections into our code, which includes the design of a septic system. So, and the engineered denitrification system will be required for all new and failed existing systems in locations where the septic density exceeds the allowed density per NDEP regulations. And we do have a viewer that we set up where the public can go out and look and see if they are required to do a denitrification system or not. But it was, if you guys recall, the conversation being, I think it was 117 septics within a circular square mile, then you had to provide a denitrification system because the sewer systems that you could connect to were way too far away. So, so this would require any failed system or new system to be a denitrification if you were outside of that threshold that NDEP is set. And then it defines what an operational duty is. So we have some code that code enforcement can actually use now to enforce some of these failed systems that are around.
I do have a question, as long as we're here.
Yeah.
We approved the auxiliary dwelling units last year, or yeah, I believe it was last year.
Yeah.
Anyways, and septic systems are not allowed on properties less than, according to NAC that I understand, less than 1 acre. Okay. However, in 2 acres, we do allow an accessory dwelling unit up to 800 square feet, I believe. 5 acres above, it goes up to 1,000, okay? Now, does that allow a person who puts an auxiliary dwelling unit on a 1 acre property that has septic, are they allowed to hook that? Do they have to upgrade their septic system, or are they allowed to hook onto their existing septic system with their secondary dwelling or their additional dwelling unit? I have that question.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Gardner. We do have the accessory dwellings are allowed on the 1 acre. If the septic system was installed, maybe they used a larger tank. So for my house, for example, I built a 3-bedroom home, but I have a 1,500-gallon septic tank. In the future, forward thinking that I would add 2 more bedrooms or whatever, an accessory dwelling, then we can connect it without any modification. In some cases, they didn't plan for that in the future. They may have a 1,000-gallon tank, and they may be living on a 3-bedroom house. Having an accessory dwelling, if it's 1 or 2 bedrooms, would add 2 more bedrooms technically to that, and they would need a 1,500-gallon tank. So they would have to upgrade in order to combine those 2 septics, or they can put a new septic in, and that would have to be a denitrification.
So that would be the review process, right?
Right.
When they came in and got their permit, you would look at what the existing structure was.
That's correct.
And then you would require
Yep.
that they upgrade their system if it's not at a acceptable capacity. Okay,
Yeah,
very good.
There's a minor design review process that
Good,
would capture.
okay.
it. Yep, thank you.
Right,
for the
okay.
question. And then this section, this is actually our Appendix B1, which defines what we did is we defined where the East Fork Fire Protection District regulations land, and we had them, their resolution 23R011, and we had them do a recorded document so we can put that in our Appendix B1, and this is the recorded document. In your packet, you do have copies of that. B1 is on page 1109 through 1163, and that's the East Fork Fire Protection District regulations. It's not going to be published in code. This is the sheet that's published in code, but I do want to talk about the Wildland Urban Interface Code, where policy Public Safety 25 is the policy number, and it was in our master plan where we needed to consider the adoption of the Wildland Urban Interface Code. So this one will be off of our implementation plan, one more checkbox off of the list. And if you would allow Patrick to come up and say a few words from East Fork Fire, then if you allow that, Commissioner Rice, that would be great. And I'll turn the time over to him with your approval.
Please do.
Good afternoon. For the record, Patrick Mooneyham, Captain, East Fork Fire Protection District. Chief Ray, Chief Fire Marshal Ray, and Chief Carlini wish they could be here, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they were not able to make it. So just wanted to speak in support of the adoption and the changes to Title 20. We have worked, like Tim and Tom referenced, over several months, collaborated together to provide what we feel is the highest level of safety that can be provided in accordance with the NRS, the NAC, and the needs of Douglas County. So we feel like we have accomplished that. To include the Wildland Urban Interface Code adoption, we feel that, in light of the Tamarack fire and the devastation that caused, this is a much needed code adoption in this area, and will reap immediate benefits in terms of providing a higher level of fire safety and fire protection to the citizens of Douglas County. So I'm willing to answer any questions any commissioners may have.
It does not appear there are.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation.
And then Appendix B2 is the same process. We had the Fire Protection District Resolution 012 2023 recorded as in its document number 2024 1004455. It'll be easy for the public to find that. document with this reference, and then the regulations we have included in the back of the packet under pages 1164 to 1210. And I would invite Scott Lindgren if he would want to come up and say a few words with your permission, Chairman Rice.
Good afternoon, Board. Thanks for having us. Scott Lindgren, Tahoe Douglas Fire. I'm the fire chief up there. Want to applaud the work that Tom and Tim had done to get this all together with us working so close. We accomplished a lot with this. We tried to get it as close as we could to have one code between the two fire districts that you have in the county, and we came pretty close, really close. But as everybody knows, there's a little bit of difference between the valley and the lake, and we didn't get all the way there, but we got really close. And we're confident that a lot of the things that were added, especially with the WUI code in the valley and at the lake, it really makes a difference in us being able to protect the public. So thank you guys for that. And if you had any questions specific to the Tahoe Douglas code, we'd be happy to answer them.
No, I'm going to be a smart aleck here. Before I got involved with the Fire Safe Council under a prior fire chief, I thought a WUI was something a teenager got before going to the prom. That's the best I can do. It's late in the day, guys. And Chief, I want to thank you for all that you have been doing. And this is off the subject, so I'm going to slap myself in the hand. How's the helicopter project going?
It's coming along. We're working on the location, but as you know, we have a school district board that doesn't get as long as well as you guys do. So we're working on that. But we're making some good progress there. And at a future board meeting, I hope to come and give a presentation on that with you and get everybody up to speed. So I just can't say enough about the relationship lately between East Fork Fire, Tahoe Douglas Fire, and the county. I've only been here 3.5 years, but as I arrived and just prior, it wasn't always the best. And now I think it's a really good working relationship. Everybody's working together well. So I just want to thank Tom and Tim for that and appreciate everything that Jennifer and her team does.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Real quick, I did forget to mention that Commissioner Mike Summers from our District Fire Board is here. For the record, Patrick Mooney and East Fork Fire Protection District Captain. He's here to represent our fire board and lend their full support behind these changes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Since I see a questions thing up there, I would assume that you're done with your presentation.
I am.
And thank you. You guys did a marvelous job. And so I'm going to bring it back to the board. Any questions?
Just a quick observation. As I understand it, you indicated that we received a letter from the Glenn Martell, president of the Nevada Builders Alliance, and I'm very, very confident that they go through this with a fine-tooth comb, much finer than us and much more knowledgeable than us. So that's encouraging, and I thank them for that weigh in on this. So I don't have any questions.
I only have one question. It's what we talked about in the meeting we had with Mr. Gaines. I just want to make it on the record. You had stated that this revisions do not change the authority of who's making the final decisions in the permitting process. Can you just put it on the record, please?
Tim Davis for the record. The only items that were changed were the items that were mentioned. We didn't change any definitions. We didn't pass any authorities to anybody differently. The adopted code stays as it is. The ones that we've asked you to consider were the ones that we outlined in the presentation.
I love that, and it was more comprehensive. But can you just, so we have it on the record, does this change who's making the final decisions in the permit stages?
No, the building official has authority over the buildings within Douglas County. The fire chief Fire code official has the authority over the fire regulations, and so those will remain the same. per these comments, or per these revisions. But if you, like, turn page 658 of the packet, there, when you read through this, what we did do, and I did, sorry for not highlighting this earlier or showing a slide, but there are a number of code revisions that have been done. And if you look at section R 105.3, application for permit, it's a normal font. And then you go down and it says to obtain, and then it goes into a italic font, that permit, and then it continues. And the italic text is what's been revised from what was actually in the.
You should be an attorney. You could talk and talk. It was a simple statement.
Was it a simple question? I'm sorry.
We know what
You
the
got
italics mean.
basketball
We've
to
been
watch.
through
I'm
this a
sorry.
long time, and it's almost 6 o'clock.
But I just wanted to make sure that it was clear to you and the public that that's how we modified this. And the authority piece is, we didn't change the text. So if you want to go back and look.
Any further questions? In that case, we will open this to public comment.
Afternoon, Jim Faria again from Genoa. I learned 40 years ago that when I lived in North Lake Tahoe that there's rules that apply to the lake and there's rules that apply to the rest of the planet. And when I moved to Genoa, I was hoping that I was going to be a little bit segregated from what was still the lake versus the valley. I've been in Genoa for a while, bought a piece of property across the road. Last year, about this time, entered the permitting process to build a new home up on Eagle Ridge. Over that time, have spoken practically on a biweekly basis with Tim. I commend Tim and Tom for what they've done. I learned very quickly that in the permitting process that what applied to down here was not uniform with the rest of the state of Nevada. I could have built my house the way I was planning in Galena or in Henderson, Nevada, and not be forced with some of the gray area regulations that existed in the valley portion of Douglas County. Tim and Tom tried valiantly to come up with a quick solution to one of the issues that was holding some people from doing what they wanted to do, with a legal opinion on what the interpretation was, particularly when it came to the living space square footage on this fire sprinkler requirement, which was forcing people, someone like me who was only going to build a 3,400 square foot home, to do fire sprinklers because I wanted a big garage for my RV. And that calculation didn't exist anywhere else in Nevada other than here. I had a nice long conversation with Chairman Rice one afternoon. I talked to Chief Carlini at great length. I talked to head of prevention and whatnot, Moynihan, at great length. I've had a lot of conversations, and I just tell you that their solution is fantastic. They chose to, rather than just do the quick fix, let's spend the time and fix everything and fix it right. The product that they've come up with, I read it page after page after page. It's a big document to pick out the changes. It's well thought out, it's safe, it's better than where we were. Maybe there's a small change to the fire sprinkler thing, but the most important one when it came to fire safety was the propensity of electric cars and whatnot and bicycles and whatnot that are in garages now. That is probably one of the biggest things in this whole package that has changed for the better to make us safer. So I speak to you from an end user. There's probably about 10 of us that have been waiting for this to resolve. There's a few people that have stalled their construction projects waiting for it. So I urge you to vote for it, and I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ted Gaines. I have a paper here I want to put for record. My hearing devices went bad, so I didn't get to hear everything. So if I say something wrong, because I didn't hear it right. In the Blue Book, it says, item 1 under building officials is renders interpretations. So he's to give the interpretations. And the second thing, it talks about him making recommendations. What I seen show up on the board and I read in this act is he makes the final decision. It goes on down here to a cop A building official cannot grant a variance or any of the adoption codes or waive any code requirement. But yet it says that he makes the final decision. What I seen show up there that I want to jump back here to is they combined some of the codes to make it easier. They combined the IBC and the IRC is what your board showed. If I'm wrong, tell me, but you said you combined them to make them more fluid. The IBC controls the commercial building stuff. The IRC is just for residential. So we got residential qualified inspectors doing inspections on commercial buildings. I want to clarify that that is not going to happen here because we don't need a residential inspector that has very little knowledge inspecting our hospitals and other buildings. They tried to eliminate 8027 for that reason because it said electrical inspectors shall be certified. They couldn't get rid of that, so they decided to go this way. Again, what I seen show up on the top up there, the building official's final decision. Our building official hasn't been making very good decisions. I showed you this morning, I just asked the guy, or Pat from the fire department, why this building hasn't been shut down. They've been running a business for 3 years, guns, ammunition, booze, kids, the whole shooting match. It's never been finalized. I printed it out again this morning. So, and I gave you guys many cases of the poor decisions our building officials been making. Met with Tom on Tuesday and gave him several. What I gave him is about 25%. I filed 2 NRS complaints. I've got 3 more to file against our building official. Mr. Dallaire agreed that they were wrong, that he shouldn't have issued the permits. So we're not getting good decisions. It shouldn't be final.
Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Could you just answer the question about the inspectors? And Mr. Dallaire had said that he was going to look into the statements that you had, and you showed some good information, and he was going to look into them. I don't know if he said they were wrong or to investigate them. So I think that caused you to have some consternation there. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry.
I just said that what you stated, Mr. Dallaire said that what happened, they were definitely wrong, and I was clarifying it that he said he was going to look into it. I said that you showed some good information, you had some good facts, and that Tom was going to look into it and get a final answer for you. Tom, answer his question with respect to the residential and commercial inspections.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know what we're talking about on the combined IRC, IBC. We are adopting both of them. That's what's listed here in this package. So I don't understand where he's coming from on where we're combining the two. And then I'll have Tim answer the other.
Tim Davis for the record. I think what Mr. Gaines is referring to is when we transferred the 800 over into the IBC and IRC codes, they were so commonly written, they're just referenced by different numbers. They're word for word. They just say IBC, International Building Code, and then International Residential Code. And I can show you in the packet that you have.
I wasn't asking anything about that. Mr. Gaines has stated that he said they were combined. I think Tom's saying they're not. Let's just get to the point. It's getting late. Mr. Gaines said he was concerned that you're having the inspectors that do residential work do the inspections for the commercial work and vice versa. And I just wanted to ask you, is that going to be the case? Are they going to still be, I assume they're separate. You have residential inspectors, right, and commercial, or are they combined right now?
What we have is the authorization through NRS and IBC and the IRC for the building official to hire deputies to work underneath him, and then you, the board, set the qualifications of those inspectors. We just went through adopting the job family, which changed all the job descriptions and put different certification requirements on all the inspectors. We have commercial inspectors, we have residential inspectors, And we are developing a program where the commercial inspector provides training to the residential inspectors as they gain certifications. They're all taking certifications. They all have residential and commercial inspections. Most of them do.
Sorry, maybe it's getting late. I just couldn't understand, couldn't follow you. I thought you were saying that you have separate commercial and then residential inspectors, and I think at the end you said that they do both. So are they certified to do both?
Code allows them to do both NRS and the building code.
Okay, I think this is an issue that we had when we were first on the board about having people go out there that aren't certified to inspect the homes. And we said there should be certification, but because we're in a rural county, that they allowed you not to do that if you had somebody that was certified with them. Okay, this is for another matter, but okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Commissioner Gardner?
No, sir, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay. I move for the adoption of ordinance 2023-1630, revising Title 20 of the Douglas County Code as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any further comments? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes 5-0. Gentlemen, thank you for the work that you did. And to our fire officials, thank you for coming off the hill. All right, we'll move on to item number 7 on the agenda. For possible action, discussion to adopt resolution 2024R-015 to augment various 2023-24 fiscal year Douglas County fund budgets using greater than anticipated fund balances in the total amount of $6,419,930 in transfers in and out of $262,081 as detailed in the resolution. Kathy Lewis.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis, CFO, for the record. Thank you, commissioners. Late hour, so I will, and I talk fast, so maybe this will be good. We'll see. I have just a brief presentation to talk a little bit about the general fund adjusted opening fund balance. In general, though, I wanted to talk about how we get here and to put some perspective in it. So this is adjusting the opening fund balance for this fiscal year, which is 23-24, based on the results of the 22-23 audit. And if you go back, the 22-23 budget was actually adopted by the board in May of 2022. So in May of 2022, finance presented a budget, and you guys approved a budget with what we thought we would end the year with. And then the 23-24 year happened. During the year, we would have certain augments. Finance would review and monitor the revenues and the expenditures. The audit would happen, and then the results of actually what happened was presented to the board in December. So this is to augment what we thought when we created the budget was going to happen in May of 2022. Now we know the actual results. So the general fund analysis is after adjusting the opening fund balance for carry forward purchase orders and grants and projects, the amount after those adjustments is $4,662,436. And I always like to put in a little bit of perspective. It's about 5%, a little over 5% of the total budget. In budgeting, 5%, being within 5% of the budget is pretty good. It's a large number, but being within 5% is pretty good. And we looked at where did those numbers come from. So 25% of that $4.6 million came from our revenues being more than we budgeted. And looking at it, the biggest piece or the biggest line item was the utility operator fee was more than we had budgeted. But 75% of it was where expenditures were less than we had budgeted. And most of that is from the salaries and benefits, which was the $2.4 million. not being, working for the county during this time, but watching the headlines and watching the commissioner meetings, I know that there was a lot of discussion during that year about employee retention and wages and salaries. And so that's not necessarily surprising that our salaries and benefits were $2.4 million less than we had budgeted for that time.
Ms. Lewis, may I ask you a question here on that? So if we had been at full staffing, we wouldn't have had that.
Correct.
Right? That's basically the easy way of saying it, right?
Correct.
Is that the only reason we have that as excess of funds is because we didn't have the staff to pay.
That we had, yes, right. The
Yeah.
positions that had been approved by the board were not completely filled.
Okay.
There are many augments that are being requested, and the detail is in your packet, but I did want to highlight one of the augments that we want to use. Part of that adjusted opening fund balance is to reduce what we think we'll get for property taxes this year. So next Tuesday, as I've heard mentioned, starts our 4 days of budget hearings, and that first day, I will talk in more detail about how property tax works in Nevada and how to project it out. But basically, I wanted to show the slide that says to show that in 22-23, we had an 8.73% growth in property tax. This is actual property tax over the prior year. And looking at the property tax certification, the assessor had added $114.9 million in new construction. So for 23-24, we had budgeted a 9% growth. But then looking at what when the assessor on July 1st, when the tax bills were sent out, what was actually billed in new construction was only 79.4. So I do believe that projection is high for this year, that we will not receive as much as we had projected.
Ms. Lewis, does this include, this is a commercial property tax and residential property tax, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
And this is just the general fund rate.
Okay.
Yeah, just the
And
general.
of course, commercial property tax generates a lot more money than personal property tax, so.
Right,
Okay.
right. Mhm.
So, and so you're expecting in what we'll discover in our 23-24 year is that we're going to be substantially lower than what we experienced the year previous.
Right.
And is that primarily, do you believe, due to commercial development or residential?
We will not be lower than 22-23. We also will not have the growth of 9%. So I expect the growth, the actual growth to be around more 7.5%. From my experience, you have the commercial cap, Commissioner Gardner, like you had mentioned, that property taxes can't grow more on a commercial property more than 8%, that you can't pay more than 8% than you did the prior year. And for residential, that's a 3% cap. What I've seen is the property tax growth on existing assessed value is halfway between those two caps. So we expect about a 5.5% growth, somewhere in there between 5 and 6% growth on existing assessed value every year based on those cap percentages. But then anything above that would be new construction that's added on at full value. So because we're not adding up much new value, we didn't add as much new value for the 23-24 roll as we did the prior year. That's where the projection's lower. We will receive still more. We'll still have a growth, but not as high.
From a percentage standpoint?
From percentage point, yes, yes. The other big revenue in the general fund is state consolidated taxes. This one we are closely monitoring for this year. The state, it takes them about 2 years, whatever activity happens. If you think about in the community, if you go to Walmart or Target and buy something and that sales tax is collected, that's reported to taxation the next month. So, for example, we know what our December numbers are. So that was December activity is reported to the state in January, and at the very end of February is when state taxation pays us. So this one we're monitoring, but we're only have data for the first 6 months of the year of that. So we're closely monitoring this. Did not do any reduction in the projection for this year, but monitoring what it looks like. And then the other augments that are in your packet in detail, we broke them up in between two categories. The priority rollovers were items that have been approved by this board throughout the year that we wanted to account for, or items that we knew we needed to increase the budget for. And then department requests are any items identified by the departments as one-time needs. Oh, questions, sorry.
Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the commission is going to have questions of Ms. Lewis. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank her for this presentation. It has been standard practice of this organization to typically place the augment on the consent calendar. And so when Ms. Lewis came on board, we had a conversation about a desire to increase transparency around the county's budget. And so I really wanted her to dig in and show the board where these numbers are coming from and have a brief conversation about where she sees us wrapping up in terms of projections for the remainder of this fiscal year. And the timing of this couldn't be worse for her because she happened to also be planning for extensive budget presentations next week. Her and her team have worked exhaustively, burning the midnight oil literally, and here I come asking her to put together yet another presentation for you. I do appreciate the time and effort she put into this and cannot thank her enough because I think it helps the board and the public understand really additional context for these numbers. So thank you, Kathy.
Okay, to the board.
I just want to ask a couple things so I can better understand this, and I want to make it quick because I know it's very late. But there's 3 items at the very beginning. The one was talking about they made a mistake on the workman's comp. That's a lot of money, a mistake. That's the first one. The next one of the next 3 was talk about they didn't cover unbudgeted vacation, comp time, and sick leave, and that's almost $400,000. So anyways, if you could just tell us how that got to that.
It also doesn't help that's the first page. So workers' comp, my understanding is, first of all, in workers' comp, if you're a sworn officer, you have an additional benefit of a heart and lung, presumptive heart and lung benefit. So our sworn officers have a higher workers' comp rate. When the budget was adopted for this year, for 23-24, that rate didn't come across correctly. So this is correcting the workers' comp for the sworn officers, which is a big number. Especially working at the fire district, I can tell you it is a big number. And then the payouts, I think that's a great observation. This is the payouts that we know of this year. We know that we're entering that stage in I think in all business and government where we're going to see retirements over the next couple years. And so these and retirements of long-term employees. And so these are ones that we've already paid this year that we didn't budget for. We don't quite have that nut cracked, but we know it's a nut we have to crack for future years of how to pay for vacation payouts and sick leave payouts if they worked long enough, comp leave payouts for that.
The Rancho trails. You have down $252,724 extending the multi-trail from the community. What is that money for that's being used for the trail? I'm familiar that we allocated that amount. Page or second to the last page. Whoops, third to the last page.
It is, it's for the construction. So it's Tom Dallaire, Community Development Director for the record. This is for the plans for the construction of that and also the construction. I think it's a grant match that we would be responsible for if we get what we've applied for. Through the TAP funding. I believe that's where we were getting the funding from NDOT.
Any further questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll open this to public comment.
What's that, Jackson? Jason Gibson, Maladministrative Audit Counsel for Douglas County. I was disturbed to find out that when looking at the budget and the payroll, that our county has 5-week pay periods. Apparently, they've been able to manipulate the ordering schematic to the point to where employees get not 2 checks a month, but 3 checks a month because there's 5 weeks in a month. That's some kind of strange logic, isn't it? You might want to look into that, but that calendar that you're keeping, it's so funky, it's so fraught with error. So when you think about giving these people more money and increasing the overhead, be reminded that the ordering schematic by which you're paying people results in overpayments. And you didn't include, or you didn't disclose to the public either, that when these deputies are on special assignment, they're making $80 to $100 an hour. Did that go into your budgeting consideration when you jacked our cost of living? Which is exactly what you're doing. You're jacking our cost of living to where we can't make it here anymore. Your overhead deficit spending model is not working for the people. Why don't we have a budget council roundtable discussion group in our norms and procedures? Why isn't there a council of, say, 4 to 7 or 13 people, some of them who are interns, some of them who are studying at UNR, who want to know more about the mechanics of budgeting? Why don't we have, instead of you compressing 4 days into this monumental effort and stressing yourself out and your staff, why don't you decentralize this responsibility some and use it as a teaching or as an educational opportunity so that folks who are ignorant like me about the incredible sophistication of our budgets can begin to respect and appreciate more about what they are, what goes into it, and how to best serve our community. Because they're more than just numbers, right? They're number powers. And so we learned from Terry Willoughby that this, and from John Engels, that this county has only had a functional accounting system for 4 years. It's only been a functional accounting department for 4 years, according to John Engels, that when he came in, Douglas County was a disaster zone. You're not going to fix 80 to 100 years of maladministration with one person behind the helm.
Any further public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Chairman? Yes, I know, I put it on. Anyways, well, I wanted to get permission to speak first from the chairman.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. I've sometimes stepped on your red light, and I don't want to do that. So, anyways, apparently you didn't get the joke. Anyways, Ms. Lewis, I really, I really appreciate you bringing this forward in a regular board item, because I think too, it gives us an opportunity to take a look at it a little bit better than a consent calendar item. And I think it's great for transparency standpoint. And I also, I think it's very appropriate we do this as we move into the budget discussions next week. So I think it'll give us some better foundation of where we're at. So anyways, I appreciate you bringing that forward. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other comments.
Do we have a motion, or do we have more comments?
I was just going to say, I like this. I'm going to print it, keep it, so I can refer back. Thanks.
I'll move then, Commissioner.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2024-R-015 to augment various 2023-24 fiscal year Douglas County fund budgets as presented.
Moved and seconded. Any Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And we'll move on to the last item on the agenda, other than closing public comment. For presentation only, excuse me, announcements, reports, updates from county commissioners and members to the various boards. Keeping in mind it's 5 minutes to 6.
I have nothing, thank you.
Commissioner
I'll delay.
Carter, nothing?
I know,
In the words of Sergeant Schultz, I know nothing.
Whenever it's after 4 p.m., this agenda item is dead to me.
In that case, we will move on to closing public comments. Oh, excuse me, Jennifer, Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I don't want to belabor the conversation, but I can't help myself. We have an adopted strategic plan, which is in the process of being reformatted. I just wanted to let the commission and the public know to expect that within the next 30 days. We are needing that time to reformat the plan. It's a little bit more complicated to make it look as beautiful as it needs to be, because this is our vision and we want to make sure that it captures that spirit. So stay tuned for that. We will make an announcement when it's on the website, and then we will also be bringing forward the action planning process and the key performance indicators conversation after our budget conversations next week. Lots to do. Thanks.
Now we will go to public comment.
Thank you, Jim Jackson. Finish up with my favorite topic. One of the things that we are looking for is actual action, something that we can hang our hat on. It was mentioned to me at some point today, I forget when, it's been a long day, that all of the BIA experts were put together, gave their opinions, and were basically laughed out of the building yesterday because they were so obscene. Why can't we have our experts, you can find them, come up with the proposals, same things that they did, especially the traffic one, and then find out there's a difference between the two. Now you have a reason to say, okay, we have two different things, we're going to go to court and solve it that way. It's an actual action thing to do. Now, I've been told we might lose, we might win. I don't care, because if we can make it miserable for Knox out there, he may just give up and everything. Probably not, but at least we're doing something that really looks to the people like you're trying to protect us. Grandview Estates, I think what you did for them was beautiful. Protecting the environment for them, protecting their way of life for them. We're asking for the same thing, and we're not that far away from Grandview Estates. We're just down the road, probably half a mile and everything. So that's what we're asking you to do, is actual something that we can hang our hat on and say, they really came to bat for us. They really went to the mat, and they did that. And I think that's one way that we could do it and everything. So we're hoping you will and everything. I don't know what's going on in the background. Like I was told earlier, you don't want to show all your cards to what's going on. But we hope there are some cards that you're holding that you can show at some point, and that it'll work. I was told by a source that seemed to be a pretty good source that we would be happy with the final conclusion of this. And I said, how do you know? And they just knew. But they were somebody that was very involved with you folks. So I don't know if, I'm not telling anybody that you can hang your hat on that, because I don't believe it until I see it. It's not my nature and stuff. But I hope we do see that. So anyway, thank you. You have the patience of Job sitting up there and everything. And I'm going home because I'm already in trouble. So, good night.
Thank you, sir.
Jason Gibson, Foundation for the Law of Time. You're going to get an extra dose today because it's Equinox Day today. Not that you would know that, keeping a 12-month fiction. Got to be clear about some things, folks. It's really hard to compress information in 3 minutes, and this board operates by a dual standard. It's Chairman Rice's protocol as well as the ex-chairman, Mark Gardner, to find any angle whatsoever by which to disrupt my train of thought and to create a stutter bug out of me. And they do a pretty darn good job at it. They say one thing, they do another, and that's the nature of the beast when you don't know who you really are. So let me correct the Facebook group we created today for you, the Painted Rock Mine Peoples out at Johnson Lane. That is a Facebook site. We're all going to have to grow up and learn how to communicate as adults someday, kids. So you might want to just get online and start doing it now and start finding out who your neighbors are. And the quote that I cited today by the county, which was a press release, was released on their Facebook site. It was not on the website. The website for the richest county in the state of Nevada is mediocre at best. And it's unacceptable. So you're going to want to activate your YouTube channel and activate your Facebook social networking skills and find the real people. And we can be found at a number of different sites. We've been doing this for quite some time, 30 years in digital media design and what have you. But you'll definitely want to pay attention to Douglas County Watch. You want to take particular note of Rancho Neighborhood Watch, Douglas County Community Action Vision Council, the Peace Through Culture Foundation. You want to take a particular look at the Small Business Revolution for a New Time Economy, where we took second in the nation for time-based art experiments. Take a look at State of the Nation and be real with the deal, because you're not going to get it here. And Megatrends 2024 for the big picture. That's the holonomic picture. You know we talk in whole systems and we mean business. You can also check out 13-month, 28-day Dream Spell Journey for a more enlightened view of how things are in the world of natural time. And of course, you got Jason Garrett Gibson on the line, and my ancestral avatar, he's out of control. Budgie Justice getting 15,000 views a month. We want to thank you guys for supporting my avatar, my future incarnation. And meanwhile, we've got new knowledge coming forward, the AI revelation that makes conscious what's unconscious. John was not a concealer, but a revealer. It's coming up.
Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, we are adjourned.